Chapter 958. Discussion. The deck of the World's Edge sailboat was very large. Although the battle between Zhuo and Yuanqing had caused quite a stir, only the cultivators on the deck knew about it. Moreover, most of the people on the World's Edge sailboat this time were geniuses who were participating in the outer court assessment of Fine God Academy. Geniuses were usually proud and arrogant, and it was common for them to prove their strength through battles. Therefore, the commotion caused by the battle between Zhuo and Yuanqing gradually died down after everyone discussed it for a while. Young master, this person is so rude. He dares to look down on you just because he has 5 heavenly venerables? Doesn't he know that 5 heavenly venerables are nothing in front of our blue whale, holy dynasty? The 2 heavenly venerables behind blue smoke revealed a trace of anger when they saw Zhuowen's rude behavior. Blue Smoke shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm just curious about this kid's background. Not to mention the 5 heavenly venerables behind him. Just the fact that he can make an early golden venerate Yuanqing look so miserable. This kid is definitely not simple. This kid's battle strength is indeed extraordinary, but compared to young master, he's still lacking. After all, if you were to fight with Yuanqing, you would only need a few moves to defeat Yuanqing." The 2 heavenly venerables flattered. The corners of Blue Smoke's mouth rose slightly, and he said indifferently, "Of course. My opponents are merely the top geniuses of the 7 major forces. Although this kid is not bad, he's still not qualified to be my opponent." The 2 heavenly venerables nodded. Blue Smoke's talent in the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty was obvious to all. With his lowly status as the son of a noble, he faced difficulties step by step, suppressing many princes and chasing after the Holy Dynasty's crown prince. What kind of glory was that? Let's go. Whether he's a dragon or a snake, we can only prove it in the outer court assessment. Blue Smoke silently glanced at Zhuowen's back, then left the deck with the 2 heavenly venerables. At this moment, Zhuo had already left the deck with Ziyang Tianzuan and arrived at the northern part of the deck. There were fewer people there, and it was quieter. The 2 little fellows, Jia Nan and Jia Sha, followed behind Zhuo. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Zhuowen's performance just now was too shocking. The Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's 3rd prince, Yuanqing, had come aggressively to denounce and provoke Zhuo. But not only did he fail, but Zhuowen's heavenly venerables he had even lost. The 3 great heavenly venerates of the Alcade sacred dynasty wanted to bully the weak, but had never expected that Zhuo would have 5 great heavenly venerates behind him. The Yuan sage was once again defeated. "Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You have 5 heavenly venerables protecting you. The force behind you must be very powerful, right?" Kanan asked excitedly. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on Zhuo Wenlu's face as he gazed at Jia Nan's excited and clear eyes. Jia Nan is really naive. He actually casually asks such private questions. However, Zhuo also knew that this was Kanan's nature, so he didn't mind too much. Instead, he smiled and said, "You can understand it that way. But this time, the outer court recruitment of excellent God Academy doesn't depend on how strong the force behind you is, but on your own strength and potential." It was too troublesome to explain the origins of Ziyang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables, so Zhuo didn't plan to go into detail. He just wanted Kanan and Gatha to think that the 5 heavenly venerables were sent by the force behind him to protect him. I must enter excellent God Academy this time. Once I succeed, I will return to the far west with my sister to revive our family." Kanan nodded and said proudly, "Revive our family." Zhuo nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He also wanted to revive his family. Fortunately, he had arranged for the Zhuo family members to stay in the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall was surrounded by the Azure Dragon's source energy. The source energy was extremely beneficial to a warrior's cultivation. In addition, the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka from 10,000 years ago. Perhaps they could use the Azure Dragon's source energy to awaken their own dragon soul. Zhuowen was very clear about the strength of a dragon soul. Even if it was a low-level dragon soul, the power it could display was much stronger than an ordinary armor soul. If many members of the Zhuo family awakened their dragon soul, their strength would increase greatly. After staying on the deck for a while, Kanan and Gatha wanted to go back to rest, so Zhuowen had Xing Tinzuin and the other heavenly venerables accompany them back to the third-class cabin. He remained on the deck, silently looking at the terrible weather outside. "Brother Zhuo, I didn't expect you to come to the deck for a breath of fresh air. What a coincidence!" A familiar voice sounded. Zhuowen turned his head and saw Mo Lingtian walking towards him with a smile on his face. "What a coincidence!" Zhuowen nodded and said with a faint smile. Mo Lingtian came to Zhuowen's side and followed Zhuowen's gaze. He also noticed the spectacular weather above the bitter sea and said, "Just now, Ling Tian heard that a young man fought with Yuanqing on the deck and actually cut off one of Yuanqing's arms." Yuanqing of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was flustered and exasperated. He actually sent 3 heavenly venerables to deal with that young man. However, that young man actually had 5 heavenly venerables as his servants, causing Yuanqing to return in defeat. Mo Lingtian looked at Zhuowen with a smile. In fact, when he heard the rumor, he suspected that the young man who fought with Yuanqing should be Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen also had 5 heavenly venerables as his guards. Zhuowen nodded and said indifferently, "It was Yuanqing and the others who provoked me first. They deserved to be humiliated." Mo Lingtian's heart trembled. The young man in the rumor was indeed Zhuowen. Yuanqing was an early-stage golden venerable genius, and a genius of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. His combat strength was definitely more terrifying than ordinary golden venerables. However, Zhuowen still managed to cut off one of his arms. Obviously, Zhuowen, whose cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the venerable realm, was even more terrifying. Mo Lingtian could do the same as a supreme venerate. However, Mo Lingtian knew that if he did not pay a certain price, it would be impossible for him to win against an early-stage golden venerate martialist. If Mo Lingtian were to fight with Yuanqing, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for Yuanqing. After all, they were both geniuses, and their combat strength couldn't be measured by cultivation alone. Mo Lingtian's cultivation was only at the peak of the venerable realm, which was weaker than Yuanqing. However, Zhuowen was able to cut off one of Yuanqing's arms. Even Mo Lingtian was shocked. Brother Zhuo is indeed extraordinary. Defeating a golden venerable while at the venerable realm is something only the top geniuses of the Holy Dynasty can do. However, Brother Zhuo isn't any worse than those top geniuses. Mo Lingtian sighed. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Actually, it's just a fluke." Mo Lingtian took a deep look at Zhuowen. He knew that Zhuowen didn't want to talk about this topic, so he didn't mention it again. "Brother Mo, you are a prince of the Yan Xian dynasty. Do you know the details of the outer courtyard examination of the Jiaxin Academy?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Mo Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Jiaxin Academy doesn't recruit students at a fixed time. As for the specific examination, it's different every time. I remember that the last time they recruited students was more than 10 years ago. Although the assessment is different every year, the format has never changed. There are 3 stages to the outer courtyard's assessment. The first stage is the basic stage. This basic stage has never changed. It tests bone age, cultivation base, and aptitude." Hearing that, Zhuowen was immediately interested and asked, "It actually tests bone age, cultivation, and aptitude. Are there any special requirements for these 3 aspects?" "Of course there are. The minimum requirement to enter the outer courtyard is that you must be under 25 years old and have a cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm. In the past, there was no lack of cultivators who came to take advantage of the situation. Although these cultivators were strong, they would still be rejected by the Jiaxin Academy. Emo Lingtian nodded and said. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the selection process of the Jiaxin Academy was quite principled. However, it was also true. A cultivator's potential would explode at the age of 25. If they were nurtured well during this period, their future would be limitless. However, after the age of 25, their potential had already been set. Even if they had a high cultivation, their future achievements wouldn't be too high. The Jiaxin Academy obviously didn't want to waste time on such old cultivators. This was also why most of the cultivators who came to the Jiaxin Academy to participate in the examination were young cultivators. Moreover, all of them were geniuses. After all, to be able to reach the cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm before the age of 25, there weren't many geniuses in the Xian dynasty who were able to do so. Those who were able to do so were basically heaven-sent geniuses, and these heaven-sent geniuses in the Xian dynasty had become the minimum requirement for the Jiaxin Academy's enrollment. It could be seen how harsh the Jiaxin Academy's enrollment requirements were. As for aptitude, it's actually a cultivator's potential. The higher the aptitude, the greater the potential. This thing is originally an illusory thing and is simply hard to define. However, for a cultivator to reach the cultivation of the Xuanzuan realm before the age of 25, their aptitude wouldn't be bad. Therefore, this test is rather useless in the basic mode. Emo Lingtian continued. Zhuowen nodded and continued to ask, Brother Emo, what are the 2 levels after the basic mode? Emo Lingtian's mouth was full of bitterness as he said, The last 2 levels of the test are the outer court secret. Moreover, every time there's an enrollment, it will change. As for what kind of test it is, it's impossible for us to know. After all, if we knew the contents of the last 2 tests, as long as we came prepared, our chances of passing the test would greatly increase. The Jiaxin Academy wouldn't let this happen. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. However, he also understood that the last 2 tests were the most important criteria for the Jiaxin Academy's outer court enrollment. Only those who performed well in the last 2 tests would have a chance of entering the outer court. Chapter 9:59. Arriving at Jiaxin Island in the boundless sea of bitterness, terrifying black waves rolled and soared into the sky. It was as if there was a huge black dragon hidden in the sea of bitterness, roaring and tossing on the surface of the sea from time to time. It was a magnificent scene. Whoosh! A huge sailboat broke through the countless black waves like a bolt of lightning, passing through the countless waves and sweeping into the distance. On the other side of the Sea of Bitterness, a vast piece of land was faintly discernible in the black waves. It seemed so close yet so far away. When the boundless sailboat gradually approached the piece of land, many cultivators on the deck also started to notice the faintly discernible piece of land in the distance. When the sailboat was 10 miles away from the piece of land, many cultivators on the deck realized that the piece of land was actually an island. It was just that the island was too huge. If they didn't observe it closely, they wouldn't have realized that it was just a huge island floating in the Sea of Bitterness. Is the outer courtyard of the Jiaxin Academy on this island? Many cultivators couldn't help muttering as they stared at the huge island before them. The Jiaxin Academy was an extremely mysterious existence to the cultivators of the eastern lands on the other side of the Sea of Bitterness. The 9 Netherworld realm was even more mysterious and illusory. It was rumored that the 9 Netherworld realm existed in the deepest part of the Sea of Bitterness. However, the Sea of Bitterness was boundless, with no end in sight. Even the boundless sailboat in the desolate ancient city might not be able to reach the end of the Sea of Bitterness. In other words, it was unrealistic to rely on oneself to find the 9 Netherworld realm. If outsiders wanted to enter the 9 Netherworld realm, they would have to be led by someone from the 9 Netherworld realm. Outsiders wouldn't be able to find the entrance to the 9 Netherworld realm. Jian Mu, who had relied on his own strength to cross the Sea of Bitterness, should be a cultivator from the 9 Netherworld realm. Crossing the Sea of Bitterness meant returning to the 9 Netherworld realm alone. Other than having a cultivator from the 9 Netherworld realm lead the way, there was another method, which was to enter the 9 Netherworld realm through the outer courtyard of the Jiaoshan Academy. This could be considered as a shortcut to enter the 9 Netherworld realm. At this moment, the Flame Emperor, Zhuowen, and the other geniuses of the Yanxian Empire were gathered on the deck. Their gazes were all looking at the huge island before them, with hope in their eyes. They were about to arrive at the Divine Institute. This was the thought in the hearts of many martial artists. Who would have thought that the Divine College would be located on an island? Also, this bitter sea is really huge as far as the eye can see. 5 elements, Sex K2 said casually. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and no one knows how big it is. Moreover, in this huge sea of bitterness, there isn't just this one island in front of us. There are many other islands. This boundless sailboat can carry tens of thousands of people. Not all of them will go to the island of Fine God Academy, but some will go to other islands. The Flame Emperor explained faintly, which piqued the curiosity of Zhuowen and the rest. They did not expect that there was more than one island in the Sea of Misery. It seemed that the Sea of Misery was not as simple as they had imagined. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. In the 3 days that he had been in the 3rd-class cabin, he had seen many older martial artists. There were even some martial artists who were carrying some specialties and items from the outside world. The goal of these martial artists was definitely not the Divine College, but the other islands. Perhaps they were bringing the items from the outside world to the other islands to trade for things like spirit stones. After all, the outside world was much bigger than the Sea of Misery, and there were many different types of items. Looking at the bitter sea, it was a barren land, and there were not many martial artists. Naturally, it was not as rich as the outside world. If they were to sell the items on the other islands, the price would be several times higher. While Zhuowen's attention was on the island in front of them, a cold gaze was cast on Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's gaze to freeze. He turned his head and met the gaze of the owner of the cold gaze. The owner of the gaze was no stranger to Zhuowen. It was the 3rd prince of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty, Yuansheng, who had a conflict with Zhuowen 3 days ago. Seeing Zhuowen looking over, Yuansheng's gaze was cold, and he immediately turned his head away. Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly. If this Yuansheng did not know what was good for him and provoked him again, Zhuowen did not mind eliminating the source of trouble. Although the Emperor's aura on Yuansheng's body was terrifying, it could only threaten ordinary heavenly masters. If Zhuowen was in his demon state, he would not be afraid of the Emperor's aura at all. Whoosh! When the ship was 3 miles away from the island, a figure suddenly rushed out from the cabin below the ship. He stepped on the void and came to the deck, a pair of sharp eyes staring at the island in front of him. This person was about 40 years old, and he was dressed in coarse clothes. He looked ordinary, but the aura he exuded made many people tremble. This person was definitely a terrifying Emperor Realm Master. Drop the anchor. When the ship was 1 mile away from the island, the master floating above the deck finally spoke. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying yuan power surged out and turned into 8 huge palms. Like the tentacles of an octopus, they swept towards the ship in all directions. Clang! The sound of chains colliding rang out. Then, the 8 palms pulled out 8 huge anchors from the ship's surface. The 8 palms exerted force, and the 8 thick anchors were plunged into the water. Buzz! 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 A loud sound of friction rang out, and the boundless ship's speed gradually came to a stop. At this moment, they were only half a mile away from the island. On the shore of the island, there was already a group of people wearing the same uniform waiting. They were probably the people from the Fine God Academy who had come to receive the geniuses. Open the seal and lower the viaduct. The Emperor Realm Master in the air roared again. The purple halo above the deck faded, and a half-mile-long viaduct was formed in front of the ship. We have arrived at the Fine God Island. Our destination is the outer court of the Fine God Academy. Passengers may disembark. Remember, you must walk on the viaduct. Once these words were spoken, some of the young martial artists were already impatient. They did not follow the Emperor Realm Master's words and directly flew towards the shore. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, 3 screams rang out. The first 3 young martial artists who flew out seemed to be affected by a terrifying gravitational force the moment they stepped off the ship. One after another, they fell into the bitter sea. When they fell into the bitter sea, a terrifying corrosive force spread throughout their bodies, making them unable to resist. Their bodies were slowly corroded from their feet to their bodies. Finally, they turned into a pool of black water. Hiss! Hiss! Gasps could be heard one after another. Originally, there were many cultivators at the back who thought it was troublesome and wanted to directly cross the sea of bitterness to reach the shore. But now, all of them stopped in their tracks, their legs trembling, and they didn't dare to take another step. The bitter sea is a cursed sea. Above the bitter sea, there is an extremely terrifying gravitational force. Martial artists below the Emperor Realm who wish to fly above the bitter sea are simply courting death. The Emperor Realm Master hovering above the deck glanced indifferently at the martial artists who had turned into 3 pools of black water. He slowly opened his mouth and continued, "Even Emperor Realm Masters will not be able to hold on for long if they fall into the bitter sea. If you think you are strong enough, you can fly like the 3 people just now. There is no need to walk on the viaduct." As soon as these words were spoken, many people cursed in their hearts. 3 exalted realm cultivators had died for no reason. With such a precedent, how could they possibly treat their own lives as a joke? Hence, the martial artists on the deck followed the viaduct in an orderly manner and slowly walked down the shore. The Flame Emperor also brought Zhuowen, Mo Lingtian, and the rest. They blended in with the crowd, looking very ordinary. After all the martial artists on the deck had disembarked, the Emperor Realm Master on the deck shouted again and steered the boundless sailboat towards the other islands. Once the boundless sailboat left, everyone's gaze landed on the group of people wearing uniforms on the shore. They knew that this group of people should be the martial artists sent by the Divine Academy to receive them. However, what surprised everyone was that this group of 20 people were all at the Heavenly Venerate Realm. The weakest was at the initial stage of the Heavenly Venerate Realm, while the strongest was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. Moreover, these 20 people were not old. The average age was no more than 30 years old. They should be students from the Outer Academy. This group of people was led by a man and a woman. The man was cultured and elegant, and his actions were appropriate. The woman was charming and had good looks. They could be considered a perfect match. The man walked forward with a smile and said, "You must be the juniors who came from the outside world to participate in the Outer Academy assessment. My name is Qingdong, and I'm likely to become the senior of many of you. This time, the Outer Academy sent me to receive you. So it's Senior Qingdong. When I was in the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, I often heard of Senior Qingdong's name. You are a genius on the Heavenly Venerate list." Qingdong's eyes lit up. He stared at Yuanqing and said, "You are from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty? How are Yuan Zhao and Yuan Kong related to you?" Yuanqing raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "They are my brothers. Yuan Zhao is my eldest brother, and Yuan Kong is my second brother. So that's how it is. Your eldest brother and second brother are very talented. In the test a few days ago, their results were very good, and they were crowned as monsters. It's worth mentioning that your eldest brother, Yuan Zhao, is very talented. I believe it won't be long before he can enter the Heavenly Venerate list," Qingdong suddenly said with a smile. Eldest brother and second brother both passed the test. Yuanqing's face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Many cultivators in the surroundings looked at them with envy. The Yaoguang Holy Dynasty was indeed worthy of being one of the 7 strongest forces in the outside world. Yuan Zhao and Yuan Kong's talents were actually praised by Qingdong. Moreover, this Yuanqing's talent was also not weak. It was likely that he would also be able to enter the Outer Academy. Blue Whale, Holy Dynasty's Blue Smoke greets Senior Qingdong. Chapter 960. Arcane Heavenly Master. Oh, you're from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty? Your Blue Whale Holy Dynasty isn't bad either. The Blue Whale Crown Prince from a few days ago also performed well in the test. His talent isn't any weaker than Yuan Zhao's. You should perform well too. Qingdong looked at Blue Smoke and smiled. The Crown Prince is the son of the Holy Dynasty's Emperor. Blue Smoke can't compare to him. Being able to enter the outer court is already Blue Smoke's greatest satisfaction. Blue Smoke cupped his hands and said ambiguously. However, when Qingdong mentioned the Blue Whale Crown Prince, Blue Smoke's eyes flashed with sharpness. Clearly, he was just being polite when he said that he couldn't compare to the Blue Whale Crown Prince. Qingdong nodded. His gaze once again landed on the other two groups of people in the crowd. One of them was wearing a fiery red long robe with a cluster of flames embroidered on their robes. Moreover, the strange thing was that the flames suddenly became like real flames. They continuously danced and burned, emitting a scorching heat. Many cultivators nearby couldn't stand the high temperature and avoided this group of people. You're from the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty, right? Qingdong asked with a smile. This group of people cupped their hands at Qingdong. A young man with fiery red hair smiled and said, Senior Qingdong really has sharp eyes. I'm Fenji from the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. Qingdong waved his hand and said with a smile, It's not that I have sharp eyes, but the symbol on your robes is too obvious. It's hard not to connect you to the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. The group of people standing on the other side of the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty slowly walked out. This group of people was as thick as monsters, especially their arms, which were almost as thick as an ordinary person's thigh. Yuan Tong from the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty greets Senior Qingdong. A robust young man with dark skin cupped his hands at Qingdong and smiled. The smile on his face looked very simple and honest. Qingdong nodded and said meaningfully, This class is really coincidental. The people of the four great sacred dynasties from the outside world came together, and yesterday, the disciples of the Myriad Sword sect, Cold Moon Palace, and Yellow Mystic sect also came together. Their sect doesn't want to be associated with our Holy Dynasty's people, so they chose to travel on a ship that was one shift earlier than ours. Yuan Tong shrugged helplessly. Qingdong nodded. Clearly, he was aware of the grudges between the four great sacred dynasties and the three great sects, so he didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he waved his hand and said, Follow me to the outer courtyard. Once you're there, you can take the basic test. After saying that, Qingdong and the group of 20 people walked along the main road ahead. Behind them, nearly 1,000 cultivators looked at each other and followed behind Qingdong. Zhuowen glanced at the people of the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty and the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. These two holy dynasties were extremely low-key, and when Qingdong mentioned the people of these two holy dynasties, he wasn't as close as he was to Yuanqing and Blue Smoke. Qingdong's different treatment made Zhuowen realize that the foundation of the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty and the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty should be ranked at the bottom of the four great sacred dynasties. Moreover, the more famous geniuses of these two holy dynasties were only Yuan Tong and Fenji. They weren't like the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Alcade Holy Dynasty. However, even so, Yuan Tong and Fenji's cultivation were very strong. At the very least, they were at the Golden Venerable Realm. Moreover, the foundation of a holy dynasty like this was usually extremely rich. They probably had extremely powerful trump cards on them, making them much more difficult to deal with than ordinary cultivators. This island is called Excellent God Island. I think everyone has heard of this name before. It's named after our Excellent God Academy. Dong walked in front and introduced the excellent god Island to the many cultivators behind him in a clear voice. Moreover, from his appearance, it seemed that he was very proud of being able to become a member of the excellent God Academy. There was a trace of pride between his brows from time to time. Of course, it wasn't just Dong. The other 20 students of the excellent God Academy who came with Dong had proud expressions on their faces. They weren't any weaker than Dong's. The excellent God Island is 100,000 miles wide. There are countless peaks and mountain ranges. Moreover, what's even rarer is that there is a huge yuan vein on this excellent God Island. The cultivation speed in the excellent God Academy is several times faster than the outside world. All of this is because of the yuan vein on the island. Dong continued his introduction. Yuan vein? I didn't expect that the excellent God Island would contain a yuan vein. No wonder the geniuses who entered the excellent God Academy all have terrifying strength and monstrous battle prowess after learning something. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He naturally knew about yuan veins. Yuan veins contained extremely pure yuan qi. This pure yuan qi didn't need to be overly refined by cultivators and could be directly transformed into yuan qi. Generally, when cultivators absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth, they would need to undergo refinement before they could transform it into yuan qi. Therefore, cultivators would need to spend a large amount of time to refine the impurities in the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only then would they feel at ease transforming the yuan qi into yuan qi and storing it in their dantian. However, the pure yuan qi within the yuan vein didn't have any impurities. Cultivators didn't need to spend too much time refining the yuan qi within the yuan vein. They could directly absorb the yuan qi and refine it into yuan qi. Without a doubt, cultivators who relied on the yuan vein to cultivate would have a much faster cultivation speed. This was also a shortcut to increasing one's cultivation in a short period of time. Looking at the amazed expressions of the people behind him, the corners of Dong's mouth curled up. He was naturally very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Our excellent God Academy's outer court is located in a city in the center of the island. Of course, there are other cities on the excellent God Island, but they aren't as strong as our excellent God Academy. As Dong spoke, he led everyone to soar into the sky. He pointed to the center of the island and continued, "That city is the main city of the excellent God Academy." Everyone looked over. What entered their eyes was a huge city that was as terrifying as a giant beast. The surface of the city was emitting a milky white light. The milky white light was like a steaming fog. It floated in the air and formed a funnel-like white cyclone. Everyone was very familiar with the milky white light. It was the yuan qi. Only extremely pure yuan qi would emit a milky white light. It was very obvious that within the main city of the excellent God Academy, there was a huge yuan vein. The milky white yuan qi was extracted from the yuan vein. Other than the huge city in the center, there were other cities in the surroundings of the main city of the excellent God Academy. There were many cities of different sizes scattered around the area. In the process of passing through these cities, you have to be careful at all times. You have to reveal your identity as a student of the excellent God Academy. Otherwise, you will be easily attacked by them. Now, follow me closely. If you lose track of me, you will be killed by the warriors in the nearby cities. Dong cautioned them. He floated in the air and flew forward at a constant speed. Everyone behind felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that the excellent God Island wasn't as safe as they had imagined. If they couldn't reveal their identity as a student of the excellent God Academy, they would be killed as a foreign species. Follow closely. The Flame Emperor reminded Zhuowen, Mo Lingtian, and the others. The group silently followed behind the large group. Sure enough, when the group flew past a nearby city, a group of warriors rushed out from the city and stared at them vigilantly. However, these people quickly saw that Dong and the others were wearing the uniform of the excellent God Academy. They didn't make a move. Moreover, the warriors in these cities were very strong. Although there weren't any Emperor Realm experts, there were quite a few golden exalts and heavenly exalts. Most of the people who came to take the test were from the Xuanzuan realm. There weren't many supreme exalted geniuses. As for golden exalts, there were probably only geniuses from the 4 great sacred dynasties. There weren't any heavenly exalts among the 1,000 people. This excellent god island is really mysterious. There are so many experts. Kanan and Gatha followed beside Zhuowen. Kanan couldn't help but murmur in excitement. After 3 days of interaction, Zhuowen naturally recognized Kanan and Gatha's character. In addition, it was very likely that Kanan had the undying armor soul. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to befriend Kanan and Gatha. Therefore, the 2 siblings were quite dependent on Zhuowen. Moreover, the 2 siblings knew that Zhuowen came from the Qingxian Empire. Although the Qingxian Empire was much stronger than the Far West land, it was still lacking compared to the 4 great holy empires and the 3 great sections. As long as you enter the excellent God Academy, you can also reach that height, or even stronger, Zhuowen said with a smile. I will. Kanan raised his fist and nodded. Whoosh! After a while, Chengdong led the group and landed in the main city of the excellent God Academy. As soon as they stepped into the main city, everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the Yuan Qi here was dozens of times denser than other places on the excellent God Island. There should be a powerful arcanist in the outer courtyard who set up such a Yuan Qi gathering array. It can gather most of the Yuan Qi in the underground Yuan vein in the main city for the students of the excellent God Academy to cultivate. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Zhuowen nodded. He was, after all, a grade 5 great perfection arcanist. Naturally, he could feel the strong spiritual fluctuations in the primary gathering array. The spiritual fluctuations were even stronger than Elder Shiwan's. It was likely that the arcanist who set up the primary gathering array had a stronger spiritual power than Elder Shiwan. Elder Shiwan was a complete grade 6 arcanist. An arcanist who was stronger than the former could only be a legendary grade 7 arcanist. If the arcanist who set up this Yuan Qi gathering array is really a grade 7 arcanist, then it's really amazing. This is more terrifying than an ordinary Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, grade 7 arcanists have another title, which is Arcanist Heavenly Master. In a sense, the grade 7 Yuan Qi gathering array set up by Arcanist Heavenly Master is a terrifying formation that is comparable to a demonic weapon. Xiao Hei's voice became serious. It was obvious that the Arcanist Heavenly Master he mentioned should be an extremely powerful existence. Chapter 961. Blood Drop Test. The crowd landed in an extremely spacious square. At this moment, the square was filled with a sea of people and was filled with noise. Moreover, they realized that most of the people in the square were young warriors. Obviously, the warriors in the square were basically geniuses from other regions who had come to participate in the entrance test. Although Chengdong's arrival with nearly 1,000 people attracted a lot of attention, the area of the square was too big, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Compared to the 1,000 people Chengdong had brought, it was like a small child in the presence of an adult. Therefore, the crowd in the square only glanced at the crowd behind Chengdong before they quickly retracted their gazes and hurriedly lined up to take the test. The family members, elders, or servants of the warriors who are taking the test, please wait there. You are not allowed to approach the test area without permission. After landing in the square, Chengdong pointed to the empty space on the other side of the square and spoke to the crowd behind him. At this moment, there were many older warriors standing on the empty space. They were probably the warriors who had accompanied the warriors who were taking the test. Zhuowen turned around and said to Ziyang Tianzuin and the other 4 who were standing respectfully behind him, "The 5 of you can go to the empty space and wait there first." When Ziyang Tianzuin and the other 4 heard this, they nodded and walked straight to the empty space. The other people who had accompanied the warriors in the group also left. Among them Yan Di gave some instructions to the crowd and did not stay for long. The group of nearly 1,000 people had shrunk by 2/3, leaving only about 300 people. Follow me to the registration area in front of the square. However, there will be a basic test waiting for you there. Of course, if anyone wants to fish in troubled waters, I think they should give up on that idea as soon as possible. Cheng Dong glanced at the crowd, then waved his sleeves and led the crowd to the front of the square. At the end of the square, there were many counters. Behind each counter stood an expressionless young man in a long black robe. On each counter, there was a palm-sized, blood-colored crystal. No one knew what it was for. Cheng Dong led everyone to the back of one of the counters. This counter also had the fewest number of people in line. However, this was relative. Zhuowen estimated that there were at least 800 to 900 people in front of this line. Including the 300 new members that joined them, there were almost 1,200 people in line. There are so many people. Zhuowen frowned and muttered in a low voice. This is very normal. After all, the Divine Institute's reputation in the outside world is too great. Moreover, the Eastern Lands is vast and there are countless warriors. Every time the Divine Institute recruits students, the scene would be similar. Mo Lingtian, who was standing beside Zhuowen, laughed softly. Xian Xing, K2, and Zui Qingfeng followed behind Mo Lingtian. After all, Mo Lingtian was the true number one among the younger generation of the Yanxian Empire. Although Zhuowen's strength wasn't much weaker than Mo Lingtian's, Zhuowen wasn't someone from the Yanxian Empire. Naturally, they couldn't completely trust Zhuowen. That's right. It'll be dark before it's our turn. Zhuowen shrugged and said without a care, a martial artist's cultivation was measured by months and years. To be able to become a genius martial artist, their patience was not bad. This kind of waiting would not make them feel too impatient. 23 years old, Xuanzuan Realm's early stage pass. 22 years old, Xuanzuan Realm's late stage pass. 22 years old, Sovereign Realm's early stage, not bad pass. 30 years old, Xuanzuan Realm's early stage. Uncle, you're already 25 years old, but you're only at the early stage of the Xuanzuan Realm's early stage. Don't you feel ashamed? You're not qualified. Scram. 23 years old, half step into the Xuanzuan Realm. Brother, don't embarrass yourself with your cultivation. Scram. The examiner at the front was like the strictest judge as he announced the results of the test. Naturally, there were people who were happy and people who were worried. In particular, some older martial artists who wanted to take advantage of the situation, or martial artists whose cultivation did not pass the test, were mercilessly exposed by the testers. This made them feel ashamed as they quickly left the square. What surprised Zhuowen was that there were quite a number of such people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. There was a tendency for them to take advantage of the situation, which annoyed the examiner to no end. Once, he even seriously injured one of the people who wanted to take advantage of the situation as an example to others. As the team moved forward, it was Zhuowen's turn soon. These 300 people had all set off from the ancient barren city together. Although there were some people who wanted to take advantage of the situation, there were much fewer than the previous team. 22 years old, initial golden venerate realm. You're not bad. Pass. Suddenly, the examiner at the front raised his voice and attracted the attention of many people. Even the warriors at the other counters noticed Zhuowen's team, and their eyes fell on the figure in front of them. Zhuowen was naturally familiar with this person. He was Yuansheng, the third prince of the Alcade sacred dynasty. He was able to reach the initial golden venerate realm at the age of 22. His talent was indeed extraordinary. The examiner's gaze softened. Yuansheng raised his chin high, obviously enjoying the attention from the surrounding people. Then, like a proud peacock, he walked towards the candidate selection hall behind the counter. Behind Yuansheng was Blue Smoke of the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty. Blue Smoke still had a warm smile on his face. Under the guidance of the examiner, he cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blood-red crystal. Whoosh! An extremely dazzling light gushed out. Then the examiner looked at blue smoke in surprise and said loudly, "You're very good. 23 years old. Late golden venerate realm. Pass." Whoosh! As soon as the examiner landed, many people in the surroundings looked over again. This team in front of them was somewhat extraordinary. It hadn't been long since the test started, and 2 golden venerate realm geniuses had already been tested. However, the shocking results were yet to come. Yuan Tong of the Divine Arm Sacred Dynasty and Fenji of the Burning Flame Sacred Dynasty were both in the Golden Venerate realm. Yuan Tong was in the Middle Golden Venerate realm, while Fenji and Blue Smoke were in the Late Golden Venerate realm. For Golden Venerate realm geniuses had appeared consecutively. The examiner at the counter couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. As for the other cultivators in the queue, they were all dumbfounded. They subconsciously thought that they were hallucinating. Those who had reached the Xuanzuan realm before the age of 25 could be crowned as geniuses. Supremes were peerless geniuses, Golden Venerates were monstrous geniuses, and Heavenly Venerates were monstrous geniuses. The outer court test had already started for 3 days. However, only the first day of the test had more monstrous geniuses. Among them, there were even monstrous geniuses. Today there were 4 of them, and all 4 of them were in the same team. The other examiners at the counter were filled with envy. The examiners at the counter also had benefits. The more geniuses they tested, the more benefits they would receive. The examiners at the counter in front of Zhuowen's team had tested 4 monstrous geniuses at once. After the test ended, the examiners would naturally give him a lot of benefits. That was why the other examiners were filled with envy. On the other hand, the other people in Zhuowen's team were much calmer. Yuan Sheng, Blue Smoke, and the other 3 were the top geniuses of the 4 great sacred dynasties. If they hadn't reached the Golden Venerate realm, they would have found it strange. The team moved forward at a moderate pace. Soon it was Zhuowen's turn. When it was Mo Lingtian's turn, the latter smiled and came to the counter to drip his blood for the test. 23 years old, Peak Supremes. Not bad, you pass. The examiner was in a good mood. He nodded at Mo Lingtian and allowed him to pass through the counter and enter the back. After that, Zue Qingfeng, Xianxing, and K2, who were behind Mo Lingtian, naturally passed the test as well. Sister, don't be afraid. It's just a drop of blood. When it was Jianan's turn, she first encouraged Gatha behind her. Then she came to the counter and dripped her blood for the test. 19 years old, Middle Xuanzuan realm. You pass. After the examiner finished speaking, Jianan passed through the counter and came to the back. She stared at Gatha and Zhuowen with a smile on her face. Gatha was a little nervous. Her face was pale, and she didn't know what to do. However, a broad hand landed on Gatha's shoulder. Then Gatha saw a gentle smile. Gatha, don't be afraid. Your big brother and I are watching you, Zhuowen said gently. Hearing this, Gatha's heart calmed. She nodded firmly and said softly, Thank you, big brother Zhuo. As she spoke, Gatha walked to the counter. She bit her thumb with her silver teeth and dripped a drop of blood. 18 years old, Middle Xuanzuan realm. You pass. The examiner looked at Gatha again, reaching the Middle Xuanzuan realm at the age of 18. This little girl and the young man just now had great potential. After she finished speaking, Gatha passed through the counter and came to Jianan's side. The 2 siblings looked at Zhuowen's test results together. Next, the examiner looked at Zhuowen and said calmly. Zhuowen stepped forward and casually dripped a drop of blood. With his cultivation and age, there was no doubt that he would pass. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't seem to care. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. However, something strange happened. When Zhuowen's blood fell on the blood-colored crystal, the blood-colored crystal suddenly emitted a strange blood aura instead of light. This blood aura flowed through the wound on Zhuowen's thumb and surged into Zhuowen's body. Then, Zhuowen felt a warm power spread throughout his body. Buzz! The crimson crystal began to tremble violently. Zhuowen discovered that the energy surging out of the crimson crystal faintly had a trace of perfect compatibility with the demon path of massacre that he cultivated. It was actually able to strengthen the demon path of massacre. Feeling the throbbing of the demon path of massacre in his body, Zhuowen frowned and thought to himself, could this blood-red crystal be related to the demon path of massacre? The examiner at the counter panicked. He didn't know why this would happen to the blood-red crystal. This had never happened before. What did you do just now? After thinking about it, the examiner knew that it must be because of the young man in front of him. He couldn't help but ask. Crack. Chapter 962. Retesting ** crack. ** a clear, shattering sound rang out from the counter. Soon after, the originally noisy surroundings immediately became silent. One could even hear a pin drop as everyone's gazes converged on the counter where Zhuowen was located. The testing crystal had actually shattered. This was something that had never happened in the past few days of testing. Is there a problem with the testing crystal on the counter? Or is it because of this young man? After the silence, there was an uproar. Many people pointed at Zhuowen, who was standing in front of the counter with strange gazes. Standing in the open space behind the counter, the cultivators who had passed the test also looked over. Among them, Yuansheng from the Alcade Holy Dynasty smirked, revealing a trace of mockery. Blue Smoke from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty narrowed his eyes. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The others also had strange expressions on their faces. After all, this was the first time they had seen a testing crystal shattering. Jianan and Gatha, the two siblings, looked worried. They didn't know whether the result of the testing crystal shattering was good or bad. Zhuowen sank into deep thought. The blood-red crystal contained an extremely strong power of slaughter. This power of slaughter was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the demonic path of slaughter. When his blood came into contact with the blood-red crystal, it resonated with the demonic massacre path in his body. In addition to the tyrannical style of the demonic massacre path, the slaughter energy in the crystal was directly absorbed by the demonic massacre path in his body. What is the origin of this crystal? Zhuowen wondered inwardly. Boom. A terrifying aura filled the air. Then the tester standing in front of the counter stared coldly at Zhuowen and asked, Let me ask you, what did you do just now? How did you cause the blood crystal to shatter? A heavenly venerable? Zhuowen took several steps back and looked at the testing staff in front of the counter. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This divine academy was truly extraordinary. The testing staff they sent out was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. However, looking at the overbearing tester, Zhuowen said indifferently, I'm just following your instructions and dripping my essence and blood into this crimson crystal. As for why the crimson crystal shattered, what does that have to do with me? Perhaps there's a problem with its quality. Zhuowen naturally would not admit that the shattering of the blood crystal had something to do with him. After all, judging from the expression of the tester, the blood crystal should be very valuable. If he admitted it, the tester would definitely not let the matter rest. Hence, he could only use this as an excuse. The examiner narrowed his eyes and said coldly, This didn't happen when the others were tested. Why did it shatter when it was your turn? If it's not you, who else could it be? Seeing that the tester was unwilling to let him off, Zhuowen frowned and said, I really don't know anything about the blood crystal. What do you want? The tester sneered and said, The blood crystal is something that I painstakingly obtained from Azura Island. Its value is immeasurable. However, since you are a newcomer, I'll charge you 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hua! As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Obviously, no one thought that this tester would demand such an exorbitant price. A small blood crystal actually cost 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Wasn't this robbery? Of course. Many people's eyes were filled with ridicule. After all, the one to compensate wasn't them, but Zhuowen, who had shattered the blood crystal. What a pitiful kid! Yuan Qing ridiculed from the open space behind the counter. Zhuowen's complexion turned unsightly. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones could buy a good quality emperor-level spiritual treasure. However, this tiny blood crystal could be compared to an emperor-level spiritual treasure. Zhuowen knew that the tester was probably asking for an exorbitant price to extort him. Wu Sheng, I still have a blood crystal here. Why don't you use it first? Maybe there really was a problem with the blood crystal just now? Suddenly, a gentle and warm voice was heard. Soon after, Cheng Dong had unknowingly arrived in front of the counter where Zhuowen was at. A similar blood crystal lay on his palm. So it's Senior Cheng Dong. However, this blood crystal was obtained by you. How could I dare to take it? The tester, named Wu Sheng, quickly waved his hand and said. Cheng Dong shook his head and said, Your blood crystal is broken, but the test will continue. Also, this little brother is a newcomer to the academy. Blood crystals have always been extremely hard. I'm afraid that your blood crystal might really be an accident. Hearing Cheng Dong's words, Wu Sheng could only agree. He took Cheng Dong's blood crystal and coldly stared at Zhuowen. Continue the test? If this blood crystal breaks again, you won't be able to explain yourself even if you have 100 mouths. Thank you so much, Senior Cheng Dong. Zhuowen cupped his hands at Cheng Dong, but the latter waved his hand and laughed. There's no need for that. After all, I was the one who brought you here. I can't just ignore it and be irresponsible. Zhuowen nodded. He had a good impression of Cheng Dong. This person was upright, just and not weak. Therefore, Zhuowen secretly remembered this favor. You're already calling me senior brother. Do you really think that you'll be able to enter the academy? Wu Sheng said indifferently. Zhuowen glanced at Wu Sheng indifferently and said, You don't have to worry about that. Let's start the test now. Wu Sheng's expression was slightly sluggish. He looked at Zhuowen's indifferent attitude and said coldly, Let's start the test now. As he spoke, Wu Sheng took Cheng Dong's blood crystal and placed it in front of Zhuowen. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. If the blood crystal broke again, he wouldn't mind killing this arrogant brat on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen began to silently suppress the murderous demonic energy in his body. He then dripped a drop of blood on it. Immediately, the blood crystal emitted a blazing blood-red glow. However, it wasn't like the first time where blood energy gushed out. The blood-red glow appeared for a while before it slowly receded and returned to its original state. Zhuowen said indifferently, The blood crystal didn't break. Can you announce the results now? Wu Sheng narrowed his eyes and snorted. 20 years old, middle stage supreme being. Qualified. The corners of Zhuowen's lips curled up. He walked past Wu Sheng and entered the empty space behind the counter to meet up with Jia, Nan, and Gatha. Cheng Dong glanced at Zhuowen's back. Being able to reach the middle stage, supreme being at the age of 20, this brat's potential wasn't bad. Wu Sheng continued the test. The blood crystal must have broken because of the blood crystal. I'll take my leave first, Cheng Dong said to Wu Sheng, and walked towards the empty space behind the counter. However, Wu Sheng's face was filled with depression as he muttered to himself. Could it be that there was really a problem with his blood crystal? The empty space behind the counter was huge. There were thousands of cultivators standing in the empty space, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. These people were all geniuses who had passed the foundational test. Cheng Dong's arrival caused everyone to stop chatting. Their eyes were bright as they stared at Cheng Dong. This Cheng Dong could be considered as one of the people in charge of the recruitment of new students this time around. Naturally, no one dared to slight him. First of all, Congratulations to everyone for passing the foundational test. However, this is only the first stage of the recruitment, so everyone shouldn't be arrogant. There are still 2 more tests. The results of these 2 tests will determine whether you can enter the Divine Academy's outer court. As Chengdong spoke till here, he looked around and discovered that the majority of the people in the empty space had excited expressions on their faces. There were even some restless fellows who were itching to make trouble. A trace of satisfaction appeared on their faces. All of you should know that the outer court recruitment test will last for a total of 7 days. However, these 7 days are used to select qualified cultivators. This is the so-called foundational test. Therefore, the second stage of the test will only begin after the foundational test is over. Qingdong said faintly. As for the restless cultivators in the empty space, their faces fell. Right now, they were filled with self-satisfaction and wanted to proceed to the next stage of the test. However, Chengdong had actually said that they would have to wait for 7 days before proceeding to the second stage of the test. In other words, they would have to wait for another 4 days. Seeing the disappointment on the faces of many cultivators, the corners of Chengdong's mouth curled up slightly as he continued. 4 days shouldn't be too long for you. You can wait here in the candidate area for 4 days. When the 7 days are up, we will gather all the qualified cultivators together. At that time, we will divide them into groups. Everyone nodded. They knew that this was the rule set by the Divine Academy's recruitment. After all, the outer court wasn't recruiting just 1 or 2 people. They were recruiting from the entire Eastern continent. Even if those who came were the top geniuses of various forces, the Eastern continent was vast. Forces were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and their numbers were numerous. Every force had sent a few geniuses to come. Many a little makes an ocean, and the number was terrifying. Fortunately, cultivators had excellent patience. Although there were a few who complained, the majority of the cultivators sat down cross-legged in the empty space after their disappointment. They wanted to use these 4 days to train and raise their own cultivation so that they could prepare for the next test. Qingdong said a few more words before leaving the place. He walked towards the testing plaza. After all, the test was still in progress, and he couldn't leave for too long. There are really many cultivators participating in the test this time. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000, right? Mo Lingtian said with a smile as he sat beside Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't mind. He nodded and said, "However, I'm afraid that more than 2/3 of the foundational tests will be eliminated. There should only be about 30,000 people who can enter the second stage of the test. The elimination rate for the second and third stages is even more terrifying. At that time, the number of people who can enter the outer court will be very few." Mo Lingtian nodded in agreement and said, "The Divine Academy pursues the path of the elite. Just being a genius isn't enough. You must be a genius among geniuses to be able to stand out from the rest and enter the inner court. However, I think that with Brother Zhuo's strength and potential, entering the Divine Academy shouldn't be too much of a problem, right?" Mo Lingtian asked with deep meaning. Chapter 963. Hu Jia, Brother Zhuo, you must be joking. I don't have such confidence. After all, even Brother Zhuowen can't guarantee that he will be able to enter Jiaxin Academy. Naturally, I can't guarantee it either, Mo Lingtian said with a smile. We only need to do our best. Whether or not we can enter the academy isn't something we can do just because we want to. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a meditative state. Mo Lingtian's eyes flickered. Now he couldn't see through Zhuowen. Whether it was the rumor about the Qin Xian Empire's Zhuowen that the Flame Emperor had mentioned, or the fact that Zhuowen had chopped off one of Yuanqing's arms on the deck of the boundless sailboat, or the shattering of the blood crystal during Zhuowen's test. All of these revealed that the young man in front of him wasn't simple and was even more mysterious. However, It was precisely because of Zhuowen's mysteriousness that made Mo Lingtian want to remove the fog that was covering Zhuowen's body and see the truth. Jia, Nan, and Gatha sat silently beside Zhuowen and also sat cross-legged on the ground. The two of them were now following Zhuowen's lead, regardless of whether it was Zhuowen's strength or Zhuowen's attitude towards them. They felt at ease and even a little dependent on him. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by crack. For days passed very quickly. During these 4 days, the testing square was filled with a sea of people. There was an endless stream of young warriors who came to take the test. So much so that the huge square almost couldn't fit them all. Although there were more and more warriors who came to take the test, there were fewer and fewer warriors who could pass. Most of them were people who took advantage of the situation. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the clouds in the morning, a cool morning breeze blew past, bringing a refreshing feeling. The 7 days of foundational testing had finally come to an end. The originally noisy testing plaza had finally become much quieter than before. Those warriors who didn't pass the test were basically brought out of the main city by the people of Divine Academy. They were prepared to send them back. Even if those warriors who didn't pass were unwilling, it was useless. Under the strict orders of Divine Academy, they could only leave the main city unwillingly. In the open space, Zhuowen and the other cultivators opened their eyes one after another, revealing a wisp of light. They slowly stood up, and then their gazes all fell on the other side of the square, where a figure was slowly walking over. Senior Qingdong. Everyone stared at this figure, excitedly. This person was the gentle-looking Qingdong. Everyone knew that Qingdong's arrival was very likely to bring them to participate in the second stage of the test, so everyone's eyes were filled with hope. The corners of Qingdong's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "There are more than 10,000 of you here. Come with me. I'll bring you to the location of the second stage of the test. There are 2 other batches of geniuses waiting there." 2 other batches? Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian looked at each other, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. It seemed that this batch of warriors wasn't the only batch participating in the test. There were actually 2 batches of people. One batch had close to 10,000 people. Then wouldn't 3 batches of people be 30,000? This was a terrifying number. You don't have to be so puzzled. There isn't only one testing plaza. There are 2 other testing plazas in the main city. It's just that I'm in charge of this one, Qingdong explained with a faint smile. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Back then, they were directly brought to this plaza by Qingdong. They hadn't wandered around the main city, so they naturally didn't know that there were 2 other testing plazas in the main city. Now, you can summon those who are related to you and follow me to the location of the second stage of the test. After Qingdong finished speaking, the nearly 10,000 warriors in the open space brought their respective people to their sides. The Flame Emperor Ziyang Tianzuan and the rest also came to the side of Zhuowen, Mo Lingtian, and the other geniuses from the Yenqian Empire. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Everyone brought their respective people. Nearly 10,000 people followed behind Qingdong in a mighty manner. I wonder what the second stage of the test will be like. Jia then clenched his fists and said excitedly. Not only Jia Nan, but the expressions of the nearly 10,000 people were similar. Whether they were snakes or dragons, whether they could enter the outer yard depended on the remaining 2 stages of the test. However, Zui Qingfeng was a little worried. This time there are peerless geniuses from the Xuanzuan realm, the Sovereign Realm, the Golden Sovereign Realm, and even the Heavenly Sovereign Realm participating in the test. If they are all tested together, wouldn't those with lower cultivation be at a disadvantage? As soon as he said that, Zhuowen, Mo Lingtian, and the rest nodded their heads. Zui Qingfeng was right. The cultivation of these geniuses was different. It would be fine if they met those with lower cultivation, but if they met those with higher cultivation, it would be disastrous. The Flame Emperor frowned and shook his head. I'm not sure, but the Divine Academy doesn't focus on cultivation. Instead, they focus on talent and potential. I don't think their test will be unfair. Swoosh! Swoosh! Soon, the nearly 10,000 people under Qingdong's lead arrived at a huge cliff. The cliff was nearly 10,000 feet high, and its surface was as smooth as a mirror. This huge cliff was located in the northwest region of the main city. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a large, open space. At this moment, there was already a group of figures standing on the open space. This group of figures was faintly divided into two groups. If one were to count them carefully, there were at least 20,000 of them. This group of figures should be the geniuses that Qingdong had mentioned. They should be the geniuses that had been selected from the other two test grounds in the main city. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded, attracting the attention of the nearly 20,000 cultivators on the open space. Soon after, Qingdong led the nearly 10,000 people behind him and landed in an open space in the open space. Qingdong, you're a little late. We've been waiting here for half an incense stick's time. As soon as Qingdong landed, a beautiful figure slowly walked over from one of the groups in the open space and spoke in a somewhat reproachful tone. This beautiful figure was a woman dressed in sexy clothes. Her slender waist swayed gently, and as she walked, there was a seductive and enchanting feeling. Her plump breasts were slightly opened, revealing an alluring curve. Many people in the open space looked at the enchanting woman who was walking over, their eyes filled with intoxication. Although the woman in front of them was not a peerless beauty, she was definitely worth looking at, especially the faintly discernible charm that she revealed, which was always able to firmly attract everyone's attention. This woman knew how to display her charm. It could be said that she was definitely a stunner. Seeing the enchanting woman walking over, Qingdong's gaze froze, and he immediately said gloomily, "Hu Jia!" There's still half an incense stick of time before the second stage of the test begins. You guys came so early, didn't you have to wait? Now you're blaming me for being late. Humph. If you're late, then you're late. Why are you still looking for excuses? Hu Jia curled her lips, her rosy cherry lips pouting. It actually had a different kind of seduction, leaving many geniuses behind, Qingdong dumbstruck with amazement. But Qingdong was somewhat speechless. But Hu Jia was this kind of personality, so Qingdong did not care about this either. Instead, his gaze was placed on the open space. Hu Jia's group said, "Looking at your appearance, your mood is pretty good. Could it be that the testing plaza you guys are in has a few good seedlings?" The corners of Hu Jia's mouth curled up slightly, both eyes curved into crescent moons, and he said, "There are indeed a few pretty good seedlings." The top genius disciples of the three major sects outside all came to the testing plaza that I'm in to take the test, especially the myriad sword sect's monstrous palm tree. He actually reached the initial stage Empyrean realm, and his age is merely 23 years old. There's also Cold Moon Palaces, Shike and Yellow Mystic sects Huangxian, both at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. These three people are considered the strongest in my group. Initial stage Empyrean realm. Qingdong's face slightly stiffened. He also did not expect that in the testing plaza where Hu Jia was, there would actually be a peerless monster in the early stage of the Empyrean realm. Looks like your group is comparable to Qi Ji's group? Qingdong's gaze landed on another group of people without leaving a trace. The leader of that group of people had delicate features, slender limbs, and carried an ancient sword on his back. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and stood there like a sharp sword. This person was the person in charge of the other plaza, Qi Ji. Sword cultivator? Zhuowen, who was standing in the middle of the group, focused his gaze on Qi Ji, who was standing on the other side of the open space without saying a word. The aura on Qi Ji's body was very sharp. His entire person was like an unsheathed sharp sword. He had seen this aura from Jianmu in the desolate ancient city, but Chi-Ji's sharp aura was completely inferior to Jianmu's. A person was like a sword, and a sword was like a person. His entire body emitted a sharp sword-like aura. This was a realm that only sword cultivators could reach. On the other hand, sword cultivators were good at attacking. They were able to defeat the strong as the weak and challenge the strong. Although they were not as terrifying as devil cultivators, they were much stronger than ordinary warriors. This Chi-Ji's aura was even stronger than Hu Jia and Chengdong's. His strength was probably even above Chengdong and Hu Jia's. Hu Jia curled his lips and said somewhat unhappily, "It can only be said that Chi-Ji's luck is too good." The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown Prince Yun Zhongyang and the Alcade Holy Dynasty's Yuan Zhao and Yuan Kong. These three monstrous geniuses have all gone to the testing plaza where he is. Chengdong nodded, a trace of gloominess in his eyes. Among the two groups of people that Chi-Ji and Hu Jia were in charge of, there were peerless geniuses. Only the plaza that he was in charge of didn't have a single one. The strongest ones were the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's Blue Smoke and Burning Flame, Holy Dynasty's Finji, who were both in the late stage of Golden, Venerable Realm. It could be said that the quality of the people he was in charge of was far inferior to the geniuses that Hu Jia and Chi-Ji were in charge of. Thinking of this, the corner of Chengdong's mouth was filled with a bitter smile. "Chengdong, among the people you're in charge of, there should also be peerless geniuses, right? Introduce them to me." Hu Jia's beautiful eyes turned slightly and immediately landed on the people behind Chengdong and asked curiously. Chi-Ji, who was standing on the other side of the open space, also cast his gaze towards Chengdong. He was also somewhat curious about the lineup of people that Chengdong was in charge of and whether or not they could surpass the quality of his group. Chengdong's face stiffened, his eyes flickered, and he sighed. "Let's be honest. The quality of the people I'm in charge of is completely incomparable to you and Chi-Ji. In the group I'm in charge of, the strongest and most talented should be Blue Smoke of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Finji of the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. These two people's cultivations are in the late stage of Golden, Venerable Realm." Chapter 964. Iron Man Cave Hu Jia's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. She did not expect that in the group of people that Chengdong was in charge of, the strongest was only at the late stage of the Golden Exalt Realm. Chi-Ji was also stunned for a moment. Then his gaze regained its coldness, and he no longer looked over. Without a doubt, among the three groups of people, only Chengdong's group was of the worst quality, and it was even more impossible for them to compete with the group he was in charge of. "Chengdong, maybe you didn't observe carefully. There might be a peerless monster in your group, but that guy likes to hide his cultivation, so you didn't see through it." Hu Jia didn't know what to say, and could only use this completely unreliable reason to comfort Chengdong. Of course, even she herself didn't believe this reason. The opportunity to enter Jiaxin Academy was so rare. How could there be anyone hiding their cultivation? Wasn't that just courting death? Chengdong smiled bitterly, but did not point it out. He only nodded and said, "I hope so." Zhuowen, who was standing in the middle of the group, narrowed his eyes because he realized that there were a few familiar faces in the group that Hu Jia was in charge of. The people from the Qing Xian Empire really came. Zhuowen muttered to himself. In the group of people behind Hu Jia, 5 of them were recognized by Zhuowen at a glance. They were Gran Baihe, Zhu Bai, and Huang Fuwuji, Guosheng, and Morongzhan respectively replaced Huang Fuwudao, Zhuowen, and Qing Yan's positions. Zhuowen only took a glance, then retracted his gaze, his face full of calmness. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, for sounds of breaking through the air came from behind the cliff in front of them. Soon after, they floated above the empty space. The auras of these 4 people were extremely strong, not at all weaker than Ziyang Tianzuan. They were actually 4 peak Empyrean experts. The 4 of them were not young, around 40 or 50 years old. The skin on their faces was slightly wrinkled. Of course, with the lifespan and realm of martial warriors, These 4 people were definitely much older than they looked. Greetings to the 4 instructors. Qingdong, Hujia, and Qiji respectfully cupped their hands towards the 4 old men in the sky. The 4 elders nodded. Then a tall and skinny elder stepped forward. He looked down at the people in the open space and said loudly, "The 3 of you, divide these 30,000 people into 4 groups. They are the Mystique Sovereign Group, the Sovereign Group, the Golden Sovereign Group, and the Heavenly Sovereign Group." Yes, the 3 of them were startled at first. Soon after, they each went to the group they were in charge of and began to choose. Divide yourselves into 4 groups: Mystique Venerable, Supreme Venerable, Golden Venerable, and Heavenly Venerable. Qi Ji and Hu Jia each shouted to the people they were in charge of behind them. Then the people they were in charge of started to stand in line. Qingdong, on the other hand, was a little helpless because there were no Empyrean monsters in the group he was in charge of. He could only say weakly, "You guys can divide yourselves into 3 groups: Mystique Venerable, Supreme Venerable, and Golden Venerable." Not long after, the 3 groups of people finished standing. Among the nearly 30,000 martial warriors, there were only 3 people who were able to reach the Empyrean realm before the age of 25. They were the Yaoguang Sacred Dynasty's Yuan Zhao, the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty's Crown Prince Yin Zhongyang, and the Myriad Sword Sect's Palm Tree. There weren't many Golden Venerable Realm cultivators, only a dozen or so of them. Compared to the 30,000 people, it could be said to be incomparably rare. Most of them were from the Xuanzuan Realm and the Supreme Realm. Among them, the Xuanzuan Realm accounted for 2/3 of them, and the rest were from the Supreme Realm. The quality of the students recruited this time is not bad. The 4 old men's sharp gazes fell on the 3 Empyrean geniuses, and there was a trace of satisfaction on their faces. In the past, it was already considered good if there was 1 Empyrean genius in the recruitment process, but this time there were 3 of them. The 4 old men were naturally delighted. After all, if a cultivator who reached the Empyrean realm before the age of 25 was properly nurtured, advancing to the Emperor realm would not be a problem. Now, let's begin the second stage of the test. The second stage of the test is called the Iron Man Cave. The steep cliff behind me is the location of the test. The tall and thin old man pointed at the cliff behind him and said loudly. Everyone's eyes followed the old man's direction and shifted to the cliff. However, their eyes were filled with doubt. It was clearly an ordinary cliff, and there was no cave on it. The Iron Man Cave, as the name suggested, was definitely a cave. However, the cliff was as smooth as a mirror. How could there be a cave? However, the crowd's doubts didn't last long because the 4 old men floating in the air made hand seals at the same time. A terrifying aura surged out, and then a series of light talismans rushed toward the cliff in front of them like ropes. Kacha! Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the huge cliff, and then 4 huge caves that were hundreds of feet wide appeared on the surface of the cliff. Moreover, the crowd noticed that there was a sturdy figure standing at the entrance of each cave. Upon closer inspection, they weren't real people at all, but strange humanoid figures that were covered with countless iron plates. They were at least 10 feet tall and looked very terrifying. These are the Iron Men guarding the caves. You have seen the 4 caves. From left to right, they are divided into 4 levels: the Xuanzuan Realm, the Supreme Realm, the Golden Realm, and the Empyrean Realm. You can choose a cave that matches your cultivation. Once you pass, you will pass the second stage of the test. There are many mechanisms in the Iron Man Cave. Once you pass through the Iron Man Cave and reach the entrance of the cave, you will pass the second stage of the test. You can continue to participate in the third stage of the test. Of course, there are also good opportunities in the Iron Man Cave. There are armor techniques, spiritual treasures, spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and other resources. If you have the ability to break through, you can obtain all of them. Treat them as a gift from the students. At this point, the skinny old man stopped and looked at the crowd quietly. As soon as he said that, Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. If what the skinny old man said was true, then the resources hidden in the Iron Man cave wouldn't be bad. In other words, if they were strong enough, they could obtain all the benefits in the cave. Senior, since the Iron Man cave is divided into 4 levels, does it mean that the things in each level are different? The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yun Jongyang, suddenly stepped forward and asked. Yun Jongyang was a young man whose eyes were filled with pride and arrogance. His body exuded a strong sense of confidence, which had reached the point of conceit. Compared to the arrogant Yun Jongyang, the myriad sword sex palm tree was much more normal. His expression was calm, and his eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. On the other hand, the Alcade Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yuan Zhao, had an ordinary appearance. His face was ordinary, and he was dressed in gray cotton clothes. He was the most inconspicuous of the 3. The skinny old man nodded approvingly and said, "You're right. Since the Iron Man cave is divided into 4 levels, it naturally goes from easy to difficult. Mystique Venerables are the easiest, and the resources inside are the worst. Heavenly Venerables are the hardest, and the resources inside are naturally the best." As expected, Zhuowen thought inwardly. Since the Iron Man cave was divided into difficult and easy levels, the resources inside would naturally be divided into good and bad. Of course, if someone is confident in his cultivation, he can also challenge the Iron Man cave that is 1 level higher than him. However, there is only one chance. If he fails, he will be directly eliminated. Therefore, this old man advises everyone to know their own limits. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity to enter the outer court. As soon as the old man said that, some cultivators who were eager to give it a try felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, and their hearts gradually cooled down. There was only one chance for this kind of challenge. If they tried to challenge the Iron Man cave that was higher than them and failed, they would be directly eliminated. For some cultivators with decent strength, it would be an extreme pity. I'll try the sovereign Iron Man cave. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the crowd and instantly rushed to the entrance of the second cave. This person was young, about 20 years old, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was probably coveting the resources behind the sovereign Iron Man cave. Flood dragon entering the sea. As soon as the young man came up, he used a powerful armor technique. Terrifying origin energy surged out and turned into a vast ocean around him. Then a huge flood dragon descended from the sky and swooped down, pouncing on the sturdy Iron Man cave. The Iron Man cave slowly turned his head and stared at the flood dragon in silence. However, the huge axe on his shoulder chopped down with a sharp edge. Pucci! The huge flood dragon was chopped into pieces by the huge axe before it could even get close to the Iron Man cave. Then, the huge axe's momentum did not change, and it actually swept straight towards the young man. The young man was so shocked that he quickly used his armor spirit. Sizzle! The young man's armor soul was a huge python. Its scarlet tongue flickered in and out of its mouth, and its triangular eyes were extremely cold and sinister. However, the Iron Man cave's huge axe still carried an indomitable momentum. He did not have any scruples about the terrifying python at all. As long as it was in his way, he would cut it down without exception. Pucci! What was shocking was that even though the young man had used his armor spirit was still unable to withstand a single blow. It was chopped into countless pieces by the huge axe, and countless blood rained down from the sky. The young man did not even let out a groan as he was chopped into 2 halves by the huge axe. There was no luck at all. Hiss! Hiss! Gasps could be heard. A genius at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm had died in front of everyone just like that. The Iron Man cave did not show any mercy at all. Humph! Didn't this old man just say that we should act according to our strength? This person did not know his own strength, so he deserved to die. Of course, this old man also forgot to mention that the Iron Man cave will not show any mercy. If you can't pass and are killed by him, you can only blame yourselves. Looking at the young man who had been beheaded, the thin and tall old man was expressionless as he explained unhurriedly. However, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Before the young man died, the thin and tall old man didn't explain it clearly. After the young man died in the hands of the Iron Man, he slowly explained it. Obviously, this was done deliberately by the old man. He was waiting for someone to stand out like the young man just now, so that he could make an example out of the others. Of course, if anyone is not confident, you can choose an Iron Man cave that is one level lower than you. It will be much safer that way, the old man suddenly added. However, most of the people present were proud geniuses who thought highly of themselves. How could they choose an Iron Man cave that was lower than them? Chapter 9, 65. Gatha enters the stage. I'll give it a try. Suddenly, Xianxing, who was standing behind Emo Lingtian, tapped her foot on the ground. Her entire body was shrouded in starlight as she rushed towards the second cave. Xianxing is in the initial stage of the Sovereign Realm. I wonder if she can pass the second cave? K2 and Zue Qingfeng whispered worriedly. The two of you can be at ease. Xianxing is not as simple as you imagine. Although her cultivation is only at the initial stage of the Sovereign stage, in terms of battle prowess, by relying on the Myriad Star Hall's Myriad Star Codex, she is completely comparable to an intermediate stage Sovereign. The corners of Emo Lingtian's mouth rose slightly as he spoke with a faint smile. Let's hope so. Zue Qingfeng and K2's eyes flickered as they nodded. Zhuowen, who was standing not far away, also looked at Xianxing. He felt that Xianxing's cultivation technique was similar to Luoxing's in Muqin County's Jade Maiden Star Court. Could it be that the Myriad Star Palace of the Yenxian Empire was related to the Jade Maiden Star Court of the Qingxian Empire? Whoosh! In an instant, Xianxing landed in front of the Iron Man. She stretched out her jade-like hand and released a terrifying burst of starlight towards the Iron Man. Creak! The Iron Man was expressionless as he waved his right hand. The huge axe in his hand blasted out like a hot knife through butter, smashing heavily on Xianxing's starlight. Kacha! With just a single blow, Xianxing's attack was shattered by the Iron Man. The huge axe's momentum didn't decrease at all. It continued to rush towards Xianxing, trying to tear her apart. The huge axe was as thick as Xianxing. If Xianxing was hit by such a huge axe, she would definitely lose a layer of skin, even if she didn't die. Quite a few people started to shake their heads and sigh. They secretly thought that this beautiful woman would probably die in front of them. However, they were even more shocked because this Iron Man's strength was far beyond their imagination. For better or worse, Xianxing was an early venerable realm martial artist, but his attack was actually useless in front of this Iron Man. It was broken in a single strike. This Iron Man's strength was likely comparable to a peak venerable realm martial artist. Moreover, this Iron Man's skin was thick and tough. Even a golden venerable realm martial artist would find it difficult to break through it. Starfall. Looking at the incoming gigantic axe, Xianxing's countenance turned pale. Gritting her teeth, she waved her jade-like hands as an endless amount of astral light gushed forth from her body, after which these astral light fell like meteors, forming a terrifying meteor shower in front of Xianxing. Boom! The huge axe rushed over and heavily smashed against the huge meteor shower curtain. The huge axe, which was like a hot knife through butter, seemed to have sunk into a swamp at this moment as it completely froze in front of the meteor shower curtain. Starburst. The crisp sound of an aureole rang out once again. Then the huge meteor shower actually exploded. The terrifying explosive force filled the entire entrance of the cave. Thud, thud, thud. The metal giant was actually forced back 3 steps under the might of the explosion. Xianxing spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she took a step forward, transforming into a beam of starlight as she shot towards the opening of the metal giant. She wanted to use this opportunity to enter the cave. Boom! Boom! The metal giant roared as he swung his thick right arm, sending the gigantic axe flying out. Only now did the crowd realize that the gigantic axe of the supreme being metal giant actually had another dimension. At the handle of the axe, there was actually a long chain attached to it. The gigantic axe flew out, instantly arriving behind Xianxing. Everyone was sweating profusely for Xianxing. This metal giant was truly not easy to deal with. He actually still had such a move up his sleeves. If Xianxing were to be smashed by the axe, she would really be finished. Star cloud! Xianxing shouted as the countless astral light in the surroundings revolved around her, forming a star cloud that was tens of feet wide, protecting Xianxing within the star cloud. Kacha! The star cloud only lasted for a moment before it actually shattered. However, Xianxing was pretty smart. She immediately retreated at that moment. Although Xianxing reacted in time, the force of the gigantic axe slicing through the air dissipated and slammed into Xianxing's chest, causing her to spurt out a mouthful of blood. She immediately disappeared from the entrance of the cave. He broke in. Looking at Xianxing, who had disappeared into the cave, many cultivators in the open space were shocked. The strength that the metal giant had displayed was too terrifying. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on many people, causing them to be unable to breathe. Xianxing's strength was already considered pretty good. However, she was actually forced into such a sorry state by the metal giant. In the end, she was even almost killed by the metal giant. If it wasn't for Xianxing's high vigilance, she would have already been a dead person. The four old men floating in the air nodded their heads. However, that was all. Although Xianxing's strength was pretty good, it wasn't to the point where they were stunned. After all, as a supreme being, it wasn't something to be proud of if she could barely break into the supreme being metal giant. Xianxing has broken in. Zui Qingfeng and K2 looked at each other and revealed excited smiles. As for Mo Lingtian, he nodded his head. With Xianxing taking the lead, many cultivators in the open space began to get restless. Most of them began to rush towards the metal giant's cave. However, most of the cultivators who rushed out were from the Xuanzuan realm and Supreme Being realm. However, what shocked many people was that most of the cultivators who rushed out to break into the metal giant's cave returned in failure. This was especially true for the Xuanzuan realm's early stage and Supreme Being realm's early stage. They were either killed by the metal giant or had good escape techniques and managed to escape. However, they were mercilessly eliminated. Most of the cultivators who were able to successfully break through the metal giant's cave were late stage and Supreme Being realm's late stage. However, cultivators of this level were relatively rare in their respective teams. Most of the early and middle stage cultivators returned in failure. Big brother Zhua, my sister, and I would like to give it a try first. Kanan, who was standing behind Zhuowen, suddenly said to Zhuowen. Zhua was stunned, and then he said solemnly, "You've seen how dangerous the Iron Man cave is. If we're careless, then it's very likely that we'll even lose our lives. Are all of you sure you'll be able to pass through?" Kanan and Gatha were young. Their cultivation was only in the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm, so Zhuowen was rather worried. After all, the metal giant in the metal giant's cave was cold and merciless. If one strength was not enough, he would be killed without mercy. "I think I'll be fine. However, I think my sister—" Kanan looked at Gatha worriedly as he spoke. To be honest, Gatha's talent was much higher than his. However, Gatha was naturally timid. Although her cultivation was not low, her actual combat experience was pitifully little. Therefore, Kanan was worried that Gatha would have stage fright. At that time, the metal giant wouldn't show any mercy, and Gatha would be in great danger. "You're worried about your sister's safety, right?" Zhuowen's gaze flickered as he spoke softly. Kanan nodded and said, "That's why I don't want Gatha to participate in the test. It's truly too dangerous. No. Big brother, I want to enter the clan with you. Didn't you say that you wanted to revive the clan with me? Gatha spoke abruptly, and her young face was covered in a stubborn expression. Kanan shook his head and said, Gatha, didn't you see what happened just now? You've witnessed how dangerous the Metal Giant's cave is. How would I explain it to Father and the others if anything were to happen to you? Gatha shook her head while traces of mist started to appear in her beautiful eyes. She was like a pear blossom bathed in rain, causing others to feel pity for her. Kanan was distressed when he saw Gatha in such a state. He was truly in a dilemma right now. Zhuowen smiled faintly and patted Kanan on the shoulder. Since Gatha has decided, then let her do it. As for Gatha's safety, you don't have to worry at all. As he spoke, Zhuowen's right hand condensed, and a small, blood-colored spear shadow appeared in his palm. Then it landed between Jiasha's eyebrows, forming a red line. This red line was condensed from the might of the Azura blood spear that Zhuowen possessed, and it contained the entire might of the Azura blood spear. However, it could only be used once. With the protection of this spear, the metal giant from the Xuanzuan realm would absolutely be unable to harm Gatha. As he gazed at the blood-red line between Gatha's brows, Kanan faintly sensed that it was extraordinary. Coupled with the formidable strength that Zhuowen had displayed on the boundless sailboat, Kanan didn't suspect that Zhuowen was deceiving him. Big brother Zhuo, thank you so much for this. Kanan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Zhuowen waved his hand and changed the topic. Which one of you is going to go up first? Let Gatha go up first. I want to watch her. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy, Kanan said softly. Gatha nodded, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. When a mystique venerable one flew out of the metal giant's cave in the Xuanzuan realm, Gatha dashed toward the metal giant's cave. Whoosh! Gatha arrived before the metal giant in an instant. She clenched her fists tightly, and her pretty face was slightly pale. It was obvious that she was somewhat fearful of the gigantic metal giant before her. The metal giant from the Xuanzuan realm was roughly the same as the metal giant from the supreme, venerable realm. However, the weapon in its hand wasn't a giant axe, but a broadsword. The broadsword was even larger than Gatha's, and it emitted a chilling light. Gatha, go for it. On the empty ground, Kanan roared loudly, cheering for Gatha. Many people around him looked at him with disdain. Boom! The metal giant's chilling gaze focused on Gatha. The giant broadsword in its hand slashed down fiercely, and a terrifying hurricane appeared wherever it passed. It was the sound of the blade slicing through the air. This was the result of extreme speed. Gatha's pretty face turned even paler, but she didn't back down. With a wave of her hand, a ray of blue light shot out from between her brows. She had activated her armor soul, materialization, right away. Gatha's armor soul was a blurry figure. However, this figure was surrounded by a cold blue aura, and it was impossible to tell whether this figure was human or not. Zhuowen's sharp eyes could see through the cold aura, and he saw that the figure seemed to be chained up like a prisoner. Heavens! This dragon lord didn't see wrongly, right? This little girl's armor soul is actually this. These two siblings aren't simple at all. At that moment, Xiao Hei's horrified voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind. It was so noisy that Zhuowen wanted to punch it. Chapter 966. Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul Kid. What do you know? The armor soul on this little girl's body is on par with Jianan's undying armor soul. In fact, it is even more terrifying than the undying armor soul. Tell me, how can I remain calm? Xiao Hei said loudly. Zhuo dug his ears, but he was shocked as he asked, What? It is even more terrifying than the undying armor soul. What is the armor soul on Gatha's body? However, Blackie pretended to be unfathomable and said, If I'm not wrong, the armor soul on this little girl should be the legendary Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul. This kind of armor soul is very terrifying. Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul? Zhuowen was stunned, and he looked at the blurry figure that had been summoned by Gatha. Was the so-called Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul really as terrifying as Xiaohe had said? Boom! The metal man roared, and his sword fell from the sky. He slashed down, and the surrounding air was torn apart. Rays of sharp sword radiance formed a barrier around them and sealed off Gatha's escape routes. Clang! The moment the sword came down, the figure that was shrouded in cold air moved. He waved his arms, and the thick chains that were wrapped around his arms turned into a net of chains. They were placed above Gatha to block the powerful sword. Bam! The two collided, and there were countless sparks. Then the powerful sword stopped completely. It was as if time had stopped. Roar! The metal man roared and raised the sword in his hand again. He slashed down fiercely. This time, the power was much stronger than before. Strong winds swirled around and formed a funnel-like spiral. Crack! Suddenly, the net of chains broke apart. Then the mysterious figure took Gatha a few steps back and avoided the attack of the sword. Looking at the scene, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Didn't Xiaohe say that the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul was very powerful? It couldn't even beat the Undying Armor Soul. Why was it so weak? Xiaohe, was this the power of the Scourge Armored Soul? Isn't it too weak? Zhuowen suddenly asked. What do you know? The Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul was too heaven-defying, too terrifying. That was why it was envied by the heavens and suffered the wrath of the heavens. Can't you see that the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul's true body is bound by chains? That chain was sent down by Heaven's wrath, and it sealed away most of the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul's power, Xiaohe muttered. Zhuowen's lips twitched as he said gloomily, in other words, the Heaven's Wrath Armor Soul is completely useless right now, even more useless than ordinary armor souls. In theory, that is indeed the case. However, there is one thing that is without a doubt. Gatha, who possesses the Scourge Armored Soul, can cultivate at a much faster rate than the average person. Her talent is definitely top-notch. Xiaohe nodded as if she was serious. Zhuowen almost wanted to kick her. Wasn't she talking nonsense? What was the use of an armor soul that could not be used, no matter how powerful it was? However, Xiaohe was currently in his consciousness, so Zhuowen could only think about it. In other words, it will be very difficult for Gatha to pass through this mystique, venerable Iron Man. Zhuowen thought to himself helplessly. Since the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul could not unleash its power, and Gatha was not strong enough, it would be difficult for her to pass through this Iron Man. However, Gatha still had a sliver of Zhuowen's spear aura. Even if she was not a match for the Iron Man, she should not be in any life-threatening danger. At that moment, Gatha and the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul were being pushed back by the Iron Man's fierce attacks. In the eyes of the crowd, Gatha's defeat was without a doubt. However, Gatha's Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul had attracted the attention of many people. The Iron Man's large sword was extremely sharp. An ordinary mystique, venerable rank warrior's armor soul would not be able to withstand it and would be severely injured. However, Gatha's armor soul's body was as tough as steel. No matter how the Iron Man's large sword slashed at it, it could not penetrate Gatha's armor soul. It could only force the Iron Man to retreat. Looks like the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul is indeed unique. Its body is actually so tough. Zhuowen nodded and muttered to himself. Looks like Gatha is going to lose? Kanan muttered to himself in disappointment. Roar! The difficulty of dealing with the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul had completely enraged the Iron Man. The Iron Man roared angrily and took a step forward. He became extremely agile and went around the Heaven's Wrath Armored Soul to charge toward Gatha. The terrifying large sword suddenly descended and slashed down on Gatha's head. Gatha had not expected this turn of events. For a moment, she was so shocked that she stood rooted to the ground. She did not know how to escape. This little girl is dead for sure. The crowd sighed inwardly when they saw this scene. They all knew that Gatha's delicate body would not be able to withstand the Iron Man's large sword. She would definitely be torn into countless pieces. Many people sighed inwardly when they thought about how a young girl like Gatha was about to be torn apart in front of them. Sizzle! Sizzle! The moment the large sword slashed toward Gatha, the Heaven's Wrath armored soul behind the Iron Man, which was surrounded by cold air, suddenly opened its pair of dark blue eyes. An extremely vast and terrifying aura slowly brewed. Azura blood spear! The moment the large sword slashed down, Zhuowen muttered softly. Then the bloodline between Gatha's eyebrows suddenly twisted and turned into a large blood spear. The blood spear carried with it a vast amount of blood chi. It fearlessly faced the large sword that was slashing down. Boom! The blood spear and the sword collided, and there was a terrifying explosion. Then the Iron Man was actually forced back 3 steps by the power of the blood spear. The blood spear also buzzed and dissipated. Is that the power of the universe? The appearance of the blood spear immediately attracted the attention of the 4 elders who were floating in the air. Their eyes revealed a trace of surprise. They were naturally familiar with the power of the Azura blood spear. That blood spear just now should be the Azura blood spear force of the grand momentum of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that someone would place this spear force on this little girl. I'm afraid it's to protect her life. The thin and tall old man muttered in a low voice. Perhaps the cultivator who comprehended the grand momentum of heaven and earth is one of them in the open space. After all, I just sensed that this spear momentum had just been stored in this little girl's glabella not long ago. A short and fat old man interrupted. It should be one of the geniuses in the open space. Let's wait. When we break through the Iron Man cave, that guy will definitely use this spear. The tall and skinny elder's eyes flashed. After the Iron Man steadied himself, he roared to the sky and rushed toward Gatha again aggressively. His body was filled with a savage aura. The spear just now had completely angered him. Originally, when the Iron Man retreated, Gatha should have immediately retreated from the entrance of the cave. However, at this moment, Gatha seemed to be scared out of her wits. She stood there in a daze, and there was no trace of blood on her face. Oh no! Gatha, run! Jia Nan's expression changed slightly as he shouted. Unfortunately, Gatha was scared out of her wits and did not lift her feet to run. When the Iron Man was close enough to her and raised the butcher's knife in his hand, Gatha sat down on the ground. Her eyes were filled with fear. Why doesn't this little girl have any battle awareness? She had such a good opportunity just now, and she didn't run? The tall and skinny elder who was floating in the air shook his head and said in surprise, as the referees, the 4 of them could not bend the law. Therefore, even though they knew that they could save Gatha, they still would not break the rules to save her. Clang! However, when the Iron Man raised his large knife and was about to fall, his body suddenly trembled and he stopped in his tracks. The raised knife did not fall for a long time. The warriors in the open space naturally noticed the Iron Man's strange behavior. When they looked down and saw the Iron Man's abdomen, their pupils shrank. This was because there was an arm wrapped in chains on the Iron Man's abdomen. Rip! Then the arm slowly rotated and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Then the Iron Man broke apart inch by inch and shattered into fine powder under everyone's shocked gazes. Among the fine powder, a figure shrouded in cold air slowly walked over. A pair of blue eyes shone through the cold air. He came before Gatha and knelt down on one knee. He lifted Gatha on his shoulder and walked into the cave with Gatha. This scene shocked everyone. The Iron Man, whose body was as hard as steel, was torn apart by the girl's armor soul. Then the armor soul lifted the girl up in a very human-like manner and entered the depths of the cave. Was this still an armor soul? The 4 elders who were floating in the air were also shocked. The tall and skinny elder frowned and said, "That little girl's armor soul is not ordinary. Why do I feel that the armor soul seems to have intelligence? It's strange. It is indeed not simple. We have to observe this little girl carefully. If her armor soul is really an extremely powerful armor soul, this little girl is worth nurturing," the short and fat elder agreed. The other two elders nodded. The scene just now was indeed strange. The actions of Gatha's armor soul were too unexpected. It was as if it was not an armor soul, but a human. "We have to take out another mystique venerable Iron Man," the tall and skinny elder muttered softly. With a wave of his sleeve, another mystique venerable Iron Man appeared at the entrance of the cave. "The Heaven's Wrath armor soul has intelligence like you?" Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he communicated with Xiao Hei in his mind. "Don't compare me with the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. However, the Heaven's Wrath armor soul does have some intelligence, but it is not as good as me." Xiao Hei placed his claws behind his back as he said this with a proud look on his face. Zhuowen was speechless as he looked at Xiao Hei's narcissistic performance. However, he was more cautious about Gatha's Heaven's Wrath armor soul. The Heaven's Wrath armor soul was indeed extraordinary. It tore apart a mystique venerable Iron Man with its bare hands. This was not something an ordinary ancient martial art practitioner could do. Jia Nan clenched his fists tightly. His face was flushed red with excitement. Jia Nan was happy that Gatha had successfully entered the Iron Man cave. "Big brother Zhua, I am going to challenge the Iron Man cave too." After Gatha succeeded, Jia Nan rushed toward the first Iron Man cave impatiently. Zhuowen was not too worried about Jia Nan's challenge. This kid had the undying armor soul, and his skin was tough. It would not be difficult for him to break through the Iron Man cave. Chapter 9, 67. Yun Zhongyang. Not only was Jia Nan's skin extremely thick, even his recovery ability was extremely shocking. Even when the Iron Man's fist struck Jia Nan did not dodge at all by relying on the freakish, undying armor soul. He seemed as if he was going all out, and this caused many people to be secretly shocked. Bang! 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 With a punch, the Iron Man was pushed back. Jia Nan took advantage of this opportunity to enter the Iron Man's cave and disappeared instantly. "This kid is not bad." The four old men nodded and whispered. As the test continued, the number of people in the open space decreased. However, the 3 heavenly venerables and more than 10 golden venerables did not move. Those who moved were basically mystique venerables and supreme venerables. Zhuowen and Mo Lingtian stood side by side and did not move at all. Zui Qingfeng and K2 had already set out to challenge the Iron Man. Both of them were in the middle stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Although they were strong, they were still one step behind. Fortunately, both of them had good survival skills. Although they failed to break through the Iron Man's cave, they relied on their own skills to retreat safely. However, both of them had already been eliminated. Thump! Thump! Suddenly, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and noticed a group of people walking towards him. He tilted his head slightly and looked at them. Zhuowen's eyes grew colder as he recognized one of them. Wasn't that the 3rd prince of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty Yuansheng? However, Zhuowen's gaze only lingered on Yuansheng for a moment before it gathered on a young man with a cold gaze beside Yuansheng. This young man's aura was much stronger than Yuansheng's. He should have reached the peak of the golden venerate realm. Moreover, Yuansheng seemed to have a close relationship with this person. Zhuowen guessed that this person was probably Yuansheng's second brother, Yuan Kong. As for Yuan Zhao, he was dressed in plain clothes and stood beside the other 2 celestial master geniuses. He did not even look in their direction. Perhaps in Yuan Zhao's opinion, those below the celestial master level were not worthy of his attention. "You are Zhuowen?" Sky Origin brought Yuansheng in front of Zhuowen and looked down coldly at Zhuowen. His voice was cold and sinister. "What's the matter?" Zhuowen replied indifferently. Sky Origin's eyes narrowed, and he said indifferently, "Looks like third brother was right. You're boundlessly arrogant. You're merely at the intermediate stage of the Exalt realm, yet you were lucky enough to defeat my third brother. Do you think you're very extraordinary? Oh, did you come here just to say such nonsense? If you're done, then scram." Zhuowen's words were merciless. He knew that Sky Origin was here to fight, so there was no need to be nice to him. "You actually dare to ask me to scram? Where did your confidence come from?" Sky Origin's pupils constricted slightly, and his voice was as cold as ice. "You're really courting death. You actually dare to speak to my second brother like this? Do you think you're a peerless monster? If it weren't for the fact that we can't fight here, you would already be a dead man." Yuancheng also coldly interrupted. "You're just a piece of trash. Do you have the qualifications to interrupt? A dignified beginner stage Golden Exalt realm monster can't even defeat a weak intermediate stage Exalt realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed?" Zhuowen glanced at Yuancheng and said coldly. Yuancheng's face flushed red, but he was indeed speechless. Zhuowen's words were too ruthless. He did not have the slightest scruple, and actually said that he, Yuancheng, was a piece of trash. However, back then on the deck of the boundless sailboat, he, Yuancheng, had indeed lost an arm to Zhuowen and became the former's defeated opponent. "Kid, you'd better pray that you can be eliminated in the test. Otherwise, if you enter the outer courtyard, you'll die miserably. Third brother, let's go." Sky Origin coldly stared at Zhuowen, then led Yuancheng away from the open space where Zhuowen was. Mo Lingtian stood beside Zhuowen, staring at Zhuowen in surprise, and said, "It seems that the enemy brothers you provoked is not to be trifled with." Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Maybe." Seeing this, Mo Lingtian did not say much. Zhuowen was very mysterious, and his strength was not weak. However, Mo Lingtian still felt that if Zhuowen was targeted by the people of the Alcade Holy Dynasty, he would not have a good ending. As time passed, 2/3 of the cultivators had challenged their respective Iron Man caves. However, only a small number of them successfully passed. Most of the cultivators either left or were killed on the spot. At this time, the geniuses of the Golden Venerables group finally moved. The first one to move was Yuancheng from the Alcade Holy Dynasty. Yuancheng naturally chose the Golden Venerables, Iron Man. The Golden Venerables, Iron Man, held a 3-foot-long spear in his hand, looking majestic and mighty. Whoosh! Yuancheng took out the golden scepter that he had used previously. The golden scepter was a royal spiritual treasure, and its power was quite mighty. For a moment, he was barely on par with the Golden Venerables, Iron Man. Boom! The Golden Venerables, Iron Man, roared and swung his spear, setting off a terrifying hurricane that swept towards Yuancheng. Yuancheng was forced to retreat in embarrassment. The golden scepter in his hand burst out a blazing golden light, and he managed to hold on for a moment. Whoosh! At the same time, the metal man's great spear flew over at this critical moment and blocked the golden light. Then a powerful force exploded and the golden light shattered inch by inch. The spear swept towards Yuancheng's chest with irresistible force. Its speed was extremely fast. This spear was enough to take Yuancheng's life away. Its power was extremely terrifying. Yuancheng's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth and tapped his glabella with his right hand. Suddenly, an emperor's aura gushed out and turned into an illusory star that swept towards the spear. Boom! The two collided. Then, under the power of the illusory star, the great spear was instantly crushed into dust. The Iron Man was also blasted into pieces. It's the emperor's aura again. In the open space, Zhuowen squinted his eyes. Yuancheng relied on the Emperor's aura in his body to smash the Golden Venerable's Iron Man into pieces. It seemed that the Emperor's aura was indeed terrifying. However, after Yuancheng used it, the Emperor's aura was completely exhausted. Yuancheng's face was pale, After the Golden Venerable's Iron Man was smashed into pieces, he instantly disappeared from the entrance of the cave. The four old men floating in the air frowned. Yuanqing relied on the Emperor's aura to smash the Golden Venerable's Iron Man. In fact, it was considered cheating. After all, the Emperor's aura wasn't Yuanqing's own strength. However, the four old men could feel that the Emperor's aura was extraordinary. Obviously, the Emperor Realm expert who gave Yuanqing the Emperor's aura wasn't weak. Therefore, the four old men didn't pursue the matter of Yuanqing's cheating. The skinny old man waved his sleeve and took out another Golden Venerable's Iron Man. He placed it at the entrance of the Golden Venerable's cave. With the Yuan sage taking the lead, the other Golden Venerate martialists also headed towards the entrance of the Golden Venerate cave. These Golden Venerate geniuses could be considered true geniuses and would have no problem entering the Golden Venerate cave. However, when it was Yuan Kong's turn, his gaze lingered on the Heavenly Venerables and Golden Venerables cave entrances. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Golden Venerables, and his fighting strength was terrifying. He probably had the strength to fight against an early-stage Golden Venerables. Therefore, he was a little hesitant. The Golden Venerables cave wasn't difficult for him. However, the Heavenly Venerables cave seemed to be too difficult. Don't bite off more than you can chew. You only have one chance. Perhaps it was because he saw the hesitation in Yuan Kong's eyes, but Yuan Zhao, who was dressed in plain clothes, spoke faintly. His words caused Yuan Kong's body to tremble. "Thank you for your advice, elder brother." Yuan Kong cupped his hands together. Then he took a step forward and rushed towards the Golden Venerable's cave. Terrifying origin energy poured out of him as he sent the Golden Venerables flying with a punch. Then he flashed into the cave. Soon, all the Golden Venerables had entered the Golden Venerable's cave. At that moment, there were only a few thousand warriors left in the open space. Most of them were early-stage Xuanzuan realm warriors. The reason why they hadn't made a move yet was mainly because they weren't confident in their own strength. After all, most early-stage Mystique Venerables were mercilessly killed when they stepped into the Mystique Venerable's cave. Only a few lucky ones managed to escape with their lives. "Brother Mo, why haven't you made a move yet?" Zhuowen suddenly asked as he looked in surprise at Mo Lingtian, who hadn't made a move at all. Mo Lingtian smiled faintly. "Brother Zhua, haven't you made a move yet? Moreover, the three Heavenly Venerables haven't made a move yet. Before we enter, we naturally have to observe the three Heavenly Venerables. Otherwise, we won't be able to see much of the scenery." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. It seemed that Mo Lingtian planned to wait for the three Heavenly Venerables to enter the Heavenly Venerables' cave before making a move. Zhuowen also had the same idea. The sun was high in the sky and became even more scorching hot. There were originally a few thousand people left in the open space, but now there were only a few hundred people left. The 5 geniuses of the Qingxian Empire had all finished their tests. What surprised Zhuowen was that Grand Lily and Guosheng had successfully entered the Mystique Venerable's cave. As for the other 3, they had all been eliminated. Moreover, Huang Fuwuji was the weakest of the 5. He had died in the Mystique Venerable's cave. Looking at this scene, the Qing Emperor, who was standing in the distance, had an ugly expression. Of the only 2 geniuses of the Qingxian imperial family, one had died in the hands of Zhuowen, and the other had died in the outer yard test. It was quite sad. At this moment, the large open space appeared to be rather deserted. It was a stark contrast to the bustling scene from before. Finally, the 3 Heavenly Venerables who had been motionless finally moved. The Blue Whale Dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, stood up, his sharp eyes filled with arrogance. "Let me experience the power of this Heavenly Venerable's Iron Man." With a loud shout, Yun Zhongyang spread his wings like a rock and instantly flew in front of the Heavenly Venerable's Iron Man. His right hand formed into a claw and fiercely shrouded down. wanting to completely destroy this heavenly venerable's Iron Man. Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree, who were sitting cross-legged in front of the open space, opened their eyes and looked at Yun Zhongyang and the heavenly venerable's Iron Man. This was the first time the heavenly venerable's Iron Man had been challenged. After all, among the 30,000 geniuses, only the 3 of them had reached the heavenly venerable's level. Are they finally going to make a move? The 4 old men floating in the air looked sharply at Yun Zhongyang. The reason why the 4 of them had waited so patiently was because of these 3 monstrous geniuses. At the age of 25, their cultivation had reached the heavenly venerable's level. They were the top geniuses in the outer yard of the Jiaoshan Academy. Therefore, in the hearts of the 4 old men, the 3 of them were much more important than the other 30,000 geniuses. Now that one of the 3 monstrous geniuses, Yun Zhongyang, had made a move, the 4 old men were naturally watching closely, not letting go of any mistakes. The heavenly venerable's Iron Man was the tallest and thickest of the 4. He was 50 feet tall and held a long blade in his hand. The blade emitted a sharp, cold light, looking extremely terrifying. Creek. Chapter 968. Terrifying Yuan Zhaowush. A terrifying saber radiance flashed. The saber radiance revealed an indomitable sharpness. The sharpness was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to cut and shatter space wherever it passed. The heavenly man unleashed the terrifying saber radiance right from the start. He did not show any mercy and was aiming to take Yun Zhongyang's life. As the saber radiance swept out, the faces of the weaker cultivators on the ground turned pale. Just the sharpness of the saber radiance gave them an illusion that they could not resist. They knew that if they were to face the saber radiance, they would definitely be torn apart. Humph. Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly. His right hand reached out into the air and turned into a claw. He clawed fiercely, and immediately a dark blue energy surged out from his body. It was like a vast ocean as it surrounded him. In the end, it turned into a gigantic blue whale. Blue whale submersion. The coldness in Yun Zhongyang's eyes grew stronger. The gigantic blue whale formed from countless strength chi in front of him roared and suddenly swooped down, rushing towards the celestial sovereign. Boom! When the saber radiance and the blue whale collided, there was an explosion of air waves. However, what shocked everyone was that the blue whale was at a disadvantage under the saber radiance. It retreated step by step and was on the verge of collapsing. Yun Zhongyang frowned. He pressed down with his right hand and an even more terrifying aura surged out. Then the surrounding ocean surged with waves that were taller than the previous one. The blue whale's aura became several times stronger along with the terrifying waves. Bang! The sharp saber radiance collapsed inch by inch under the blue whale's aura. It was annihilated into nothingness. The blue whale instantly rushed out and enveloped the heavenly man. Thump! 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 The heavenly man roared angrily and swung his saber. Countless saber radiance flashed and formed a saber radiance hurricane that swept out. Unfortunately, the blue whale's aura was too strong. Even though the saber radiance was terrifying, it was still broken by the blue whale. The heavenly man retreated 3 steps. When the heavenly man retreated, Yun Zhongyang could have taken advantage of this gap to break through the heavenly man's defense and enter the cave. However, Yun Zhongyang did not do so. Instead, he controlled the blue whale and continued to rush towards the heavenly man. It was obvious that Yun Zhongyang wanted to defeat the heavenly man. At the same time, he wanted to show off his talent and strength to the 4 elders floating in the air. This Yun Zhongyang is unruly. He's not satisfied with just passing the heavenly man's cave, and won't give up until he turns the heavenly man into scrap metal? Mo Lingtian muttered in surprise. Just as Mo Lingtian had guessed, Yun Zhongyang was planning to do exactly that. However, it was obvious that he had made the wrong decision. The Celestial Exalt possessed the strength of a peak Celestial Exalt. Coupled with its steel-like body, it was impossible to destroy the celestial exalt. The more Yun Zhongyang fought, the more shocked he became. The sturdiness of the celestial venerate's body was beyond his imagination. Even though the blue whale's power was multiplied, it still couldn't break through the celestial venerate's body. Instead, because it had angered the celestial venerate went all out and completely suppressed the blue whale. Boom! Boom! The heavenly man punched out with his left fist and forced the blue whale to retreat. Then, the saber in his right hand slashed down mercilessly. The heavenly man did not block the blue whale's attack. He only focused on attacking. Boom! Soon, the huge blue whale was turned into blue powder by the heavenly man. Yun Zhongyang's expression turned ugly. Humph! It seems that I have underestimated you. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang clenched his right hand, and the surrounding ocean surged with monstrous waves. The celestial venerate iron giant that was charging at him stopped in its tracks for a moment before Yun Zhongyang let out a furious roar. He no longer faced the celestial venerate iron giant head-on. Instead, he sped up and entered the celestial venerate iron giant's cave. Yun Zhongyang's talent is not bad. However, his personality is too unruly. If he can change that, he will achieve great things in the future. The skinny old man nodded and praised. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Yun Zhongyang's talent and strength were top-notch, but his personality was a little too arrogant and unruly. Such a state of mind would not be very beneficial to his future development of martial arts. This Yun Zhongyang is asking to be humiliated. How dare he try to destroy the heavenly man? Palm Master of the 10,000 Sword Sect said as he slowly stood up. His eyes shone with a sharp sword light. He stood there like a peerless sword. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on Palm Tree. They knew that Palm Tree was ready to make a move. Palm Tree was a sword cultivator, and his combat strength was much stronger than the average warrior. They wondered how Palm Tree would perform. Chi Ji, who was also a sword cultivator, could not help but look at Palm Tome with his sharp eyes. Although Palm Tome's cultivation was lower than his, Palm Tome had the advantage of being younger and more talented than him. He knew that if Palm Tome successfully entered the outer yard, he would be able to catch up to him in a few years. After all, when Chi Ji was Palm Tome's age, he was only a golden venerate. Whoosh! Pom did not hesitate in the slightest. She took a step forward and rushed toward the celestial Iron Man cave. Her body exuded an extremely sharp sword light. The sword light was like starlight enveloping Pom. The heavenly man was still in a frenzy. When he saw Palm Master coming, he roared and slashed out with the long handle in his hand. Countless terrifying sword lights swept out. Let's see if your blade is stronger, or my sword is stronger. Pom let out a long roar and formed a sword sign in his hand. A sharp long sword appeared in his hand. Pom then slashed the long sword in front of him. Countless sword lights flashed and turned into a sword light storm. Sword force. Zhuo Wen, who was in the open space, was slightly startled when he saw the palm tree slash out with its sword. Soon after, a solemn expression appeared on his face. This palm tree was not simple. It had actually comprehended the force of heaven and earth. Moreover, it had comprehended the force of heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal clashing echoed intensely. Then, the blade light of the heavenly venerate was instantly extinguished by the palm sword aura. Then, the heavenly venerate was pushed back by the sword aura, a deep sword wound appearing on its chest. His physical body is really strong. My sword force could only leave a sword mark on his body. Palm Master frowned. He knew that it was not worth it to spend so much energy on the heavenly man. He wasn't like Yun Zhongyang, who was arrogant and wanted to show off. Therefore, the Pom sword changed its stance and turned into a thick layer of sword rain in front of him. His entire body turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the cave entrance. The Iron Man seemed to have some intelligence. He knew that the pom-pom sword was not to be trifled with, so he did not give chase. Palm Master is even more talented than Yun Jongyang. He actually comprehended the force of sword. Although his personality is a bit arrogant, he is still much better than Yun Jongyang. His potential is even greater than Yun Jongyang's. He is worthy of our outer yard's nurturing. The four old men looked at each other and saw a hint of joy in each other's eyes. Originally, they were already very satisfied with Yun Jongyang's talent and potential, but Palm's performance was even more powerful. Naturally, they were extremely excited. I wonder how Yuan Zhao is? This child looks ordinary, but he's actually hiding his strength. Even I can't see through Yuan Zhao. The tall and skinny elder's gaze suddenly landed on Yuan Zhao, who was dressed in plain clothes as he spoke. We will know when we see him. Yuan Zhao is the strongest genius of the Alcade sacred dynasty after all. Moreover, the Alcade sacred dynasty is the leader of the 4 sacred dynasties. He won't be any weaker than Palm Master. The other 3 old men nodded. After Palm Master left, Yuan Zhao slowly stood up. His eyes were as indifferent as water from the beginning. Yuan Zhao's every move attracted everyone's attention. Naturally, they also wanted to know if the last heavenly venerate freak would be able to surprise them. Whoosh! Yuan Zhao took a step forward and appeared in front of the heavenly man as if he had teleported. He quietly looked down at the heavenly man. With a roar, the heavenly venerate spun his long saber. Saber chi swept out, creating a gust of saber light and sword shadow that shot towards Yuan Zhao. The heavenly venerate was infuriated after 2 people had passed through his cave. Now that Yuan Zhao was here, he naturally vented his anger on him. Hence, he used his full strength from the get-go. Yuan Zhao quietly floated in the air. His expression was still as indifferent as water. He didn't seem to be surprised by the terrifying blade hurricane that was sweeping towards him. Yuan Zhao finally made his move when the blade gale neared him. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it. Strangely, the space before him seemed to have been displaced, and the blade gale was actually torn into pieces. Die! Yuan Zhao spat out this word calmly. Then he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and a strange force descended. It was an invisible force, and the heavenly honorable metal man froze. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it shattered into countless pieces of metal. Whoosh! Yuan Zhao patted his sleeves. His gaze was still indifferent and calm. He then slowly entered the heavenly man's cave. The entire open space fell into silence. Everyone's gaze was focused on the countless pieces of metal at the entrance of the cave. They still felt like they were dreaming. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The celestial venerate metal man was not a mystique venerate metal man. Its body was tens or even hundreds of times harder than a mystique venerate metal man. Yun Jongyang and Pom Pom, the 2 celestial venerate monsters, had not been able to shatter the celestial venerate metal man, but Yuan Zhao had effortlessly torn it into pieces. The crowd wasn't stupid. They all knew what this meant. Yuan Zhao's strength was much stronger than Palm Master and Yun Jongyang. Middle stage, Heavenly Master? Yuan Zhao's cultivation has reached the middle stage, Heavenly Master. This kid has been hiding his cultivation. He only showed his true strength when he faced the heavenly man. Chapter 969. Choosing the heavenly venerate Iron Man, Cave. The remaining hundreds of cultivators in the open space were all shocked. Yuan Zhao's strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. He had actually destroyed the heavenly venerate Iron Man cave in one move. Yuan Zhao's cultivation was at the intermediate heavenly venerate realm. He was stronger than Yun Jongyang and Palm Deva, but he had concealed his cultivation and kept a low profile. Whether it was his temperament or strength, Yuan Zhao was much stronger than Yun Jongyang and Palm Deva. He was terrifyingly powerful. Zhou narrowed his eyes, and a cautious look appeared on his face. Yuan Zhao's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, This kind of person who knew how to hide himself was much more terrifying and frightening than the average warrior. Geniuses who can reach the heavenly venerate realm before the age of 25 are indeed extraordinary. This is a true peerless genius. Mo Lingtian's eyes were filled with envy as he muttered to himself. Zhuowen nodded in agreement. Whether it was Yun Zhongyang, Pomdeva, or Yuan Zhao, the three of them could be said to be dragons among men. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens among more than 30,000 cultivators. They had left the other cultivators far behind. Zhuowen knew that if he were to face these three monstrous geniuses, he would only have a chance if he used the power of the demonic Tao. However, this was Zhuowen's trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. Brother Zhuo, since the three monstrous geniuses have finished their tests, I think it's time for me to go in. Mo Lingtian smiled at Zhuowen. He took a step forward and flew towards the Iron Man cave. What surprised Zhuowen was that Mo Lingtian was actually heading towards the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave. A peak sovereign challenging the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave. Is this person courting death? There were only a few hundred cultivators left in the open space. Naturally, they noticed Mo Lingtian's actions, and their eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Previously, there had already been a peak sovereign who had challenged the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave in order to obtain better resources. Of course, the final outcome was that the peak sovereign genius had been blasted into smithereens by the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave. Therefore, Mo Lingtian's action of charging towards the Golden Venerate Iron Man cave was an act of overestimating his own strength and seeking death. The four old men who were about to leave also noticed Mo Lingtian's actions and stopped in their tracks. The Golden Venerate Heavenly Venerate Iron Man cave was the Heavenly Venerate Iron Man cave. They had seen the three monstrous geniuses, so they naturally wouldn't stay here for long. However, Mo Lingtian's actions of challenging those above his level had piqued the interest of the four elders. Since they were not in a hurry to leave, they might as well see if Mo Lingtian could pass the Golden Exalted Iron Man cave. Roar! The Golden Venerate Iron Man roared and swung his 3-foot spear towards Mo Lingtian. He wanted to annihilate Mo Lingtian completely. Mo Lingtian was as calm as still water. He stomped his foot in the air, and terrifying flames surged out, surrounding Mo Lingtian's body. The flames looked extremely strange. They were purplish-blue in color. Furthermore, the purplish-blue flames were constantly converging and flickering like blooming violets. They looked noble and mysterious. It's actually the purple flame. This is one of the top 3 earth fires in terms of power. It's extremely terrifying. Mo Lingtian's luck is pretty good to be able to obtain such an earth fire. Zhuowen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement when he saw the purple flame surrounding Mo Lingtian. Zhuowen had a total of 8 earth fires, but none of them were as powerful as the purple flame. Only the fire of the sun, which was much more powerful than ordinary earth fires, might be comparable to the purple flame. Zhuowen also knew that the Flame Emperor should have a unique secret technique to use the flames. Mo Lingtian was the most outstanding disciple of the Flame Emperor. Naturally, he could use the earth fire to the point of perfection. Furthermore, he could use it better than Zhuowen. Boom! Countless purplish-blue sparks spread out like 100 blooming flowers. The 3-foot spear stabbed into the countless sparks and suddenly stopped. It was actually obstructed by the countless sparks and couldn't move an inch further. Purple flower bloom. Mo Lingtian's indifferent voice rang out. Then the 100 flowers slowly bloomed and the temperature rose to the extreme. However, when the countless purple flowers bloomed to the extreme, they all exploded. The power of the 100 flowers gathered together and formed a terrifying power that could shatter heaven and earth. Dang, dang, dang. Even though the Golden Exalt Metal Man's aura was vast, he was still forced to take a few steps back by this power. Mo Lingtian naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity and entered the cave in a flash. This kid is not bad. The four old men nodded, but that was all. Up until now, only Yun Zhongyang, Palm Master, and Yuan Zhao were able to make them reveal expressions of praise. The others had not amazed them to such an extent. Mo Lingtian's entry caused quite a commotion in the open space, but it didn't last for long. After all, after the strong performance of the three heavenly exalts, Mo Lingtian's performance paled in comparison. No one felt shocked. After Mo Lingtian left, Qi Ji slowly stood up and cupped his hands towards the four elders in the sky. For instructors, the group of people that I'm in charge of have all finished their tests, so I'm preparing to wait at the entrance of the Iron Man cave. For instructors, the group of people that I'm in charge of have also finished their tests and are planning to head to the entrance of the Iron Man cave. Hu Jia stepped out and similarly spoke. Since the people that you two are in charge of have finished their tests, then you two can go. The skinny old man nodded and said with a wave of his sleeve. Qi Ji and Hu Jia heard this and cupped their hands. Qi Ji directly left, while Hu Jia said a few words to Qingdong and also left the open space. Qingdong, there's still more than 200 people left in the group that you're in charge of. Do you still want to continue the test? The skinny old man turned his head and suddenly asked Qingdong. The skinny old man could tell with a glance that the remaining 200 people in the group that Qingdong was in charge of were basically all at the early stages of the Xuanzun realm and the early stages of the Sovereign realm. They were all weaker warriors. The main reason why they hadn't entered the Iron Man cave yet was because they weren't confident in their own strength. They were afraid that they would be killed by the Iron Man if they weren't careful. Qingdong looked at the 200 people behind him with a headache and secretly cursed his bad luck. Why did the geniuses that he was in charge of have such poor quality? Moreover, it was fine if they were poor, but why didn't they even have the courage to enter the Iron Man cave? Let me do it. Suddenly a calm voice sounded. Immediately after, a slender young man walked out from the crowd that was still hesitating. This young man had shoulder-length black hair and a rather fair face. Although he wasn't a beautiful man, he was still pleasing to the eye. This person was Zhuowen. Now that the test had come to an end, Zhuowen naturally couldn't stay any longer. So it's you. Be careful, this Iron Man cave isn't easy to pass. If you can't pass it, you can give up. This way, you won't have to throw your life in vain. Qingdong naturally recognized Zhuowen. During the basic test, Zhuowen accidentally broke Wu Sheng's blood crystal. It was Qingdong who took out his blood crystal to shut Wu Sheng up. Zhuowen nodded and said politely, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior." After saying that, Zhuowen rushed towards the Iron Man cave, while Qingdong nodded his head. Although the young man in front of him was at the middle stage of the Sovereign realm, he knew that this child shouldn't be too simple. However, Qingdong was still quite depressed. Whether it was Qi Ji or Hu Jia, the group of people they were in charge of had all passed through the Empyrean Iron Man cave. Only the group of people he was in charge of, Qingdong, had not passed through the Empyrean Iron Man cave. Furthermore, after the end of this recruitment, he, Qingdong, would undoubtedly obtain much less benefits than Hu Jia and Qi Ji. However, he also knew that this recruitment also depended on luck. After all, the 3 testing grounds were placed there and could not be moved. It was their freedom to take the test in any plaza. It was just that Qingdong was too unlucky. Not a single one of the 3 great Empyrean monsters came to the plaza he was in charge of. What is this kid doing? Why did he go to the Empyrean Iron Man cave? Is there something wrong with his head? That's right. A mere Sovereign Realm warrior actually went to the Empyrean Iron Man cave. Is he courting death? Suddenly, an uproar broke out in the open space, immediately waking up Qingdong, who was still in deep thought. Following that, Qingdong was shocked to see that Zhuowen was actually rushing towards the Empyrean Iron Man cave. After that, Zhuowen stood in front of the cave entrance. "Junior brother, you've walked into the wrong cave. You're standing in the Empyrean Iron Man cave, and you're only at the middle stage of the sovereign realm. Don't go up there to court death." Qingdong was stunned for a moment, then immediately advised Zhuowen. A sovereign realm challenging an Empyrean Iron Man? This was a joke, right? This had never happened since the opening of the Divine Academy's outer court. The most monstrous genius was a golden sovereign realm warrior challenging an Empyrean Iron Man cave. A sovereign realm warrior challenging an Empyrean Iron Man cave was definitely courting death. "Senior Qingdong, I didn't walk into the wrong cave. I want to challenge the Empyrean Iron Man cave." Zhuowen didn't feel that there was anything wrong as he smiled faintly. When Qingdong heard this, the first thought that came to his mind was that Zhuowen definitely had something wrong with his head. A sovereign realm warrior challenging an Empyrean Iron Man cave was actually a disguised form of suicide. However, Zhuowen didn't wait for Qingdong to speak. Instead, he raised his head and stared at the four old men above. "Seniors, please release another Empyrean Iron Man cave. This kid would like to test the might of the Empyrean Iron Man cave." The four old men's faces twitched. In their opinion, Zhuowen's actions were also courting death. Among the four sovereigns, there were some monstrous geniuses who could challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. However, the four old men had never seen someone who could challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. Of course, they didn't think that there would be any monstrous genius who could challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. After all, the gap between a golden sovereign and an Empyrean Iron Man cave was already huge enough, not to mention the gap between a sovereign realm and an Empyrean Iron Man cave. You have to pay a price to challenge an Empyrean Iron Man cave. Do you think you can bear such a price? You should know that if you're careless and lose, you might die. The skinny old man narrowed his eyes. This kid naturally knows that. This is a decision I've made after careful consideration. Zhuowen said faintly. In that case, this old man won't persuade you. You're on your own now. Chapter 970. Breaking through the four elders' faces were cold. The tall and skinny elder had advised Zhuowen not to overestimate himself and lose his life. However, the young man in front of them didn't appreciate their advice and insisted on challenging the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man cave. How could they be nice to him? After all, they had far more experience than this young man in front of them. Moreover, they had stayed in the outer court for a long time, so they had seen all sorts of geniuses. But they had never seen a martial artist jump 2 levels to challenge an Empyrean Iron Man when they had just entered. This had nothing to do with courage, but it was a kind of courting death. Moreover, Zhuowen's persistence made them feel that their dignity had been affected. Therefore, they were a little impatient and sneered in their hearts. "Qingdong, arrange for the remaining people to take the test. After the test, head to the exit of the Iron Man cave. We will go to the exit and wait for the results." The skinny and tall old man instructed Qingdong. Immediately, he glanced indifferently at Zhuo when before leading the other 3 old men and leaving this place. Qingdong responded respectfully and immediately transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. "Junior brother, stop fooling around and come down quickly. The Honorable Heavenly Metal Man cave hasn't been activated yet. It's not too late to regret. Your strength should be pretty good. If you want to challenge the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man cave, you will definitely be able to enter. Why risk your life to challenge the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man cave?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Senior brother, don't worry, I'm just giving it a try. If I can't pass, I'll just give up on the outer court's quota." In fact, Zhuowen's main goal was the resources in the Honorable Heavenly Metal Man cave. After all, the 4 caves were divided into 4 levels, and the resources stored in each level were definitely better than the previous one. Now, ordinary spirit treasures and medicines weren't of much use to Zhuowen. After all, his strength far surpassed his cultivation. Things that were suitable for a Supreme Being realm martial artist weren't suitable for Zhuowen. And with Zhuowen's personality, he would naturally use the best. Thus, he had already decided to enter the Empyrean Iron Man cave. Qingdong felt a little helpless. However, since Zhuowen had already said so, it would be unreasonable for him to continue persuading him. Therefore, he could only silently watch as Zhuowen walked towards the heavenly venerate iron statue. The 200 people standing behind Qingdong all had sneers on their faces. Their thoughts were similar to Qingdong's. Zhuowen's behavior was simply courting death, so they treated it as a joke. In fact, the scene of Zhuowen being smashed into a bloody pulp by the celestial venerate began to appear in many people's minds. The ridicule in their hearts grew even more intense. Whoosh! Zhuowen held a bloody spear in his hand. At the same time, the mind power in his Naiwen palace gushed out and summoned the infinite sword array to revolve around his body. The heavenly venerate iron statue was very strong, so Zhuowen naturally didn't dare to be careless. Qingdong also saw the infinite sword array around Zhuowen and muttered, "He's actually a grade 5 Arcana Master. No wonder he wants to challenge the heavenly venerate iron statue." Qingdong was rather surprised that Zhuowen possessed mind power. However, he still wasn't too optimistic about Zhuowen. After all, the gap between the Supreme Being realm and the Heavenly Venerate realm wasn't something that mind power could make up for. Roar! The Heavenly Venerate iron statue roared. The new Heavenly Venerate iron statue wielded 2 meteor hammers. With a swing of its hands, the meteor hammers turned into 2 streams of light that swept towards Zhuowen. It wanted to completely crush Zhuowen to death. Thousand sword style! Zhuowen formed a sword seal with his right hand, and the infinite sword array split into 1,000 giant swords. Then the 1,000 giant swords fiercely flew out and swept towards the meteor hammers that had turned into 2 streams of light. Bang! 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 The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. Then Zhuowen's pupil shrank as he discovered that the 2 streams of light were extremely powerful. The 1,000 giant swords couldn't even leave a single mark on their bodies. Many of the giant swords were even blocked and sent flying by the terrifying streams of light. Zhuowen took 3 steps back. The sword seal in his right hand changed again as he roared, "Flowing sword style, block for me!" Suddenly, the 1,000 giant swords turned into streaks of sword light. These streaks of sword light began to rotate continuously, forming a terrifying storm of sword light. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step forward and the bloody spear in his hand pierced forward. It turned into an illusory bloody light that swept towards the 2 streams of light. Boom! Boom! The storm of sword light swept out and blocked one of the meteor hammers in the stream of light. Zhuowen displayed the Azura blood spear style and summoned an endless sea of blood. He stepped on the sea of blood and swept towards the other stream of light without fear. Spear style! Qingdong's eyes were sharp. Naturally, he saw the power of the spear style that Zhuowen displayed. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. First, it was a 5th grade mental strength. Now, it was the power of the force of heaven and earth. The young man in front of him had great talent and potential. No wonder he was so arrogant and wanted to challenge the Iron Man. However, Qingdong shook his head secretly. With the means that Zhuowen had displayed, Qingdong knew that if the former strength had reached the Golden Venerable Realm, the chances of him succeeding in challenging the Iron Man would be very high. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the Sovereign Realm. The crowd behind Qingdong also saw Zhuowen's extraordinariness, and each of them revealed a surprised expression. Bang! Zhuowen displayed the Azura blood spear style. With a swing of the bloody spear, the sea of blood swept out along the tip of the spear and slammed heavily on the meteor hammers. Then, Zhuowen discovered that there was an extremely terrifying force coming from his hands. Dang! 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 Zhuowen involuntarily retreated a dozen steps under the tremendous force. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was faintly ruptured, and cherry-red blood flowed out. What a terrifying force! Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The tremendous force contained in the meteor hammers shocked even him. Looking at Zhuowen, who was at a disadvantage, Chengdong shook his head and whispered, "After all, the difference in cultivation is too great." The remaining 200 people had already recovered from their shock. At this moment, when they saw Zhuowen in such a sorry state, the mockery on their faces became even more intense. These 200 people were the weakest, and the weakest in the group that Chengdong was in charge of. Therefore, they did not dare to take the test. They were afraid that they would fail and die, or they would be eliminated if they failed. Earlier, when they saw how powerful Zhuowen was, they felt a trace of discomfort in their hearts. In fact, since Zhuowen didn't make a move for so long, they had already classified Zhuowen as someone like them. Now, the person that they thought to be one of them had suddenly erupted with such great strength. Anyone would be surprised. However, after the surprise, they felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Or rather, they could not bear to see others doing well. They could not wait for Zhuowen to die in the hands of the Iron Man. Roar! While Zhuowen was doing his best to resist the power of the meteor hammer, the Iron Man also moved. He directly rushed towards Zhuowen and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. He grabbed the meteor hammer that stopped in front of Zhuowen, raised it high, and hammered it down fiercely. "This kid is finished." Looking at the meteor hammer that was raised high, many people in the open space ridiculed without any scruples. Dragon's aura! Zhuowen, who was suppressed, was extremely calm at this moment. He did not show any fear because of the meteor hammer that was about to fall. A ray of light shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Then, a huge three-legged cauldron appeared in front of Zhuowen. Then, a dragon's roar resounded from the huge cauldron. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, a huge dragon's aura gushed out from the cauldron. There were a total of 81 dragon's aura, and each dragon's aura was 100 feet long. They intertwined with each other, forming a dragon sea. It was a huge sea formed by many huge dragons. Boom! The meteor hammer heavily smashed down, hitting the dragon's aura. Then it stopped on the surface of the aura, unable to move an inch. It blocked it? This is this kid's armor soul? Looking at this scene, Chengdong could not help but be stunned. He stared at the 81 dragon's aura and the huge cauldron below the dragon's aura as he muttered softly, "Now is the time." The instant the meteor hammer froze, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Then 3 pairs of lightning wings sprouted from his back. He turned into an illusory thunderbolt and circled around the Iron Man, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. As for the dragon's aura and the greater infinite sword formation, naturally, Zhuowen withdrew them the moment he went around the Iron Man. Zhuowen, who used the 6 wings of Tempest, was too fast. It was so fast that even the Iron Man did not expect it. Therefore, when Zhuowen completely disappeared from the cauldron, the Iron Man looked around in confusion. However, there was no sign of Zhuowen at all. At that moment, the empty space fell into an extremely strange silence. Whether it was Chengdong or the 200 people behind him, they all stared at the entrance of the Iron Man cauldron in a daze. Until now, they still could not believe that Zhuowen had entered the Iron Man cauldron so easily. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, he is very good at using his advantage of speed. He did not confront the Iron Man head-on. Chengdong slowly came back to his senses. Soon after, his eyes were filled with excitement. Originally, he thought that among the group of people he was in charge of, no one would be able to enter the Iron Man cauldron. However, Zhuowen had given him a big surprise. I wonder what the 4 mentors will think if they see Zhuowen at the entrance of the Iron Man cauldron. Chengdong muttered softly. He actually began to look forward to the reaction of the 4 elders at the entrance of the Iron Man cauldron. After all, the 4 elders were extremely dissatisfied with Zhuowen's actions of entering the Iron Man cauldron. He actually made it through? Isn't this too unreal? A mid-stage, supreme being martialist actually made it through the Iron Man cauldron? The remaining 200 people in the empty space were in an uproar. Zhuowen had actually made it through the Iron Man cauldron. Many of them even thought that they were dreaming. Humph! Could it be that the new Iron Man cauldron is just a facade and doesn't have the strength of a heavenly being? Suddenly, a mid-stage Supreme Being Martialist questioned. He took a step forward and also rushed towards the Iron Man cauldron. Zhuowen was a mid-stage Supreme Being. He was also a mid-stage Supreme Being. He began to suspect if there was a problem with the Iron Man cauldron that the skinny elder had taken out. Chapter 971. Blood Soul. Tree looking at the mid-stage sovereign youth that was instantly blasted into smithereens. The other cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like this heavenly sovereign was a genuine heavenly sovereign expert. In other words, Zhuowen was indeed in the hands of this heavenly sovereign. He didn't cheat at all to pass through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave. After recovering from their shock, everyone in the open space fell into silence. Qingdong turned around and said to everyone in a clear voice, "Now only you are left. If you do not wish to take the test, you can also give up. I, Qingdong, will not make things difficult for you." Everyone looked at each other and actually chose to forfeit. Their cultivation and strength were the weakest, so they didn't have any confidence in passing through the Iron Man cave. Therefore, they simply forfeited. Looking at over 200 people who chose to forfeit, Qingdong's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. He knew that the martial path of these 200 people would end here. Although the martial path placed great importance on aptitude and talent, perseverance and unyielding qualities were more important than aptitude. If one chose to yield in the face of difficulties, then if one could yield once, they could yield a second time. By accumulating experience, one's spine would eventually be bent. Only those who were unyielding and unyielding, even if the road ahead was filled with difficulties and thorns, would be able to reach higher achievements. Aptitude was only determined by one's birth. It only made one's path smoother and had a higher starting point than others. But if one didn't have an unyielding and courageous character, what was the use of having a higher starting point? In the end, one would only be at the starting point because one didn't have the courage to step out and walk on the thorny road. However, this was their choice. Although Qingdong felt that it was a pity, he didn't force them. He only arranged for the remaining 200 people to be sent out of the main city. Then, he rushed towards the exit of the Iron Man cave. In the deep passageway, a ghost-like figure continuously passed through, after which it suddenly stopped at a corner. Whoosh! 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 The moment the figure stopped, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Soon after, from the barrier at the corner, arrow shadows flew out. The cold light was piercing and bone-chilling. The figure coldly snorted and a powerful mental energy gushed out, forming a solid mental energy barrier around his body. Clang! Clang! Countless arrows that emitted a cold glint landed on the spiritual barrier. It was as if they had fallen into a swamp and all of them froze. Then, under the control of this person, these arrows flew in the opposite direction and pierced into the rock wall. This is already the 5th wave of arrows. There are arrow traps at every corner of this tunnel. The person stopped and said with a cold gaze. Upon closer inspection, this person was tall and slender with a fair complexion. He was around 20 years old and was none other than Zhuowen, who had entered the celestial worthy Iron Man cave. After entering the Iron Man cave, Zhuowen found that the structure of the Iron Man cave was extremely complicated and there are countless branches. Therefore, after entering the Iron Man cave, Zhuowen randomly chose a branch and directly rushed in. He knew very well that the Iron Man cave was constructed this way mainly to prevent the geniuses who had worked hard to enter the Iron Man cave from bumping into each other. Otherwise, if they were to fight over resources, it would be easy for both sides to suffer. Moreover, from the 4 old men's words, Zhuowen could also guess that there should be a lot of resources in the Iron Man cave. Therefore, he mainly relied on his own luck to obtain them. However, Because Zhuowen had entered the Heavenly Sovereign's Iron Man cave, there were only 4 people among the 30,000 who could enter the Heavenly Sovereign's Iron Man cave. They were Yun Zhongyang, Palm Master, Yuan Zhao, and Zhuowen. Therefore, relatively speaking, Zhuowen's chances of encountering other cultivators in the cave were very low. At that time, the cave was filled with traps, and Zhuowen had to be careful. After all, not long after entering, he had already encountered 5 waves of arrow traps. He did not know what other traps were waiting for him. Before entering the Iron Man cave, the 4 old men did not seem to mention a time limit. In other words, you don't have to leave too early. You can search for more resources in here. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind, causing him to nod. After 4 hours of walking, Zhuowen finally walked out of the endless tunnel and arrived at a rather spacious stone hall. What surprised Zhuowen was that the ceiling of the rather spacious stone hall was actually open air. Intense white light seeped out from the ceiling, causing the stone hall to appear rather bright. In the center of the stone hall was a towering tree. The tree was so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it. Its thick roots were exposed to the soil, and the tree gave off an extremely dense presence of life. What a dense presence of life! Just what is this towering tree? Stepping into the stone hall, Zhuowen stared at the towering tree in front of him. A sliver of caution appeared on his face. I don't know either. Go take a look. However, the presence of life within the tree is extremely dense. Perhaps there's something good inside, Xiao Hei said cautiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He slowly approached the towering tree in the center of the stone hall. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that the closer he got to the center of the stone hall, the denser the presence of life emitted by the towering tree. At the same time, Zhuowen also felt more relaxed and happy. Attracted by the presence of life, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. There must be something good inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to emit such a dense presence of life. Zhuowen's eyes were blazing as he muttered to himself. After a while, Zhuowen arrived at the roots of the towering tree. At this moment, Zhuowen discovered that the roots of the towering tree were actually pulsating above the soil, just like the blood vessels of a human. These roots are quite strange. They can actually pulsate continuously. Could it be that there's blood inside, just like a human? Zhuowen said with some astonishment, Kid, this dragon lord knows what this thing is. Hurry up and run. This is not something good. I really didn't think that there would be something like this in the Iron Man cave. Just as Zhuowen was feeling rather curious about the strange roots of the towering tree, Xiao Hei suddenly shouted. His voice was filled with vigilance and surprise, as if he had seen something terrifying. Zhuowen was startled. He felt that Xiao Hei's behavior was rather strange. He hurriedly asked, Xiao Hei, what's the matter with you being so flustered? What is the origin of this towering tree? Kid, don't bother about the origin of this tree. Hurry up and run. This is called the blood soul tree. It is an evil plant that specializes in sucking the blood and souls of living creatures. Once a human comes close, this thing will open its fangs like a cat that has smelled blood. Just as Xiao Hei finished speaking, a strange, muffled sound came from the towering tree. Then, the originally quiet towering tree changed drastically. 2 blood-red pupils grew out of the trunk, and the green leaves on the branches turned into bloody human heads. Whoosh! 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 Before Zhuowen could even react, the pulsating roots under his feet rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen. In an instant, Zhuowen was enveloped. The moment Zhuowen was submerged by the countless roots, another figure walked out from another passage. This person's eyes were filled with arrogance. It was the crown prince of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty, Yun Zhongyang. Blood Soul Tree? Why is there such a thing in the Iron Man cave? Looking at the strange tree full of human heads, Yun Zhongyang's expression changed slightly. However, he did not approach the Blood Soul Tree. Even if it was him, if he was entangled by the blood soul tree, he would have to pay a great price to escape. He did not want to take the risk. Looking at the blood soul tree's form, I'm afraid it has caught its prey. I wonder which unlucky fellow dared to approach such an evil plant. He must be courting death. Yin Zhongyang's eyes flickered. Then he slowly retreated and disappeared into the passage. Looking at the countless roots that were entangled around him, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect that the towering tree that looked full of vitality was actually such an evil blood soul tree. Great Sun Nirvana Law. 8 times Azura blood spear force. Zhuowen snorted coldly. In an instant, he transformed into his 4-headed, 8-armed form. Then, 8 spears appeared in his hands. At the same time, he displayed 8 Azura blood spear force. Terrifying power crushed out, and the surrounding space was crushed. Uft! In an instant, the countless roots that surrounded Zhuowen were torn into pieces by the tremendous power. Bright red blood spurted out from the roots. The roots of the blood soul tree were like human blood vessels. There was bright red blood in them. After tearing apart the roots, Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly flew out of the encirclement of the countless roots. Then he displayed the Azura blood spear force. The blood that spurted out from the roots was immediately absorbed by Zhuowen's spear force, turning into a sea of blood. "You are my food. Don't go." An indistinct voice came from the blood soul tree. Soon after, countless branches on the blood soul tree drilled out. At the end of the branches were human heads with long tongues sticking out as they rushed toward Zhuowen. It was an extremely strange sight. Zhuowen's gaze was chilling. His 8 arms continued to display the power of the Azura blood spear. Suddenly, the human heads and branches on the blood soul tree were all cut down by Zhuowen's long spear. However, the branches of the blood soul tree seemed to be endless. After one branch was cut off, there were countless more branches that came one after the other. Zhuowen's face turned ugly. Fortunately, in his 4-headed, 8-armed form, Zhuowen could observe his surroundings very carefully. There were no blind spots. He was able to withstand the attack of the countless human head branches. Chapter 972. Blood Soul Tree's Core. This blood soul tree is so thick. Who knows how many living beings' blood and souls it has absorbed? Who knows how powerful and terrifying its vitality is? If you want to fight a battle of attrition with it, you are simply courting death. Xiao He sneered. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. He said through voice transmission, "Everything has a weakness. It's impossible that this blood soul tree doesn't have a weakness, right? Of course it has a weakness. The main trunk of the blood soul tree contains a blood-red core. That thing is the core power of the blood soul tree. All the energy is extracted from the blood-red core." Xiao Hei's voice became extremely solemn. He said, "Looking at the trunk of the blood soul tree, it has probably lived for hundreds of years. It will be very difficult for you to get close to the blood soul tree. Since it's very difficult, let's break out of the encirclement and leave this place." Zhuowen nodded and said solemnly, "Sai, don't you want the blood-red core of the blood soul tree? The core contains extremely powerful vitality. It is a holy medicine for healing. As long as you don't die, you can rely on the vitality of the core to recover." Xiao He suddenly smiled. Zhuowen glared at Xiao He and said, "The one you really want is yourself, right? You actually didn't forget to pull me up." Xiao He scratched his head and chuckled. "Not entirely. The vitality of the blood soul tree's core is useless to me. However, other than the vitality, there are also the souls of many living beings that the blood soul tree has absorbed over the years. Those souls have been refined into surging soul energy by the blood soul tree. They are great nourishment for a spiritual body." At this point, Black's small eyes emitted a dazzling light. However, this caused Zhuowen to look at him with disdain. Xiao He always spoke in a dignified manner as if everything was for Zhuowen's sake. In fact, he wanted it, but could not bring himself to ask for it. He could only use such an excuse. However, Zhuowen did not expose him. Xiao He was right. The surging vitality of the blood-soul tree's core was indeed very beneficial to him. Core, I would like to see how the blood-soul tree can stop me, Zhuowen. As Zhuowen spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. He had 4 heads and 8 arms, and he held 8 weapons in each hand. His entire body was enveloped in a sea of blood. He looked like an Asura that had walked out of hell as he instantly rushed towards the main trunk of the blood-soul tree. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's intentions, the blood-soul tree let out a shrill cry. Tens of thousands of heads and branches rushed toward Zhuo when without any regard for their lives. They completely surrounded Zhuowen, not allowing him to get close at all. Swoosh, swoosh. There were too many branches in the surroundings. Even though Zhuowen had 4 heads and 8 arms, it was still extremely difficult for him to deal with them. This time the blood-soul tree's attack was dozens of times stronger than before. Divine Sun Cauldron. Come out. Greater, limitless sword formation. Block it. Helpless. Zhuowen used the Divine Sun Cauldron and the greater, limitless sword formation in order to block the numerous branches around him. However, as time passed, Zhuowen realized that even the Divine Sun Cauldron and the greater, limitless sword formation were unable to block it. They began to totter. This blood-soul tree is so terrifying. Zhuowen's face was slightly pale as he said gloomily, Kid, since we're already at this stage, don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and use the bedevilment power, Xiao He said anxiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. This blood-soul tree was indeed very difficult to deal with. If Zhuowen did not use the bedevilment power, it would really be difficult to break through. Boom! A terrifying demonic aura surged out. Following that, Zhuowen retracted his 4 heads and 8 arms. A thick blood aura began to surge out from his body. Following that, his black hair turned blood red, and his black pupils turned blood red. Zhuowen entered the bedevilment state and used the power of the first layer of the demonic path. His aura instantly rose to an extremely terrifying level. The aura of the demonic path of massacre spread throughout the entire stone hall. Under the influence of this terrifying demonic path of massacre, the originally rampant human head branches actually stopped for a moment. Slash! Zhuowen roared angrily and waved the blood-red spear in his hand. Countless blood-red spear shadows spread out, and the tens of thousands of heads and branches in the surroundings were all turned into clouds of blood mist under the attack of these spear shadows. A sharp scream spread throughout the entire stone hall. This was the painful howl of the blood-soul tree. With just one spear, the surrounding human head branches that were sweeping towards the blood-soul tree were annihilated. After Zhuowen entered the bedevilment state, his strength skyrocketed to a terrifying level. It was so terrifying that even the blood-soul tree began to fear him. After breaking through the surrounding branches, Zhuowen continued to rush towards the main trunk of the blood-soul tree. Although there were branches and vines blocking his way from time to time, Zhuowen had already entered the bedevilment state. He would kill anyone who stood in his way. The originally tough human head branches were no different from paper in front of Zhuowen. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived in front of the main trunk. At that moment, the originally lush blood-soul tree was now bare. The flourishing human head branches were almost all cut off by Zhuowen. Only the bare main trunk was left. Woo-woo! Spare my life! At that moment, the blood-soul tree became weak. Its voice was filled with fear. The human in front of it was too terrifying. Its strength was not very strong at first. It was besieged by his branches and was forced to retreat. However, for some unknown reason, the human in front of it suddenly emitted a terrifying demonic aura. In an instant, all the human head branches were cut off. Now, Only the bare main trunk was left. It had no choice but to beg for mercy. Otherwise, it would definitely die. Hand over the heart core, and I will spare your life. Zhuowen said indifferently, Woo-woo, the heart core is the essence of my life. If it is taken away, I will not be able to live for long. The blood soul tree said hesitantly. Hand it over, and you can live for a while. If you don't, you will die immediately. Zhuowen said coldly. The main trunk of the blood soul tree twisted. Its crimson eyes were filled with pleading and fear. It even nodded its head continuously in a very human-like manner. It begged for mercy in a low voice, asking Zhuowen not to take away the heart core. Uft! Zhuowen swung his crimson spear and stabbed it into the main trunk of the blood soul tree. Immediately, blood spurted out. Then the blood soul tree kept wailing. I will count to 3. If you don't hand it over, you will not have any chance. Zhuowen said indifferently. The blood soul tree frowned. Its crimson eyes were filled with hesitation. Zhuowen's method was very decisive. It had to hand it over even if it did not want to. 1. 2. At this point, the demonic aura on Zhuowen's body became even more intense. The blood soul tree trembled under the pressure. It knew that if it did not hand over the heart core, the human in front of it would really kill it. 3. At the count of 3, the murderous intent in Zhuowen's eyes was so intense that it became tangible. Roar! The moment Zhuowen said 3, the blood soul tree let out a shrill cry, and a crystal-clear, blood-red hexahedron flew out. It flew in the other direction, heading towards a corridor on the left. Zhuowen did not expect the blood soul tree to suddenly throw out the heart core. He was not confident at all. Whoosh! The heart core of the blood soul tree. A figure rushed out from the corridor again. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he caught the heart core in his hand. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. This person was Yun Zhongyang, who had returned. Originally, he had returned to see who the person trapped in the blood soul tree was. What happened after that? Yun Zhongyang knew that other than him, there were only Palm Tree from the Myriad Sword Sect and Yuan Zhao from the Alcade Sacred Dynasty in the heavenly honorable Iron Man Cave. He had returned to see who it was between the two of them. He did not expect to obtain the heart core of the blood soul tree for nothing. Whoosh! Zhuowen came in front of Yun Zhongyang. His crimson eyes stared coldly at Yun Zhongyang and said, Return the heart core of the blood soul tree to me. Yun Zhongyang slowly raised his head and stared indifferently at Zhuowen. He unceremoniously put the heart core into his spirit ring and said indifferently, Who are you? This heart core of the blood soul tree fell into my hands of its own accord. How did it become yours, and you want me to return it to you? Although Yun Zhongyang said this, he frowned slightly in his heart. He had never seen this strange young man with crimson hair and crimson eyes before him. He was sure that this young man was not among the 30,000 people who had taken the test. Moreover, this young man with crimson hair had an extremely terrifying demonic aura. He was actually a rare demonic cultivator. However, Yun Zhongyang was sure that this demonic cultivator was not among the 30,000 people who had taken the test. But how did this demonic cultivator sneak into the heavenly honorable Iron Man Cave? You're not giving it to me? Zhuowen said indifferently. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. It was as if it had materialized. What, you still want to snatch it? A mere middle stage, supreme being Ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? So what if you're a demonic cultivator? Your cultivation is much lower than mine. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were filled with arrogance, especially when he felt the intense killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes. Yun Zhongyang was a little angry. This fellow actually dared to show such intense killing intent to him. If the crimson-haired demonic cultivator in front of him was also a heavenly honorable, Yun Zhongyang might really be afraid. However, the former was only a middle-stage supreme being, so Yun Jongyang did not really care. Die. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He spat out a single word and immediately made his move. The crimson spear in his hand was held horizontally. Boundless blood energy gathered and transformed into a gigantic crimson spear shadow that was almost 1,000 feet long. It enveloped Yun Jongyang below. Yun Jongyang snorted coldly. He stretched out his right hand into the void and transformed it into a claw. He clawed fiercely. Instantly, a blue energy gushed out from his body. It was like a vast ocean that surrounded his body. Finally, it transformed into a gigantic blue whale. Blue whale submersion. The coldness in Yun Jongyang's eyes intensified. The blue whale that was formed by the energy in front of him roared. It suddenly rose up and swept towards the falling crimson spear. Rumble! The crimson spear and the blue whale collided. Then, as if time had stopped, they stopped in midair. The crimson and blue energy radiance filled the entire stone hall. It was as if the surroundings had turned into a strange crimson world. Demonic sect. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He used a move from the demonic sect's secret technique that the demon Taoist had given him. Instantly, a terrifying demonic slaughter energy gushed out and transformed into a strange and powerful crimson demonic figure in front of Zhuowen. The gigantic demonic figure took a step forward and smashed its huge fist into the blue whale's body. Rumble. Chapter 973. Poseidon's halberd boom. The gigantic, blood-red, demonic figure was unforgiving. It instantly reached the deep pit below and grabbed the struggling blue whale. Then it pulled with both hands. With a tearing sound, the gigantic blue whale was torn into countless blue specks of light. Thump! 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 Yun Jongyang took a few steps back. His face darkened as he looked at the torn blue whale. He was shocked. This demonic cultivator was so strong that the blue whale was destroyed just like that? Hand over the core! Floating in front of the blood-red figure, Zhuowen's scarlet eyes were still as cold and emotionless as before. A terrifying demonic Tao of slaughter spread out. Even Yun Jongyang felt a trace of fear. Do you think you can defeat me just because you destroyed the blue whale submerged sea? I will let you know the difference between a heavenly venerate and a sovereign. Yun Jongyang snorted coldly and stomped his foot once more. The sea of blue energy around him surged forward like a long blue dragon, heading straight for Zhuowen. At the same time, Yun Jongyang flicked his finger and a blue trident appeared in his hand. The moment the trident appeared, the surging ocean seemed to become extremely excited and turbulent. It was as if the blue trident could control the surrounding ocean. You should be proud that you forced me to use the Poseidon's halberd as a mere sovereign. The arrogance in Yun Jongyang's eyes became even more intense. He raised his chin high and stepped on the surface of the ocean like a sea god commanding the ocean. A royal tier spiritual treasure. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were filled with a cold smile as he said, "Is it that great?" As he spoke, terrifying flames of the sun burst out from Zhuowen's body. The divine sun cauldron rose behind Zhuowen like a scorching sun and turned into a thick wall of fire in front of him, blocking the surging ocean. You also have a royal tier spiritual treasure? Looks like your background isn't ordinary. But so what? You're still not my match. Yun Jongyang was startled at first, but soon his face was filled with arrogance. Although Zhuowen's battle strength wasn't bad, he was still a sovereign. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Yun Jongyang didn't think that Zhuowen would be his match. Boom! 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 In an instant, the ocean and the sun's flames collided. The sky above the stone hall was half ocean and half was flames. It looked extremely strange. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He stomped his foot and instantly rushed towards Yun Jongyang. Yun Jongyang was an extremely conceited person. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, He didn't think that Zhuowen was his match. Since that was the case, Zhuowen wanted to ruthlessly strike a blow at Yun Zhongyang and let him know that the little bit of pride in his heart was actually very pitiful and laughable. Yun Zhongyang naturally saw Zhuowen, who had taken the initiative to rush over. The corners of his mouth were filled with a cold smile. Yun Zhongyang swung the trident in his hand. His entire body was surrounded by seawater as he similarly rushed toward Zhuowen. Bang! The blood spear and the trident instantly collided, creating clusters of sparks. The sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. A terrifying energy spread out, and the surrounding space seemed to collapse. Looks like you're quite strong, but that's not enough. Yun Zhongyang frowned slightly. Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. However, he didn't show it verbally and continued to act high and mighty. Zhuowen sneered again and again. How could he not have seen the change in Yun Zhongyang's expression just now? He exerted force with both hands, and the blood spear let out a buzzing sound. Then, Zhuowen's spear suddenly changed, and it actually began to spin fiercely. It drilled through the gap between the trident and stabbed towards Yun Zhongyang's heart. Yun Zhongyang's pupils shrank. He stomped his feet and instantly retreated dozens of steps. Zhuowen's spear was too tricky. If he didn't retreat, he would be in danger. This little bit of strength of mine is not enough. Why are you retreating under my attacks? Zhuowen suddenly ridiculed. Yun Zhongyang's eyes darkened. He coldly snorted and said, I was just lucky. Now, let's see if you can still be as arrogant as before. Die. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang once again pounced forward. The trident carried a dense aura of the sea and locked onto Zhuowen. I'm not playing with you anymore, Zhuowen suddenly said. Soon after, a terrifying aura of the demonic path of slaughter enveloped Zhuowen. In an instant, Zhuowen's aura was even more terrifying than before. It was as if Zhuowen had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura from hell. You're not playing with me anymore. The corner of Yun Zhongyang's mouth twitched. Zhuowen's words were really asking for a beating. Could it be that Zhuowen had been playing with him all this time? Boom! The terrifying demonic path of slaughter descended. Zhuowen's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His blood-red eyes became even more ferocious and bloodthirsty. Zhuowen took a step forward. Countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to appear under his feet. It was extremely terrifying. The demonic path of slaughter existed only for the sake of slaughter. In order to slaughter, one had to step on piles of bones. How did this guy's aura become so powerful? Yun Zhongyang's expression froze. Looking at the figure that had transformed into mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. Emosha. The demonic aura of slaughter on Zhuowen's body became even more dense and profound. His blood-red eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty color. At this moment, the demonic aura on Zhuowen's body was surging, and his demonic aura was overflowing. Kill! Zhuowen roared. With a wave of his right hand, the blood-red spear in his hand split into two into three. A total of 10 blood-red spears appeared and circled around Zhuowen's body. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen closed in on Yun Zhongyang. The 10 blood-red spears in his hand swept out and descended from the sky, piercing towards Yun Zhongyang below. Yun Zhongyang's face turned ugly. At this moment, the aura that Zhuowen was emitting made him feel a little apprehensive. However, he was no ordinary person. He took out the Poseidon's trident, formed a seal with both hands, and shouted, Poseidon's sacrifice! Countless seas went crazy, rolling, and terrifying waves roared. Then an endless amount of blue energy gathered in the Neptune trident and turned into a huge blue shadow. With the Poseidon's trident as its bones and the surrounding seas as its flesh and blood, the huge blue figure's aura was extremely terrifying. Slash! Zhuowen held the blood-red spear in his hand. With a swing of his arm, The 9 blood-red spears around him transformed into huge spears that were hundreds of feet long. They slashed down from the sky. The huge blue figure roared angrily. Not to be outdone, it blasted its arms towards the sky, bringing with it countless tsunamis. Pucci! However, the result of the collision between the two caused Yoon Jong-young's pupils to shrink slightly. The arms of the huge blue figure were actually smashed into smithereens, while its enormous body crumbled inch by inch under the might of the 9 blood spears. Whoosh! The vast sea roiled as the 9 blood-red spears swept out. The huge sea actually parted to form a wide passage. Following this passage, Zhuo-in took a step forward and instantly arrived at Yoon Jong-young on the other side of the sea. How did this guy break through? Yoon Jong-young's face was pale. Looking at the incoming Zhuo-in, he gritted his teeth and took out the Poseidon's trident with his right hand. He held it horizontally in front of him in an attempt to block the blood-red spears descending from the sky. Boom! The 9 blood-red spears descended one after another, each more terrifying than the last. They pressed down on the Poseidon's trident as if 9 mountains were crushing down. Yoon Jong-young only felt that the pressure on his hands was extremely heavy. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open and bright, red blood flowed out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Ah, you damned bastard! Yoon Jong-young roared at the sky. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been in such a sorry state. He was even forced to kneel by his opponent's brute force. This was a great humiliation, and he, Yoon Jong-young, absolutely could not tolerate it. Rise! Yoon Jong-young roared. Like the Poseidon's trident, his originally kneeling knees slowly straightened as if he wanted to separate all 9 blood-red spears from the Poseidon's trident. Can you get up? A cold voice came from above the 9 blood-red spears. Then Yoon Jong-young saw the red-haired and red-eyed Zhuo-in slowly arrive above the 9th blood-red spear and coldly look down on him. Rise! Yoon Jong-young was unwilling to give up. The blue energy on his body became extremely dense. The 9 blood-red spears, which were originally motionless, actually began to tremble. Yoon Jong-young's aura exploded to the extreme, and he actually managed to stand up. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, I still have a blood-red spear in my hand. Zhuo-in said indifferently. The blood-red spear in his hand fiercely smashed down on the 9th blood-red spear. Boom! An earth-shattering force came crashing down. Then, a ring-shaped shockwave spread out in all directions. With a plop, Yoon Jong-young, who was about to stand up, was forced back to his knees by this brute force. His knees smashed into the ground, creating 2 depressions. Whoosh! Zhuo-in slowly walked down from the 10th blood-red spear and arrived in front of the kneeling Yoon Jong-young. He said indifferently, "Hand over the core, and I'll spare your life." Who the hell are you? Yoon Jong-young's eyes were filled with fear. The demonic youth in front of him was too terrifying. Even though he had used the Poseidon's sacrifice, he was still suppressed so miserably. He knew that he was no match for this kid. Who I am is not important. What's important is whether or not you'll hand over the core. Even if you don't hand it over, I'll still be able to obtain it by killing you. Zhuo-in said indifferently. However, Yoon Jong-young felt a chill in his heart. He knew very well that demonic cultivators had always done whatever they wanted. They were unscrupulous and would kill anyone who stood in their way. Under Zhuo-in's sharp gaze, Yoon Jong-young lowered his head and said, "Then take away the 10 blood-red spears on me first. That way, I won't be able to obtain the core." Nodding, Zhuo-in did not doubt him. With a wave of his right hand, the 10 blood-red spears turned back into a single blood-red spear. He held it in his hand and said indifferently, "Hand it over!" Yoon Jong-young glanced at Zhuo-in with fear. With a flick of his finger, he took out a crystal from his spiritual ring and threw it at Zhuo-in. Zhuo-in reached out with his right hand and immediately grabbed the crystal. The moment his gaze landed on the crystal, His pupils shrank to the size of needles. It was because the crystal was not the core of the blood soul tree, but a strange crystal that was dark red in color. Not good. This is a blood explosion crystal. Kid, throw it away, Xiaohei hurriedly reminded him in his mind. Chapter 974. Blood Explosion Crystal Rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded as the blood explosion crystal released a terrifying ball of blood-red light that enveloped Zhuowen. Yun Zhongyang stomped his foot and hurriedly retreated nearly 100 steps. His gaze was focused on the ball of blood-red light in front of him, and his expression was one of satisfaction. When Zhuowen had asked him for the core, he had already planned to give the blood explosion crystal away. He had obtained the blood explosion crystal by chance, and it contained a terrifying amount of violent energy. When this violent energy erupted, it was extremely terrifying. Even if it was an early-stage, heavenly venerable martial artist, if caught off guard and enveloped by this explosive energy, their fate would not be any better. You deserve to die. You want the core? You're really courting death. Yun Zhongyang's lips curled up as he spoke coldly. Boom! Suddenly, Yun Zhongyang noticed that the ball of light in front of him had started to shrink, as if it was being sucked in by something. Yun Zhongyang's pupils shrank to the size of needles. What's going on? Yun Zhongyang frowned slightly as he muttered in a strange tone. Thump! 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 The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly came out of the ball of light. Yun Zhongyang's expression froze as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. When he looked over, he saw that the ball of light in front of him had completely shrunk to the size of a palm. Then the blood-red-haired and red-eyed Zhuowen slowly walked out. On his right cheek, a strange, demonic tattoo constantly flickered with a pitch-black light. The explosive energy of the blood explosion crystal had been absorbed by the demonic tattoo on Zhuowen's right cheek. As for Zhuowen, he walked out unscathed. A pair of bloodthirsty eyes stared coldly at Yun Zhongyang, causing the latter to involuntarily shiver. Cold. Zhuowen's gaze was too cold. It was so cold that Yun Zhongyang could not help but shiver. Yun Zhongyang, you're very good. I originally said that I would spare your life, but you forced me to kill you. Zhuowen's voice was extremely cold. He was furious that he had been tricked by Zhuowen. The blood explosion crystal's energy was extremely violent. If Zhuowen had been hit by it, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, the magic tattoo hidden on his right cheek suddenly released an extremely powerful suction force, absorbing all of the blood explosion crystal's violent energy. This was a demonic pattern extracted from a demonic weapon. Its demonic power was terrifying. However, with Zhuowen's current cultivation and realm, he was still unable to tap into the power of this demonic pattern. He could only wait passively for it to be triggered. This made Zhuowen a little depressed. However, he also knew that this demonic pattern was definitely not ordinary, so he did not pursue the matter. He knew that as his cultivation increased, the power of this demonic pattern would definitely be unearthed and utilized by him. But now was not the time. How is that possible? The blood explosion crystal's energy has been absorbed? Yun Zhongyang slowly took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the devil tattoo on Zhuowen's right cheek that was constantly flickering with black light. Run! Yun Zhongyang let out a shrill cry as he took a step forward and fled into the passageway behind him. The demonic youth before him was simply too terrifying. He was clearly only a supreme being, yet the battle prowess he displayed was so terrifying. Even the violent energy of the blood explosion crystal couldn't do anything to this young man. Yun Zhongyang didn't have any confidence in facing this young man. The Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, who had always been arrogant and unruly, was finally afraid. The demonic young man in front of him was so powerful that he couldn't breathe. Want to run? Do you think that's possible? Zhuowen sneered. With a stomp of his foot, a violent, bloody aura erupted. He shot forward like a bullet, arriving above Yun Zhongyang in an instant. With a push of his right hand, a terrifying demonic power of massacre surged out, slamming heavily into Yun Zhongyang's back. Puchi! Yun Zhongyang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. Under the force of this palm strike, he was sent crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Whoosh! Zhuowen stomped on Yun Zhongyang's chest, causing him to fall back into the crater. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. "You dare to kill me?" Yun Zhongyang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You think I don't dare? I originally planned to spare your life, but you didn't seize the opportunity. So, you don't have any more chances now." Zhuowen said indifferently. He stretched out his right hand, and the blood spear appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he stabbed it towards Yun Zhongyang's forehead. This attack was meant to kill Yun Zhongyang once and for all. Yun Zhongyang could also sense the dense killing intent in Zhuo Wen's eyes. He knew that the young man before him truly intended to kill him. With a fierce howl, he took out a jade tablet from his bosom and unceremoniously crushed it. Soon after, a terrifying aura enveloped Yun Zhongyang's body. Yun Zhongyang's speed soared to the extreme, and he actually escaped from Zhuo Wen's control. "You're so fast, but no matter how fast you are, you still have to stay here." Zhuo Wen's gaze changed slightly. With a stomp of his foot, he chased after the fleeing Yun Zhongyang. "You're haunting me." Yun Zhongyang's eyes were dark. Another jade tablet appeared in his hand, and he crushed it again. His speed was actually several times faster than before. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the corridor. Zhuo Wen's expression was ugly. He said coldly, "Do you think you can escape like this?" As he spoke, a jade leaf appeared in his hand. It was the Wind Control 9 Autumns that he had robbed from Qing Shuzi. This Wind Control 9 Autumns could teleport Zhuo Wen to any location within 1,000 miles. After crushing the Wind Control 9 Autumns, Zhuo Wen's figure instantly disappeared from the stone hall. Whoosh! In the dark corridor, a figure flashed past like a ghost. It was Yun Zhongyang, who had escaped from the stone hall. At this moment, Yun Zhongyang's face was as pale as snow. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were filled with hatred. "I, Yun Zhongyang, have never been in such a sorry state. That bastard actually forced me into this state. It's too hateful. After this assessment, I will definitely not let that bastard go." Yun Zhongyang gritted his teeth and said, at this moment in the stone hall, only he and the demonic youth knew about this. If he was defeated by the demonic youth in front of everyone, Yun Zhongyang would be too ashamed to show his face. Fortunately, I obtained the heart of the blood soul tree this time. This thing is quite beneficial to me. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang took out a blood-red hexahedral crystal core from his spiritual ring. The hatred in his eyes slowly faded and was replaced by a trace of excitement. As expected of the heart of the blood soul tree, what a rich life force. This thing is a sacred healing medicine. As he spoke, Yun Zhongyang took a deep breath. He immediately felt refreshed, and the gloominess in his heart disappeared. Then he pinched the heart of the heart with his right hand and began to absorb the life force within it to heal his injuries. Puchi, a blood-red spear, suddenly descended from the sky and pierced through Yun Zhongyang's right hand that was holding the heart of the blood soul tree. Then, blood splattered, and the heart of the blood soul tree soared into the sky. "Ah!" Yun Zhongyang suddenly screamed. He covered the wound on his right arm and retreated. His gaze was fixed on the broken arm that was pinned to the ground by the blood-red spear. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was all too familiar with this blood-red spear. It was the weapon of the demonic youth. However, he was even more puzzled about how the demonic youth had caught up with him. The jade pendant that he had crushed contained the law of wind, which greatly increased his speed. If he had crushed the jade pendant, even a peak, heavenly venerable warrior would not have been able to catch up with him. However, not only had the demonic youth caught up with him, but he had also secretly broken his arm. Whoosh! A figure covered in a bloody aura slowly walked to the front of the blood spear and pulled it out with his right hand. Under Yun Zhongyang's gloomy gaze, he slowly removed the heart core in the severed arm's hand and the spirit ring on his finger. After doing all that, Zhuowen turned his head and stared at Yun Zhongyang, who was not far away. He said indifferently, "Next, it won't be as simple as just breaking an arm." Boom! After saying that, Zhuowen stomped the ground. A terrifying, murderous, demonic aura surged out and shot out like a cannonball. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Yun Zhongyang roared and actually took out a jade pendant from his chest. He crushed it without hesitation. His entire body was enveloped by the law of wind. With the sound of something breaking through the air, Yun Zhongyang turned into a gentle breeze and instantly disappeared from the passageway. Boom! Zhuowen's fist missed and slammed into the stone wall beside the passageway. A powerful force spread out, and the entire passageway shook violently. He actually has a jade pendant. The jade pendant on Yun Zhongyang's body contains a trace of the law of wind. Once it is crushed, Yun Zhongyang can temporarily borrow the power of the law of wind to increase his speed to the extreme. Even I would have a hard time catching up to him. Zhuowen muttered softly and did not chase after Yun Zhongyang. Although he could catch up to Yun Zhongyang if he used another wind of 9 autumns, Zhuowen only had 4 wind of 9 autumns. After using one earlier, he only had 3 left. The wind of 9 autumns was a useful tool for escaping. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhuowen would not use it casually. Now that he had already snatched the heart of the blood soul tree and Yun Zhongyang's spiritual ring, Zhuowen naturally would not waste the wind of 9 autumns to chase after Yun Zhongyang. Sizzle! Sizzle! Holding the heart of the blood soul tree and feeling the powerful vitality in his palm, Zhuowen could not help but reveal a relaxed and happy expression. The vitality in the heart of the blood soul tree was indeed very powerful. Kid, don't absorb the vitality in the heart of the blood soul tree first. This is not how you should use it. A black light came out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows and turned into the appearance of Xiao He. Xiao He came to the side of the heart of the blood soul tree and hooked her right hand. Immediately, a surge of soul power gushed out from the heart of the blood soul tree and entered Xiao He's body. Zhuowen knew that this should be the soul power contained in the heart of the blood soul tree. This soul power had undeniable benefits for Xiao He. Therefore, Zhuowen did not disturb Xiao He and only watched silently. Chapter 975. Qingdong's anger at this moment. Xiao He's figure was a lot more solid than before, as Xiao He had expended too much of her origin after the battle with the Qing Emperor. She had always been very weak. However, the soul power in the core of the blood soul tree was very strong. After Xiao He finished absorbing it, her spiritual body recovered a lot. Her aura was also a lot more solid. Xiao He, you told me not to absorb the core of the blood soul tree first. Is there another use for this core? After Xiao He finished absorbing it, Zhuowen frowned and asked. Xiao He was very satisfied at this moment. She nodded and said, "Of course. This core should be the heart of the blood soul tree. It's the most important part. If you absorb the life force in it using normal methods, it'll be a waste." Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't say anything. Instead, he looked calmly at Xiao He and waited for her to continue. He knew that Xiao He hadn't said the main point, so he didn't interrupt. Placing this thing in your heart is the best way. The life force it contains can be completely absorbed into your heart. Furthermore, it can perfectly fuse with the Hades King's heart, greatly increasing his recovery ability. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyelids twitched. Xiao He was really daring. She actually wanted to place the core in his heart. Didn't that mean she had to open his heart? Is this method safe? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Xiao He nodded and said, Don't worry. You don't trust my words. This core has a lot of life force. It's very beneficial to the heart of the Hades king. Do you want to do this? All right then. I'll give it a try. Zhuowen nodded and agreed. He stood where he was, as Xiao He said. Xiao He came to Zhuowen's chest. She swiped her claws, and a sharp black aura swept past. Immediately, the skin on Zhuowen's chest was cut. After that, a black aura enveloped the core. Whoosh! Under Xiao He's control, the heart core, which was wrapped in black gas, slowly moved towards Zhuowen's heart and finally entered it. Puchi! Zhuowen felt a sharp pain in his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the pain only lasted for a moment before Zhuowen felt an exuberant vitality permeating his entire chest. Moreover, this vitality followed the pulse of his heart and spread to Zhuowen's limbs and bones. Zhuowen felt his whole body become refreshed, and he could not help but shout to the sky. What a powerful life force! It seems that the effect of placing the core in the heart is much better than directly absorbing it, Zhuowen said excitedly. That's natural. The heart core is placed in your heart. If you need life force, you can immediately extract it from your heart. Even if the life force within it dissipates, it will still permeate your body and not waste any of it, Xiao He said in a somewhat disdainful tone. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. Moreover, he also discovered that the heart core contained an extremely powerful energy. This energy was extremely rich, and it almost spread throughout his entire body. What a powerful energy! It just so happens that I can use this energy to break through to the late stage of the Supreme Being stage. Zhuowen was initially stunned. Soon after, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He hurriedly sat down on the ground and began to diligently refine this surging energy. He channeled it into his dantian and strengthened the yuan power in his dantian. Time slowly passed. For half a day, Zhuowen basically sat in the passageway and refined the energy of the heart core. Soon after, an extremely powerful aura burst out from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen also slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flickered in them. The energy of the blood soul tree's heart core was truly surging. It had actually pushed his cultivation to the late stage of the Supreme Being stage in an instant. After advancing, Zhuowen's strength was several times stronger than before. If he were to encounter Yun Zhongyang again, he would be able to suppress him without having to enter the devil state. Of course, Yun Zhongyang also had many trump cards on him. If he did not enter the devil state, although he could suppress Yun Zhongyang, it would not be that easy to defeat him. Let's continue forward. Although there are countless branches in this Iron Man cave, they should all lead to the same exit. Being able to obtain the blood soul tree's heart core is already a great harvest for you. Xiao He said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. The harvest this time was not bad. The blood soul tree's heart core was really good. Not only did it give him a powerful vitality, but it also contained a powerful energy. It had actually advanced his cultivation from the middle stage of the Supreme Being stage to the late stage of the Supreme Being stage. This Yun Zhongyang's wealth is not bad. There are actually more than 3 million high-grade spiritual stones in there. That's really terrifying. Zhuowen gently rubbed the spiritual ring in his hand as he spoke indifferently. This spiritual ring was naturally Zhuowen's spiritual ring. After obtaining the spiritual ring, Zhuowen had asked Xiao He to erase the soul imprint on the surface of the spiritual ring. Naturally, the contents of the spiritual ring were revealed to him. Yun Zhongyang was indeed the crown prince of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. The spiritual ring was indeed very rich. Not only did it contain 3 million high-grade spiritual stones, but it also contained many precious spiritual treasures. However, Zhuowen was disappointed that Yun Zhongyang's sea god's trident was not in the spiritual ring. Obviously, The sea god's trident should be on Yun Zhongyang's body and not in the spiritual ring. What a pity! If the sea god's trident was also in the spiritual ring, it would be perfect. Zhuo Wen muttered to himself in disappointment, causing Xiao He to roll her eyes. This brat seemed to be even more greedy than her, the Dragon Lord. After tidying up the items in Yun Zhongyang's spiritual ring, Zhuo Wen took a step forward and continued along the corridor. Just as Xiao He had guessed, they should be able to reach the exit of the Iron Man cave at the end of the corridor. The exit of the Iron Man cave was located in a valley. At this moment, there were 8 figures standing quietly in the valley. 4 of them were the 4 old men who presided over the Iron Man cave, while the other 3 were in charge of the first stage of the test, Qingdong, Hu Jia, and Qi Ji. However, the 7 of them were standing respectfully behind the 8th figure, their faces filled with reverence and respect. This was an old man with a benevolent countenance. He wore a loose robe, and his forehead was very high like a peach. His large ears hung down on his shoulders like palm leaf fans. His aura was overwhelming, like an emperor or an emperor. This old man was definitely an emperor, and not an ordinary one at that. I never thought that the principal would actually come out as well. Isn't this a bit too much of a fuss? The tall and skinny old man looked respectfully at the imposing figure in front of him and frowned. Generally speaking, the principal of the outer court rarely took care of matters, and it was even more impossible for the principal to attend such a small matter as recruitment. But now, not only was the principal paying attention to this recruitment, he was even prepared to personally preside over the 3rd stage of the test. Qingdong, Qi Ji, and Hu Jia also stared at the back of the principal in front of them in shock. When they arrived at the valley just now, the principal was already standing in the valley, as if he was waiting for the 2nd stage of the test to end. What surprised them even more was that the principal told them that he would personally preside over the 3rd stage of the test. This was heavy news, and to them it could be said that they were not surprised, but even more so, they were puzzled. The principal had not cared about the affairs of the academy for a long time. Now that he suddenly appeared and even planned to preside over the 3rd stage of the recruitment test, it was indeed a bit strange. Could it be that there is a genius among the new students that is worthy of the principal's attention? Hu Jia suddenly asked in confusion. Qi Ji nodded and said, "It's possible. The Yaoguang sacred dynasty's Yuan Zhao's talent is the most terrifying and strongest among the new students in the past few years. Perhaps the principal came for this Yuan Zhao." That Yuan Zhao was not a new student that she was in charge of, so no matter how strong his talent was, it had nothing to do with her. However, Yuan Zhao's talent was indeed very strong, and Hu Jia had to admit this. In the past, there were also some peerless monsters that were not inferior to Yuan Zhao in the slightest. Why didn't the principal appear? Why did he personally come out to preside over it this time? Hu Jia suddenly said in displeasure. The corner of Qi Ji's mouth raised slightly as he said proudly, "Yuan Zhao has always been very low-key. Do you really think that Yuan Zhao is only at the middle stage of the Sky Sovereign realm? What if he didn't reveal all of his strength?" Looking at Qi Ji's arrogant appearance, Hu Jia was a little displeased. Wasn't this guy just a little lucky this time that there were 2 Empyrean realm monsters in the group that he was in charge of? To actually show such a proud expression, Hu Jia was extremely displeased. "Qingdong, do you think so too?" Hu Jia turned his head and asked Qingdong, who had been silent the entire time. Qingdong was startled, then laughed bitterly. "Actually, I'm not sure either, but what Hu Jia said is right. There were a few peerless monsters whose talent was not inferior to Yuan Zhao in the previous few batches. But the principal never came out, but this time he did. It is indeed a little strange." For some reason, Qingdong couldn't help but think of Zhuowen's figure. That guy was the first new student to pass through the Empyrean Iron Man cave as a sovereign. Could it be that the principal's arrival was not because of Yuan Zhao, but because of that Zhuowen? Qingdong, could it be that you mean that in this batch of new students there are geniuses even more monstrous than Yuan Zhao? Or is it because you're unresigned that you said that? Ji stared at Qingdong and suddenly teased. Qingdong's gaze darkened as he said coldly, Ji, what do you mean by that? Ji shrugged his shoulders and said, Nothing? I just feel that the quality of the people you're in charge of is so poor. So you don't want to admit Yuan Zhao's talent, or perhaps you're a little jealous of the people I'm in charge of. Ji, you think too highly of yourself. I really don't care about your batch of people. Perhaps the new king this time might not be able to land in the batch you're in charge of, Qingdong said with a cold gaze. With Ji saying it like this, how could Qingdong not hear the sarcasm in the former's words? Oh, Qingdong, you said that the new king this time isn't in my batch. Could it be in your batch? You have to know, your batch doesn't even have an Empyrean martial artist. Do you think that it's possible? Or is it that you're saying it in a fit of anger because you can't bear to lose face? Ji said with a cold smile. Chapter 976. 9 Twists Treasure. Ji and Hu Jia were both stunned. The two of them did not expect that Qingdong would actually propose a gambling fight. Furthermore, it was even betting on who the newcomer king would land among the new students in charge. Actually, this problem was already very obvious. The newcomer king belonged to either the batch of people that Ji was in charge of or Hu Jia's batch of people, while Qingdong had no hope at all. After all, the batch of people that Qingdong was in charge of did not even have an Empyrean martial artist. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible for anyone in Qingdong's batch to seize the newcomer king. You really plan on betting with me? After coming back to his senses, Ji grinned and said mockingly. But Hu Jia's long, shapely brows furrowed slightly, and she urged, Qingdong, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. You also know that there isn't even an Empyrean martial artist in your batch. Wanting to seize the newcomer king is seriously not too likely. Don't make this kind of impulsive decision because of impulsiveness. Hu Jia, why do you need to persuade? Some people are very confident, thinking that someone in their batch can seize the newcomer king. What's the use of you persuading? Ji said somewhat eccentrically. Hu Jia's face darkened, and she said coldly, Ji, don't go overboard. You clearly know the quality of that batch of new students in Qingdong's batch. Why are you still so shamelessly provoking Qingdong? Hearing that, Ji gave a cold snort and did not answer Hu Jia's words. Instead, he turned to Qingdong and said, What? Regretting the gambling fight that you proposed? Hiding behind a woman now. Are you planning on running away? Qingdong's gaze was gloomy as he said coldly, When I proposed it, I didn't think of running away. Now you're more like a man. How about this? Since it's a gambling fight, then there has to be chips, right? Ji said once more. Qingdong said coldly, Then you say it. What chips do you need? But Ji smiled and said, Qingdong, I remember that you have a 9 Twists treasure pill on you, right? It said that this 9 Twists treasure pill has the effect of cleansing the marrow and raising talent. It said that it can even have the effect of raising a minor realm in a short time. You want the 9 Twists treasure pill? Qingdong's gaze turned cold. This Ji was really asking for too much. He wanted to ask for the 9 Twists rejuvenation pill right from the start. This pill had been exchanged from the outer yard with contribution points that he had accumulated over 3 years. He was going to use it when his cultivation level reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. Perhaps it could increase his chances of reaching the imperial power realm. It could be said that this 9 reviving treasure pill was one of the most precious things on Qingdong's body. This Ji wanted him to take out the 9 reviving treasure pill as a bargaining chip. He was really ruthless. Ji, you're going too far. You clearly know how useful this 9 Twists treasure pill is to Qingdong, and you actually let him take it out as a bargaining chip. Don't you think you're going too far? Hu Jia said with a gloomy face. Ji coldly snorted, but his eyes were fixed on Qingdong. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, What? When you heard that the wager was the 9 Revivals treasure pill, you didn't dare and hid behind a woman again. Qingdong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Qingdong, don't try to goad me any more. Since you want me to take out the 9 revivals treasure pill, then I'll take it out. But what's your bargaining chip? As he spoke, Qingdong flicked his finger and took out a round pill from his spirit ring. This pill was very strange. On its surface, there were actually 9 different colored rings of light. Waves of dense medicinal energy leaked out. Qi Ji stared at the pill, his eyes revealing a strange look. However, after hearing Qingdong's question, Qi Ji said in surprise, You're asking me? Haha, this time, the newcomer king will definitely belong to me. I'll reserve your 9 revivals treasure pill first. I don't need to take out anything at all, because you'll definitely lose. Qingdong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I said if you lose, what kind of bargaining chip will you take out? The second stage of the test hasn't ended yet. It's too early for you to make such a conclusion. Qi Ji's face froze. Seeing Qingdong's serious look, he shrugged and said, If I lose, then I'll give you this royal-grade spirit treasure as a bargaining chip. A small shield flashing with green light appeared in Qi Ji's hand. He looked at Qingdong provocatively. Qingdong, do you really think I'm a fool? A mere royal-grade, low-grade spirit treasure wants to compete with my 9 revivals treasure pill? Do you really think I'm blind? Qingdong said with an ugly face. The value of the 9 revivals treasure pill was very high. It was completely comparable to a royal grade high grade spirit treasure. Wasn't Qi Ji trying to fool him by taking out a royal grade low grade spirit treasure? Then what kind of bargaining chip do you want? Qi Ji asked with a frown. The shield in your hand and the mighty sky sword on your back. Qingdong pointed the long sword on Qi Ji's back and said lightly, You want the mighty sky sword? Qi Ji's face darkened. The mighty sky sword was his natal spirit treasure. It was a royal grade, high grade spirit treasure. If his cultivation reached the emperor realm one day, the mighty sky sword would also transform into an emperor weapon. At that time it would really soar into the sky and its value would be immeasurable. What? If you don't want to, then I won't force you, Qingdong said lightly. Qi Ji's eyes flickered. However, when he remembered that Yun Zhongyang and Yuan Zhao were both extremely talented geniuses in their group, he was assured that he would win the title of newcomer king. Therefore, he was relieved and said lightly, Since you're willing to take out the 9 revivals treasure pill, why can't I take out the mighty sky sword? Brother Qi Ji is really straightforward. I'm quite looking forward to the final result of this new student selection. Seeing that Qi Ji had agreed, Qingdong showed a bright smile on his face. At this moment, the kind-looking dean stood quietly in front of the valley and asked the 4 old men beside him, How many people have passed through the Iron Man cave this time? The lanky old man quickly said, There are 10,000 people who have successfully entered the Iron Man cave. However, the Iron Man cave is not safe inside. I'm afraid that 1/3 of them will be eliminated. There should only be about 7,000 new students coming out. Oh, 10,000 people have successfully entered the Iron Man cave. It seems that the quality of this batch of new students is much better than the previous batches. The benevolent-looking dean nodded and continued to ask, Are there any more outstanding monstrous geniuses? The lanky old man nodded and said, respectfully, The quality of this batch of new students is indeed good. There are 3 peerless geniuses who have reached the heavenly venerable realm before the age of 25. They are the eldest prince of the Alcade Holy Dynasty, Yuan Zhao, the crown prince of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty, Yun Zhongyang, and the genius of the Myriad Sword Sect Pom Pom. It's worth mentioning that Yuan Zhao's cultivation has reached the middle stage of the heavenly venerable realm. He is considered the strongest among this batch of new students. If there are no accidents, he will be this year's newcomer king. The dean nodded and his eyes flickered. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The quality of this batch of new students is indeed good. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise in the third stage of the test." The dean suddenly smiled. The 4 old men were confused by the dean's words. They did not understand what the dean was trying to say. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the Supreme Iron Man Cave. The first to appear was the Mystique Supreme Iron Man Cave. After all, the difficulty of the 4 caves was different. The Mystique Supreme Iron Man Cave was undoubtedly the easiest cave. Therefore, it was not surprising that someone appeared first. The 3 people who appeared first quickly noticed the 8 figures at the front of the valley. They were stunned at first, but then they rushed toward the dean and the 4 old men. "The 3 of you wait here." The dean waved his sleeve and smiled. The 3 of them nodded and waited silently. They were not stupid. When they saw the 4 old men standing respectfully behind the benevolent-looking old man, they knew that the old man was not an ordinary person. As time passed, more and more silhouettes rushed out of the Iron Man Cave. However, most of them were Mystique Venerables and Martial Venerables. After all, most of the new students this time had this level of cultivation. There were only about a dozen Golden Venerables and 3 Heavenly Venerables. Soon, more than 5,000 warriors gathered in the valley. Kanan and Gatha were among the crowd. The 2 of them looked at the entrance of the Supreme Iron Man Cave from time to time to see if Joan was there. Why hasn't Brother Joa come out yet? With his strength, he should be able to come out soon. Kanan whispered worriedly. Gatha, who was beside him, patted Kanan's shoulder and said softly, "Brother Joa is very strong. Although he is only a sovereign martial artist, he has the fighting power of a Golden Venerable. I'm afraid Brother Joa has chosen the Golden Venerable Iron Man Cave." "May I know the full name of this Brother Joa that you're talking about?" Just as Kanan and Gatha were discussing Joan, an untimely crisp voice suddenly came from behind them. The 2 siblings turned around and saw a woman in her 20s with a delicate face. She asked them with a strange look in her eyes. When the woman asked the question, there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. "Brother Joa's name is Joan. Why, do you know Brother Joa?" Kanan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked curiously. The young woman's cultivation was not bad. She was probably in the late stages of the Schwanzuan realm. She had also come out of the Mystique Venerable Iron Man Cave. However, Kanan was confused. Why did this woman ask about Brother Joa? "You're Joan?" When the woman heard that, her face turned pale. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She could not help but take a few steps back. Kanan also saw the strange look in the woman's eyes. He could not help but ask, "Who are you? Do you know Brother Joa?" The woman shook her head and forced a smile. "Maybe it's not the same person. We just have the same name." With that, the woman hurriedly left where Kanan and Gatha were. The siblings were confused. Chapter 977. Exiting the caveat this moment, Glen Lilly's heart was in a mess. She had thought that after Joan disappeared into the spatial crack, everything would be over. As time passed, Joan's figure would eventually disappear from her mind. However, when she heard Jia Nan and Gatha call him Brother Joa, her heart was in a mess. The first person that came to her mind was Joan, which was why she asked. The answer she received was like a bolt from the blue, striking Glen Lilly's heart. The Brother Joa that Jia Nan and Gatha called him was also called Joan. Joan was forced to escape into the spatial crack by Emperor Qing. There's no way he could have survived. Maybe it's someone with the same name? Glen Lilly muttered softly. Her beautiful face regained its calmness. She knew very well how harsh the environment in the spatial crack was. Even a martial emperor could not survive for long in there. Joan was only a martial saint at that time. It was impossible for him to survive. Therefore, Glen Lilly subconsciously thought that the Brother Joa that Jia Nan and Gatha were talking about was someone with the same name. Although she thought so, Glen Lilly clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at the entrance of the Iron Man cave. She wanted to see if Zhuowen was in there. If Zhuowen didn't die, I wonder what level his cultivation would be at. For some reason, such a strange thought suddenly appeared in Glen Lily's mind. Whoosh! 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 More and more figures flew out of the Sovereign Iron Man cave and Mystique Iron Man cave. When the number of people reached more than 6,000, no more cultivators appeared from the two caves. Everyone knew that most of the martial saints from the Xuanzuan realm and the Supremes had arrived. As for the rest, they had probably died in the caves. After all, the caves were filled with traps. If one was not strong enough or was not careful enough, they could die. Now, only the Sovereign Iron Man cave and the Heavenly Iron Man cave are left. When no more warriors came out of the Supreme Iron Man cave and the Mystique Iron Man cave, everyone's gaze shifted to the two dark caves on the left. From just now until now, no one from the Golden Venerable Iron Man cave or the Celestial Venerable Iron Man cave had come out, so they were all looking forward to it. After half an incense stick of time, the sound of rushing air appeared. Immediately, a figure suddenly rushed out from the Golden Sovereign Metal Man cave and appeared in front of everyone. This person's expression was indifferent and untainted by even a speck of dust. His eyes were filled with arrogance, and the aura on his body was as vast as the sea, extremely surging. It's Yaoguang Holy Dynasty's second prince, Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong's cultivation base has reached the peak of the Golden Exalt level. It won't be difficult for him to enter the Golden Exalt Iron Man cave. Quite a number of people in the valley began to discuss when they saw this spotless figure. Clearly, they had also recognized Yuan Kong. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Yuan Kong appeared, another 3 people rushed out of the Golden Sovereign Metal Man cave. These 3 people were 2 men and a woman. The woman was quite young and wore a white lotus dress. She looked pure and holy. As for the 2 men, one of them was dressed in blue and had a warm smile on his face, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. The other man was dressed in yellow and had a cold expression. His appearance was ordinary and there was nothing outstanding about him. Cold Moon Palaces, Shi Kei, Yellow Profound Sex Huangxian, and Blue Smoke from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. The 3 of them are quite fast. Everyone recognized these 3 people. Among them, Shi Kei and Huangxian were both at the peak of the Golden Exalt level, but Blue Smoke was only at the late stage of the Golden Exalt level. However, to be able to rush out of the Golden Sovereign Metal Man cave at the same time as these 2 people, Blue Smoke was obviously not simple. I just stepped out, and you're already here. Not bad. Yuan Kong glanced indifferently at Blue Smoke and the other 2 and said arrogantly, "Of course. How can we be compared to the second prince of the Alcade Holy Dynasty?" Blue Smoke smiled faintly and said indifferently. However, Yuan Kong felt that it was a little harsh to hear. However, there was nothing wrong with Blue Smoke's words, so he could not flare up. He only snorted coldly and did not reply. Swoosh! 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 Another 2 figures rushed out of the Golden Sovereign Metal Man cave. They were Yuan Tong from the Divine Arm Holy Dynasty and Finji from the Burning Flame Holy Dynasty. After the 2 of them rushed out of the exit, they looked at the lively valley in front of them and were stunned at first. Then, under the instruction of the dean, they went to the side and waited silently. After half an incense stick of time, everyone realized that there were no more cultivators rushing out of the Golden Sovereign Metal Man cave. They all knew that the remaining Golden Exalts had probably died in the cave. Is the Golden Sovereign Metal Man cave so terrifying? Almost half of the Golden Exalt geniuses have died, and only 6 Golden Exalt geniuses have come out? Everyone's eyes flickered, and they all felt a little strange. However, Yuan Kong's brows were tightly knitted together because his 3rd brother Yuanqing had not come out yet. Could it be that he had really died in there? Swoosh! Just as everyone was guessing, Another figure rushed out of the golden sovereign metal man cave's exit. This person's clothes were ragged, and his figure was in a sorry state. It was the Alcade Holy Dynasty's third prince, Yuansheng. Third brother. Yuan Kong was shocked and hurried to Yuanqing's side. His right palm pressed against Yuanqing's back, and he began to continuously transmit his origin power to Yuanqing's body. Yuanqing's breathing was rapid, and his chest kept rising and falling. Fortunately, with the support of Yuan Kong's origin power, Yuanqing's breathing gradually calmed down. "Thank you, second brother." Yuansheng looked at Yuan Kong gratefully. "We're brothers, there's no need to say this. Now, we're just waiting for Big Brother to come out. There's only one last test left. If the three of us successfully pass, it will be a kind of glory when we return to the Alcade Holy Dynasty." Yuan Kong shook his head and said with a smile. Yuansheng nodded and said, "The three of us will definitely pass the test." After Yuansheng, no one else appeared in the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave. Everyone knew that only the 7 people in front of them had passed the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave. Swoosh! Just when everyone thought that there was no one left, another figure rushed out of the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave. This person's skin was as white as snow, his lips were red, and his teeth were white. He was obviously a man, but he was more beautiful than a woman. He was the Yanxian dynasty's prince, Mo Lingtian. A peak venerable has passed the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave? The dean, who was originally calm, suddenly looked at Mo Lingtian and nodded, as if he had recognized Mo Lingtian's talent. "Who is this person?" "A peak venerable has passed the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave. His talent and strength are really strong." Mo Lingtian's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Mo Lingtian's peak venerable aura, which made many people's jaws drop. A venerable who had passed the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave was indisputable. Even the other 7 Golden Sovereign geniuses couldn't help but look at Mo Lingtian. This person isn't a genius from the 4 great sacred dynasties or the 3 great sects. He can actually pass the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave as a venerable. Yuan Kong said with slight jealousy. When he had challenged the Metal Man, he had intended to pass the Heavenly Sovereign Metal Man Cave as a peak Golden Sovereign. However, he had given up because of his brother's words. Until now, there had never been a genius who had passed the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave. Mo Lingtian was definitely the first one, so Mo Lingtian became the focus of many people. The Flame Emperor, who was in the crowd, had a look of excitement in his eyes. Mo Lingtian had passed the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave, and even he was a little surprised. Mo Lingtian had indeed lived up to his expectations. At this moment, Mo Lingtian was a little embarrassed, but it wasn't as exaggerated as Yuanqing's. After all, his cultivation was only at the peak venerable realm. Being able to pass the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave was already an impressive performance. After entering the crowd, Mo Lingtian quickly came to the side of Jia, Nan, and Gatha. Xianxing was also beside the 2 siblings. Mo Lingtian landed beside Xianxing and the other 2. He turned his head and nodded at the Flame Emperor, who was outside the valley. The family members and elders who were related to them could only wait outside the valley. The Flame Emperor, the 5 heavenly sovereigns, and Xianxing's elders were all waiting outside. "Brother Mo, congratulations this time. You actually passed the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave. If you pass the 3rd test, you will definitely be heavily groomed when you enter the outer court," Xianxing said with a little envy. Mo Lingtian waved his hand and said a few words of humility. He looked at Jia, Nan, and Gatha and said, "Where's Brother Zhua? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Jia, Nan, and Gatha also shook their heads in confusion. They also didn't know why Zhuowen hadn't come out yet. Brother Zhua should also be challenging the Golden Sovereign Metal Man Cave, right? But we haven't seen him come out yet. Does that mean that Brother Zhua is inside? Gatha said with a little worry. "Gatha, Don't talk nonsense. Brother Joie is so powerful. How could he have fallen inside? He should be coming out of the golden, sovereign Metal Man cave soon. Ja, Nan said with a little displeasure. Gatha shrunk her neck and didn't dare to say anything. The few of them also fell into a rare silence. Their eyes were all fixed on the exit of the golden, sovereign Metal Man cave. What disappointed Ja Nan and the others was that Zhuowen's figure still hadn't appeared. Even Ja Nan began to wonder if Zhuowen had really fallen in the golden, sovereign Metal Man cave. And Mo Lingtian, on the other hand, frowned slightly. His eyes were fixed on the golden, sovereign Metal Man cave. A somewhat crazy idea was slowly brewing in his mind. Maybe I'm thinking too much? It's unlikely that a supreme being would overestimate himself and challenge the golden, sovereign Metal Man cave. And Mo Lingtian quickly overthrew the idea in his heart and smiled bitterly. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Then a figure with a powerful aura suddenly rushed out of the golden, sovereign Metal Man cave, firmly attracting everyone's attention. It's the eldest prince of the Alcade sacred dynasty, Yuan Zhao. He's really the first to come out of the golden, sovereign Metal Man cave. Looking at the figure with a terrifying aura, everyone's eyes flickered and an uproar broke out. Although they had already guessed it, when they saw Yuan Zhao appear in front of everyone without any injuries, it still caused quite a stir. Chapter 978. Yun Zhongyang was in a sorry state. The 10,000 sword sex genius, Palm, is right behind him. He's a sword cultivator with terrifying combat strength. Even Yuan Zhao wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Everyone's eyes turned cold as they looked at the young man who was brimming with sword chi. Everyone knew how terrifying sword cultivators were. Some sword cultivators who were extremely skilled in offensive techniques could even kill someone above their level. Palm's eyes were filled with sharp sword light as he stared at Yuan Zhao, who was standing calmly in front of him. He said indifferently, Yuan Zhao, you've hidden your strength well. Even I was fooled by you. I didn't expect you to have reached the mid-stage, heavenly venerable realm. Yuan Zhao smiled faintly and said, Palm, you're not bad yourself. You haven't used the 10,000 sword sex offensive sword technique yet, have you? You must be planning to use it in the third stage of the test, right? Hee hee. Perhaps you'll lose your life if I use that offensive sword technique, Palm said arrogantly. Yuan Zhao's eyes were still calm as he said, perhaps, but we'll only know after the third stage of the test. Palm took a deep look at Yuan Zhao and frowned slightly. This Yuan Zhao really hid his strength well. Even now, he still couldn't see through Yuan Zhao's depth. Palm snorted coldly and stopped not far away from the valley. He knew that with the 10,000 sword sex signature offensive sword technique, even Yuan Zhao wouldn't be able to compete with him. The title of newcomer king would definitely be his. Now, only the Blue Whale dynasty's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang, is left. Everyone's eyes shifted back to the heavenly venerable Iron Man cavern. Since Yuan Zhao and Palm had come out, only Yun Zhongyang was left. All three of them were monstrous heavenly venerables. Their battle prowess far exceeded that of an early stage heavenly venerable. There shouldn't be any problem for them to pass through the heavenly venerable Iron Man cave. Therefore, no one was surprised that Yun Zhongyang had come out. The heavenly venerable Iron Man cave's palm tree and Yuan Zhao have both come out. Why hasn't big brother Zhuowen come out yet? Kanan and Gatha both whispered worriedly. Xianxing and Mo Lingtian exchanged glances, seeing a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. The two of them were well aware of how powerful Zhuowen was. Even if Zhuowen were to challenge the golden exalted Iron Man cave, it wouldn't be a problem at all. But now, Zhuowen still hadn't come out. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had died in the cave. As for Zhuowen challenging the heavenly venerate Metal Man cave, the two of them didn't even think about it. After all, Zhuowen was only at the mid-stage of the supremacy stage. It wasn't realistic for him to challenge the heavenly venerate metal man cave. Outside the valley, Emperor Yen, Zhang Tianzuan, and the other four had strange expressions on their faces. This was because they hadn't seen Zhuowen's figure since the beginning. In other words, Zhuowen hadn't come out of the Iron Man cave yet. What's going on? Why hasn't Master come out yet? Zhang Tianzuan's eyes narrowed as he frowned. Could it be that he was delayed in the Iron Man cave? Emperor Yen echoed, but he had another guess in his heart. Whoosh! Under everyone's gazes, an extremely wretched figure flew out of the heavenly venerate metal man cave. When everyone's gazes fell on the figure, they were all stunned. The third person to come out of the heavenly venerate metal man cave was indeed the blue whale, Holy Dynasty's crown, Prince Yun Zhongyang, that they had guessed. However, what shocked them was that Yun Zhongyang's right arm had been severed from his shoulder. He looked extremely dispirited and miserable. Ah, be asterisk starred. Don't let me see you again. Be asterisk starred. Yun Zhongyang, who only had one arm left, couldn't help but roar at the sky as soon as he appeared in the Iron Man cave. There was a boundless rage in his chest that he wanted to vent. Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom looked at the wretched Yun Zhongyang in astonishment. They were quite familiar with Yun Zhongyang's strength. Although he was the weakest among the three of them, his combat strength wasn't weak either. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to pass through the heavenly venerate metal man cave. Although Yun Zhongyang had successfully come out of the Iron Man cave, the fact that he was in such a miserable state puzzled the two of them. Although the heavenly venerate metal man cave was filled with traps, it shouldn't be so exaggerated that Yun Zhongyang would end up in such a miserable state. Yun Zhongyang roared again as he came to a corner of the crowd with a cold gaze. At the same time, he scanned the crowd. When he didn't find the demonic youth he had met in the heavenly venerate metal man cave, his gaze turned even colder. At that moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. Most of the topics of discussion revolved around Yun Zhongyang. However, everyone's guess was that Yun Zhongyang's strength wasn't enough, and that he had been reduced to such a state by the traps in the heavenly venerate metal man cave. How did Yun Zhongyang end up in such a sorry state? With his battle strength, he should be able to smoothly pass through the celestial Iron Man cave? Qi Ji frowned slightly and whispered in surprise. The four old men furrowed their brows. They hadn't expected that a mere heavenly exalted Iron Man cave could put Yun Zhongyang in such a sorry state. It seemed like the blue whale, Holy Dynasty's crown prince, didn't live up to his name. Only Qingdong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Others might not have paid attention to what Qingdong had said when he came out of the cave, but Qingdong's sharp senses had caught it. The reason why Yun Zhongyang had ended up in such a sorry state wasn't because of the traps in the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave. It was very likely that it was a result of a struggle between two people. Moreover, the other party definitely wasn't Palm Tree or Yuan Zhao. After all, when Yun Zhongyang appeared, Yuan Zhao and Palm Tree both revealed looks of surprise. This was something that Qingdong had already noticed. In that case, there was only one possibility. The reason why Yun Zhongyang had ended up in such a sorry state was most likely because of Zhuowen, who was only a mid-stage venerable. Because there were only 4 people who had entered the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave. Apart from Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang, there was only Zhuowen. That Zhuowen isn't simple at all. He actually managed to put Yun Zhongyang in such a sorry state. Thinking of this possibility, even Qingdong felt a chill in his heart. It was already terrifying for a venerable to jump 2 levels and enter the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave. But that Zhuowen had even managed to chop off one of Yun Zhongyang's arms. This wasn't a matter of whether or not it was terrifying, but it was too abnormal. Crown Prince, with your strength, you shouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state when you entered the heavenly exalted Iron Man cave, right? Blue smoke came to Yun Zhongyang's side and asked respectfully. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were extremely cold as he shot a cold glance at Blue Smoke and said, "I don't need you to lecture me on my matters. Get lost." Blue Smoke's expression froze for a moment before a warm smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Crown Prince doesn't want to see Blue Smoke naturally won't fly around in front of Crown Prince like a housefly." After saying that, Blue Smoke landed on the other side of Yun Zhongyang. His eyes flickered with a cold light. "Yuan Zhao, your Alcade Holy Dynasty is rich in gold-fragmented liquid. Can you give me some?" Yun Zhongyang suddenly turned his head and asked Yuan Zhao, who wasn't far away. The corners of Yuan Zhao's mouth rose slightly as he said indifferently, "Of course! However, I have a request. If you agree to it, I will give you a bottle of gold-fragmented liquid." "Speak," Yun Zhongyang said coldly. "What I'm curious about is, what did you encounter in the heavenly honorable Iron Man cave? How did you end up in such a sorry state? If you tell me about it, I can give you the gold-fragmented liquid," Yuan Zhao said calmly. Yun Zhongyang snorted coldly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right. Actually, there's nothing much to say. I was just unlucky enough to encounter the blood soul tree inside. After a fierce battle, that bastard took the initiative, so I ended up in such a sorry state." Yun Zhongyang was arrogant and unruly and thought highly of himself. If he were to reveal that his current sorry state was caused by a demonic youth at the intermediate stage of the venerable stage, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Therefore, he would not reveal the truth. The blood soul tree? No wonder you ended up in such a sorry state. That thing isn't easy to deal with. It's amazing that Brother Yin was able to escape. Yuan Zhao nodded, and a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in his right hand. He tossed it to Yun Zhongyang and said, "Based on our friendship, I'll give you a discount on this bottle of gold-fragmented liquid. It only costs 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones." Yun Zhongyang received the jade bottle and was about to use it when he heard Yuan Zhao's words. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The market price of this gold-fragmented liquid was only 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. But this Yuan Zhao actually asked for 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. He was clearly taking advantage of the situation to extort him. "What, Brother Yin, do you think this price is inappropriate? If not, you can return the gold-fragmented liquid to me," Yuan Zhao said meaningfully. "There's nothing inappropriate about it. The price is just right. However, my spirit ring and my arm were taken away by the blood soul tree, so I don't have so many high-grade spirit stones on me. After we enter the outer court, I'll ask the people of the Blue Whale Holy Court to bring you the spirit stones," Yun Zhongyang said through gritted teeth. Now that the situation was pressing, Yun Zhongyang had no choice but to swallow this loss. However, in his heart, he already hated that demonic youth. "Sure, as long as Brother Yun doesn't go back on his word," Yuan Zhao said magnanimously. "Then I'll have to thank Brother Yuan." Yun Zhongyang nodded and took out the bottle stopper without hesitation. He poured the gold-fragmented liquid on his severed arm. Then, to everyone's surprise, Yun Zhongyang's severed arm miraculously grew a new arm. This scene was exactly the same as when Yuan Qing's severed arm grew back on the boundless sailboat. Both of them had used the same miraculous gold-fragmented liquid. The conversation between Yun Zhongyang and Yuan Zhao was naturally heard by everyone in the surroundings. They also knew why Yun Zhongyang was in such a sorry state. It was because he encountered the blood soul tree. No wonder he was in such a state. Everyone knew how difficult it was to deal with the blood soul tree. Without extraordinary means, it was easy to be corroded to death by the blood soul tree. The four old men behind the dean looked at each other and nodded. Then the thin and tall old man said in a clear voice, "The second stage of the test ends here. Those who should have come out should have come out. As for those who didn't come out, they should have died in the Iron Man cave. Although this old man feels that it's a pity, the path of martial arts is like this. The strong live, the weak die." So, Chapter 979, The Last Figure Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded like muffled thunder in the valley. The expression of the skinny old man who was originally speaking stiffened slightly and his brows furrowed slightly. Being interrupted while he was speaking was extremely uncomfortable for anyone. Another person came out of the heavenly honorable Metalman cave? What's going on? Aren't there only 3 heavenly honorable monsters? Am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone's gaze followed the sound of something breaking through the air and landed on the figure that came out of the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave. Everyone froze. Even the 2 monsters, Yuan Zhao and Pom Pom, were stunned and frowned. The dean, who had been calm and collected, suddenly had a flash of light in his deep eyes as he stared at the figure that had just appeared. The tall and skinny old man and the other 3 old men were also looking at the figure. The tall and skinny old man originally wanted to curse, but when his gaze completely focused on the figure, he was completely stunned. The main reason why everyone was stunned was that the figure that came out of the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave didn't have a strong aura. Not to mention a heavenly honorable. His aura wasn't even comparable to a golden honorable. He was only a late-stage supreme being. Is this a joke? A supreme being actually came out of the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave? Don't tell me that a supreme being can also pass through the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave. That's simply unrealistic. After a long silence, all the martialists in the valley were in an uproar. Their gazes were fixed on the figure in front of them, trying to see through him. The last person to appear at the entrance of the Metal Man cave was none other than Zhuowen. Ever since he made use of the energy from the heart of the Blood Soul Tree to advance to the late-stage Supreme Being realm, Zhuowen had been constantly shuttling through the Metal Man cave. Although he had found some good resources in the process, they couldn't be compared to the heart of the Blood Soul Tree. It could be said that Zhuowen's greatest gain in the Metal Man cave was the heart of the Blood Soul Tree. In addition, Zhuowen's breakthrough was delayed by half a day. Therefore, Zhuowen came out later than Yun Zhongyang. It's that brat. That brat really entered the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave and came out safely. This brat. The 4 old men looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Back then, when Zhuowen insisted on entering the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave, the skinny old man tried to persuade him. However, because of Zhuowen was stubborn, the 4 old men were embarrassed and left without caring if Zhuowen was alive or dead. But now, Zhuowen's appearance was like a slap to the 4 old men's faces. Of course, the 4 old men were most shocked by the fact that Zhuowen had broken through the heavenly honorable Metal Man cave with a sovereign cultivation. Since the Supreme Being, the Supreme Being, Supreme Being, Supreme Being, Supreme Being, able Supreme Being, a Supreme Being, Heavenly Suprion on the Heavenly Honorable Supremon. If it was a Supreme Being realm genius from the outer court, it wouldn't be strange for him to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave. After all, after being nurtured by the outer court, the martialists would undergo a certain transformation. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising for a Supreme Being realm Supreme Being to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave. However, the person before them was a new student that had not been nurtured by the excellent Divine Academy. He was like an unpolished jade that had not been polished. Yet he was able to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave as a Supreme Being realm Supreme Being. The 4 old men naturally knew what this meant. Although this youth wasn't the strongest amongst the new students, his potential was definitely the strongest. It's Big Brother Zhuowen. I didn't expect Big Brother Zhuowen to pass through the Heavenly Honorable Metal Man cave. He's really amazing. Kanan and Gatha were so excited that they clenched their fists tightly. It was as if they were the ones who had passed through the Celestial Metal Man cave and not Zhuowen. Emo Lingtian and Xianxing were also indescribably shocked. The 2 of them exchanged a glance as a bitter smile appeared on their faces. It seemed like they had still underestimated Zhuowen. They truly didn't expect that this fellow would be so crazy. With his cultivation base at the Supreme Being realm, he had forcefully charged into the exalted Celestial Metal Man cave and even passed through it. It's actually that little bastard. Yuan Kong and Yuan Qing frowned slightly. They had not expected such an outcome. The three monstrous heavenly venerables, Yuan Zhao, Pom Pom, and Yun Zhongyang, finally lifted their heads and began to size up Zhuowen. Originally, supreme-level martialists were no more than ants in their hearts. They had never paid attention to supreme-level martialists, not even golden venerables. In a sense, the three of them stood at the top of the pyramid among the 30,000 newcomers. They didn't need to look at the people behind them because they knew that the gap between them and the others would only grow wider. But now, the supreme being that they viewed as ants had actually followed their path and passed through the exalted celestial metal man cave. They were truly shocked. Among them, Yun Zhongyang frowned slightly as he stared at Zhuowen in doubt. He muttered softly, "It's not that demonic youth?" Then who was the demonic youth I met inside? The demonic youth he had met in the cave had blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. However, the youth before him had black hair and black eyes. He also didn't have any demonic killing aura on him. The difference in temperament between the two was too great. It was unlikely that they were the same person. Therefore, Yun Zhongyang felt doubtful in his heart. The youth that had just appeared was also a supreme-level martialist. However, his cultivation seemed to be slightly stronger than the demonic youth. He was a late-stage, supreme-level martialist. Zhuowen also noticed the gazes from the crowd in the valley. There wasn't much emotion on his face as he took a step forward and arrived beside Jia Nan and Gatha. Mo Lingtian and Xian Xing were also there. The instant Zhuowen landed beside Jia Nan and Gatha, Grand Lily, who was hidden in the crowd, also looked at Zhuowen. Is this the Zhuowen that the siblings were talking about? As expected, he only has the same name. It's impossible for the real Zhuowen to survive after falling into the spatial crack. Seeing the sallow-faced youth that had descended beside Jia Nan and Gatha, Grand Lily couldn't help but sigh in relief. Her heart also became much more relaxed. However, after relaxing, there was a trace of sadness in her heart. It was as if Grand Lily was a little disappointed after confirming that this person wasn't the real Zhuowen. In any case, her feelings were extremely complicated at this moment. She muttered in a low voice, "If that Zhuowen also came to take the test, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker than this person, right?" Thinking of this, Grand Lily's eyes became bewildered. She had actually sunk into a strange fantasy. "What's your name?" Suddenly, the dean, who was originally calm and collected, opened his mouth and asked Zhuowen. Whoosh! The moment the dean opened his mouth, everyone in the valley immediately burst into an uproar. Their gazes were somewhat strange as they looked at Zhuowen. After a period of time, they naturally knew that the benevolent-looking old man in front of them was the dean of the entire outer court. Previously, when Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang had appeared, the dean didn't bat an eyelid. Or rather, it could be said that he completely ignored the three monstrous heavenly venerables. However, when this little supreme being came out, he actually spoke for the first time. Didn't this mean that the dean valued this supreme being youth more than Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang, the three monstrous heavenly venerables? Sure enough, when the dean spoke, Yuan Zhao, Palm Tree, and Yun Zhongyang's pupils shrank. The three of their gazes converged on Zhuowen as traces of coldness gushed out from them. Zhuowen naturally noticed the cold gazes of Yuan Zhao and the other two. He sneered in his heart and didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he cupped his hands towards the dean and said, "My name is Zhuowen." Earlier, when Mo Lingtian had reminded Zhuowen, he already knew that the benevolent-looking old man in front of him was the dean of the outer court. Furthermore, the dean's aura was terrifying, much more terrifying than Emperor Qing and Emperor Yin. He was at least a mid-level martial emperor. "Zhuowen, not bad. Your performance was not bad. You were able to pass through the heavenly venerables Metal Man Cave as a supreme being. You are the first one in so many batches of recruitment." The dean smiled and continued, "If you are willing, I can let you directly enter the outer court and nurture you well. You won't need to go through the third test." Wow, The dean's words were undoubtedly like a heavy bomb that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. A continuous uproar rang out. What kind of joke was this? The third test was definitely much more difficult than the second test. However, the dean had actually allowed the youth in front of them to enter the outer court directly without going through the third test. However, everyone also knew that the Supreme Being youth was terrifyingly talented. After all, he had passed through the Heavenly Venerable's Metal Man Cave as a Supreme Being. In other words, although the youth's cultivation was only at the Supreme Being realm, his combat strength was probably at the Heavenly Venerable's realm. There was probably no one present who could achieve this. The four old men's faces were filled with disbelief. Why was the dean acting so strangely today? Why did he openly allow the youth to enter the outer court? Moreover, he even planned to nurture the youth well. This had never happened before. Although the Supreme Being youth's talent and potential were indeed very strong, it was too much to directly recruit him without going through the test in front of so many people. Zhuowen was also extremely surprised. Recruiting him without going through the test and promising to nurture him well sounded very good. However, wasn't the dean treating him a little too well? Moreover, Zhuowen could faintly sense that the dean was treating him so well not because he had passed through the Heavenly Venerable's Metal Man Cave as a Supreme Being, but because of another reason. As for what exactly it was, Zhuowen couldn't figure it out. Dean, your way of doing things is really biased. This will make many new students bitterly disappointed. Qi suddenly stood up and said. Qi had no choice but to stand up because he still had a bet with Qingdong. If he didn't guess wrongly, Zhuowen should be in the group that Qingdong was in charge of. If Zhuowen was promoted just like that, it was obvious that the newcomer king this time would undoubtedly be Zhuowen. Chapter 980. The edge of a treasured sword is Hon Qi knew that if Zhuowen was promoted to the outer court by the dean, the title of newcomer king would definitely fall on Zhuowen. After all, even Yuan Zhao, who was the most talented and powerful among the new students, didn't receive such treatment from the dean. Even if Yuan Zhao became the newcomer king, he wouldn't live up to his name. At that time, the bet between him and Qingdong would be useless. Qingdong frowned and stared coldly at Qi. How could he not know what Qi was thinking? He snorted and said, Qi, perhaps you still don't understand. Zhuowen is the first person in history to pass through the Heavenly Metal Man Cave with a cultivation of the sovereign realm. Such talent is enough to be promoted to the outer court by the dean. Even the title of newcomer king belongs to Zhuowen. After all, he's only 20 years old and his cultivation is only at the sovereign realm. If he's also at the Heavenly Venerable realm, he'll definitely crush all the new students. Qi's gaze was cold as he said indifferently, Qingdong, don't forget the rules of our fine God Academy's enrollment. If the dean sets this precedent, what will the other new students think? The dean's smile faded as he glanced at Qi and said, Do I need you to advise me on something I've decided? Or are you the outer court's dean? Qi's expression changed slightly as he quickly cupped his hands and said, I wouldn't dare. Qi definitely doesn't have such thoughts. The dean grunted coldly, and then his gaze returned to Zhuowen as he said with a grin, Zhuowen, what do you think of my suggestion? With your talent, it's inevitable for you to enter the outer court. There's no need for another test. Zhuowen's gaze was calm as he cupped his hands and said respectfully, Thank you for your kindness, Dean. Zhuowen is extremely grateful. However, I can't accept a direct promotion. Whoosh! An uproar spread throughout the square as everyone stared at Zhuowen as if they were looking at an idiot. This kid must be joking. The dean had personally invited him to enter the outer court, but this kid actually rejected it. Was his brain fried? The dean was taken aback and asked in astonishment, Since you're refusing, there must be a reason, right? Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm from beginning to end. He asked in return, I would like to ask Dean, how can a treasured sword become sharp? Naturally, It needs to go through repeated polishing and forging before it can become a sharp, treasured sword. The dean nodded and said without hesitation, "The sharpness of a treasured sword is honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The path of a martial artist is a path that is accompanied by countless difficulties, life and death and danger. Since you have stepped onto this path, then there should be no luck or shortcuts to take. I'm very happy to receive the dean's recognition. Furthermore, I don't need to take the test to enter the outer yard. That's a pleasant surprise, but this will only stimulate the laziness and ease in my heart and will not do any good to my martial arts." At this point, Zhuowen slowly straightened his back as a powerful confidence burst out from his body. At this moment, although Zhuowen's cultivation was not high, his confidence in himself and his unyielding willpower deeply infected everyone. There were even many people who felt ashamed of their inferiority in their hearts. Previously, they had all yearned for Zhuowen's opportunity to directly enter the outer yard, but Zhuowen did not agree to it and instead rejected it. This was because the youth standing in front of the dean had a true desire to pursue martial arts in his heart. Therefore, he treated all obstacles and difficulties as a kind of experience and tempering. How many people could have such a state of mind? The sharpness of a treasured sword is honed, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. The dean muttered the poem that Zhuowen had just recited. His eyes were filled with a dense light. This young man's state of mind was truly extraordinary. No wonder he was able to pass through the heavenly, exalted Metalman cave as a mere supreme being. Haha, Zhuowen, your state of mind is very good. This is the state of mind a cultivator should have. Unyielding, and unflinching in the face of life and death. A cultivator should have this kind of determination and willpower to face difficulties and go against the current. Zhuowen's rejection did not cause the dean to be unhappy. Instead, he laughed heartily and praised Zhuowen. Junior Zhuowen's state of mind is indeed good. Your future is definitely limitless, Qi Ji said with excitement in his eyes. Previously, he had been worried that Zhuowen would agree, so he had gritted his teeth and refuted the dean. Now, Zhuowen had taken the initiative to reject the dean. This meant that the title of newcomer king was clear enough. Zhuowen's potential was indeed terrifying, but after all, he was only in the sovereign realm. On the other hand, Yuan Zhao's strength had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly venerable realm, so Qi Ji knew that Zhuowen's future achievements would definitely not be weak. However, this time, the title of newcomer king would definitely be Yuan Zhao. At that time, Chengdong's 9 twists rejuvenating pill would be his. Chengdong frowned slightly. He also did not expect that Zhuowen would actually reject the dean's invitation. Although he wanted to persuade Zhuowen after listening to Zhuowen's words, Chengdong also knew that Zhuowen had made up his mind to reject the dean's invitation. Looks like we'll have to bleed a lot this time. Chengdong sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Zhuowen's talent and potential were strong, but in the end his cultivation was too weak. If Zhuowen was given a few years, he would definitely surpass Yuan Zhao. However, if he were to face Yuan Zhao now, it would probably be very difficult. This time, the title of newcomer king would definitely belong to Qi Ji. However, Chengdong did not regret it, especially after listening to Zhuowen's words. Chengdong had also thought it through. The path of martial arts was originally filled with trials and tribulations. Although he had lost the 9 twists rejuvenating pill, he could exchange it again in the future. He would just treat this as a form of training for himself. Since Zhuowen refused to enter the outer court directly, the dean naturally did not force him. Instead, he said loudly, "The 2nd stage of the test is over. We can now begin the 3rd stage of the test." As soon as the dean said this, everyone in the valley revealed excited expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to pass the first 2 stages of the test. Now, they had finally reached the most crucial stage. The results of the 3rd stage of the test would directly determine whether they stayed or left. It was also related to their future path of martial arts. Brother Joie, the dean personally invited you to enter the outer court directly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You actually refused. What a pity. Zhuowen returned to the side of the Jia Nan siblings. Mo Lingtian, who was standing behind him, said somewhat resentfully, Brother Mo, everyone's choice is different. In my opinion, only by fighting for what I want can I better prove myself. Otherwise, it will only become an obstacle on my path of martial arts. Zhuowen shook his head. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian's gaze was complicated. However, he also knew that Zhuowen had already made up his mind. Moreover, he had already rejected it. Therefore, there was no point in him saying anything more. He only felt that it was a pity. The third stage of the test is about to begin. Let's see what the third stage of the test is about. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the dean. His eyes were bright. He knew that the third stage of the test would be personally presided over by the dean. I'm afraid it won't be simple. The second stage of the test has already eliminated so many people. The third stage of the test will only be more brutal. Mo Lingtian said with a serious expression. Zhuowen nodded. More than 20,000 people had already been eliminated in the Iron Man cave test. Therefore, the third stage of the test would definitely be more terrifying than the Iron Man cave test. However, after going through the first 2 stages of the test, the remaining 7,000 warriors were considered the elites among the 30,000 people. Their combat power was extraordinary. At this moment, the dean stepped into the void. With a stomp of his right foot, a terrifying yuan power condensed and turned into a huge bare foot. This huge bare foot stomped fiercely in the middle of the valley. Suddenly, the entire valley shook violently. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Rise! The dean's dignified voice spread out. Then, everyone's pupils shrank as they realized that the entire valley had cracked open. Then, from the cracked valley, stone ramparts that towered into the sky surged out. Each rampart was tens of thousands of feet tall. The entire valley was enveloped by the walls. The environment inside began to dim, and most of the sunlight was blocked by the walls. When everyone's gazes landed on the walls, they were shocked to discover that there were beast heads of various shapes and sizes in the walls. These different beast heads had their mouths wide open, and deep passageways existed in their mouths. This is the 1,000 Beast Grotto. In the grotto, there is a deep passageway. In this passageway, there is an even more difficult test. Your goal is to pass through the test in the grotto and reach the exit. For this test, you must reach the exit as quickly as possible. At the exit, there is a jade token with a ranking number carved on it. When you obtain that number, it will indicate your ranking. Remember, there are only 500 jade tokens at the exit. That is to say, only the top 500 have the right to come out with a jade token. Only these 500 people can obtain the right to enter the outer courtyard. At this point, the dean floated above the 1,000 Beast Grotto and quietly looked down at the crowd. Once the dean said that, the crowd nodded. It seemed that the third stage of the test was about ranking. Although the dean didn't go into detail, everyone knew that entering the outer courtyard would definitely bring benefits. The higher one's ranking was, the more benefits there would be. However, what made everyone nervous was that there were only 500 jade tokens at the exit of the 1,000 Beast Grotto, while there were more than 7,000 people here. In other words, at least 6,000 people would be eliminated. This kind of elimination rate was undoubtedly very high. Perhaps some of you with weaker cultivations will be worried that you won't be able to compete with cultivators with higher cultivations. However, you can rest assured that the 1,000 Beast Grotto will set its difficulty according to your cultivation. That is to say, the 1,000 Beast Grotto will increase its difficulty according to your cultivation. If you are a genius and possess strength that surpasses your cultivation, regardless of whether you are mystique, venerable, or a sovereign, you will be able to quickly pass through the grotto's passageway. On the other hand, Even if you have the cultivation of a heavenly venerable, if you don't possess strength that surpasses your cultivation, you will encounter many obstacles. Chapter 981. 10,000 Beasts Grotto. All right. Everyone can choose their own grottos. There are almost 10,000 in the 10,000 Beasts Grotto, so there's more than enough for everyone, said the dean indifferently with a wave of his hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as the dean finished speaking, figures soared into the sky one after another. Over 7,000 people in the valley turned into streaks of shadows as they flew onto their chosen grottos. Piss off! A loud shout rang out, attracting the attention of quite a few people. A venerable realm cultivator had just occupied one of the beast heads at the very top. Before he could even warm his seat, Yun Zhongyang suddenly descended and shouted at him with an unruly gaze. The venerate youth's expression was ugly. He said, "The dean has already said that every grotto is the same. Moreover, there are almost 10,000 grottos in the 10,000 Beasts Grotto. There's no need to fight over them, right?" Yun Zhongyang stood high and mighty as Yuan power gushed out from his right palm and viciously imprinted itself on that person's chest. With a poochie sound, that supreme being youth spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The beast head grotto that he occupied was also taken by Yun Zhongyang. You really don't know the difference between life and death. You should be honored that this crown prince has taken a fancy to your grotto. You actually dare to talk nonsense in front of this crown prince. You are simply courting death. Yun Zhongyang indifferently glanced at the youth who had been sent flying and spoke indifferently. The youth landed miserably on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow, but he did not refute Yun Zhongyang, which was a rare occurrence. Yun Zhongyang was much stronger than him, so he could only suffer in silence now that he was injured. The others narrowed their eyes and subconsciously distanced themselves from Yun Zhongyang. Ever since Yun Zhongyang left the grotto in such a sorry state, his actions had become even more domineering and unbridled. Although no one could stand by and watch, no one dared to criticize Yun Zhongyang. After all, he was one of the 3 monstrous heavenly sovereigns. His strength was not something they could compare to. If they dared to stand out, their fates would probably be very miserable. Yun Zhongyang is really domineering. He actually dares to openly take someone else's grotto, said Mo Lingtian with a frown. Yun Zhongyang's domineering actions had displeased him. This is someone else's business, after all. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our own thing well, said Zhuowen indifferently. Mo Lingtian nodded and continued, Brother Shua, let's go up as well. There are 5 consecutive caves in the southeast corner. The 5 of us can go together. As he spoke, Mo Lingtian pointed towards the southeast corner. Following Mo Lingtian's finger, Zhuowen also noticed that there were indeed 5 stone caves that were empty. The 5 of them could fit together. Then let's go together. Zhuowen nodded and led Mo Lingtian, Jianan Gatha, and Xian Xing towards the 5 grottos in the southeast corner. However, the moment the 5 of them stepped into the grotto, a terrifying sound suddenly came from behind them. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to turn around, Mo Lingtian had already taken a step forward and slammed his palm behind him. Dang! Dang! Mo Lingtian's expression changed slightly, and he actually retreated a few steps in the air. The figure that was originally behind him also retreated a few steps under Mo Lingtian's resistance. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Zhuowen slowly turned his head and saw the face of the person who wanted to attack him from behind. It was the 3rd prince of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, Yuansheng. Yuansheng was accompanied by 7 or 8 people. Yuan Kong was among them. The others should be the other geniuses of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. However, Yuan Zhao was a maverick. He didn't follow the people of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty. Instead, he found a grotto and waited for it to open. You're quite vigilant. However, our Yaoguang Holy Dynasty has taken a liking to the grotto in front of you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better get out of here." Yuansheng looked at Zhuowen provocatively and said indifferently. At that time, Zhuowen had chopped off his arm in public on the deck of the boundless ship, causing him to lose face. Yuansheng had already secretly hated Zhuowen. Now that his eldest brother and second brother were here, he naturally didn't fear Zhuowen at all. Moreover, Zhuowen's feat of breaking through the heavenly venerate Iron Man Grotto as a sovereign also made Yuansheng unhappy. Therefore, when Zhuowen came out to choose a grotto, Yuansheng took the initiative and wanted to crush his spirit. Mo Lingtian came to Zhuowen's side and stared coldly at Yuansheng. Yuansheng's strength wasn't bad. He was actually able to force Mo Lingtian to retreat. However, Mo Lingtian's strength wasn't weak either. Yuansheng didn't gain much advantage in the fight just now. "Do you think I'll give it to you just because you like it? Who do you think you are?" Zhuowen stared coldly at Yuansheng and said. As soon as these words came out, Yuansheng, Yuan Kong, and the other geniuses of the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty revealed a trace of coldness in their eyes. Zhuowen was too arrogant. He knew that they were from the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty, but he still spoke so rudely. It was too rude. Yuansheng's eyes were as cold as ice. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a trace of white teeth, and he said, "You will know who I am soon." Then Yuansheng took a step forward and instantly rushed towards Zhuowen. A golden scepter had appeared in his hand. He formed a seal with his right hand and muttered some incantations. Suddenly, a golden light gushed out and turned into a lifelike golden dragon. "Zhuowen, your arrogance will eventually bring you a lot of trouble and misfortune. As for you passing through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave, I'm afraid it's also a kind of luck. I don't know what kind of method you used to luckily pass through. Now, I can immediately beat you back to your original state." Yuansheng's whole body was shining with golden light. He was standing on the golden dragon, and his chi had already reached the mid-golden venerable realm. It seemed that Yuansheng's harvest in the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave was not bad. He had actually reached the mid-golden venerable realm from the early golden venerable realm. It was no wonder that he had come to provoke Zhuowen. Perhaps, in Yuansheng's opinion, after his cultivation had advanced, it would be difficult for Zhuowen to challenge him. Therefore, he had come to crush Zhuowen's spirit. The dean and the 4 old men in the valley did not stop them. They wouldn't care about this kind of personal grudge. Of course, this kind of fight couldn't be too excessive. If someone died, they would intervene. Otherwise, they would lose geniuses because of this. At this moment, the gazes of many cultivators in the Myriad Beast Grotto were gathered here. Especially when they saw Yuansheng shrouded in golden light, they all revealed looks of interest. Although Zhuowen had passed through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave as a sovereign and shocked everyone, there were even more people who were doubtful. After all, they hadn't seen Zhuowen pass through the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave with their own eyes. If Zhuowen had relied on the power left behind by his elders, then it was possible for him to force his way into the heavenly sovereign Iron Man cave. After all, when Yuansheng had passed through the golden sovereign Iron Man cave, he had relied on the Emperor's aura to barely pass the test. Then, Zhuowen might have a similar method. It was because of this suspicion that when Yuansheng made his move, everyone's gaze was on Zhuowen. They wanted to see how Zhuowen would deal with Yuansheng's attack. Under everyone's gazes, Zhuowen slowly took a step forward. A blood-red spear appeared in his hand. Then he took a step forward and instantly passed by Yuansheng. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Because Zhuowen's speed was too fast, no one could see how Zhuowen had passed by Yuansheng. Boom! When Zhuowen returned to his original position, the golden dragon under Yuansheng's feet roared. It actually twisted and struggled a few times before instantly turning into countless rays of light. Yuansheng, on the other hand, was sent flying like a stray dog. His right arm had been cut off by Zhuowen once again. At this moment, blood was spurting out, and he was in an extremely sorry state. This scene was very similar to the scene on the boundless sailboat. Yuanqing's right arm had been cut off again, and it was because of someone. At this moment, Yuanqing was on the verge of going crazy and roaring angrily. He was unwilling, too unwilling. The first time when he was in the early Golden Sovereign stage, he had fought with Zhuowen for a long time. Only then did Zhuowen manage to cut off his arm by a single move. Now his cultivation had made a breakthrough, and he had advanced to the middle stage of the Golden Exalt realm. He was also facing Zhuowen, but in just one move his attack was broken, and his right arm was cut off by Zhuowen once again. Yuanqing did not expect to suffer twice at the hands of the same person. He did not even dare to believe it. The entire rock cave fell silent at this moment. Many warriors stared blankly at Yuanqing's sorry figure, who had been sent flying with his right arm cut off. Their eyes were filled with shock. Yuanqing had come with such an aggressive aura, but he had retreated like a stray dog? Sky Origin's eyes were gloomy. Even he did not expect that Yuanqing would be defeated so cleanly. It seemed that Zhuowen had not broken through the Heavenly Sovereign Iron Man cave by luck. It was possible that he had really relied on his own strength to break through. With a cold snort, Sky Origin flicked his sleeve and a surge of Yuan Qi gushed out. He lifted Yuanqing, who had been sent flying, and brought him to his side. Looking at Yuanqing, who had lost an arm and his aura was weak, Sky Origin's face turned extremely ugly. In the distance, Yuan Zhao, who had already found the entrance of the rock cave, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze emitted a sharp light. "You guys use the golden fragmented liquid to heal my third brother's right arm. I want to meet this arrogant brat. He dared to touch the people of my Yaoguang sacred dynasty. Until now, not many people have survived." After handing Yuanqing to the geniuses of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty behind him, Sky Origin took a step forward and swept towards Zhuowen. The coldness in his eyes intensified, and the aura of a peak golden sovereign surged out of his body like a mountain crushing down. Sky Origin has made his move. Mo Lingtian's pupils shrank, and his face turned ugly. The Yaoguang sacred dynasty was really hateful. They had come to provoke Zhuowen time and time again. It was really hateful. Sky Origin is not someone that Yuanqing can compare with. I wonder how many moves Zhuowen can take from Sky Origin? Yun Zhongyang said in an unruly voice. Sky Origin was also a monstrous genius whose strength far exceeded his cultivation base. Although he was only at the peak of the Golden Sovereign realm, his battle strength had reached the early stage of the Heavenly Sovereign realm. If he had challenged the Heavenly Sovereign Iron Man cave, he would have had a high chance of passing it. However, for the sake of safety, Yuan Zhao had let Sky Origin choose the Golden Sovereign Iron Man cave. Chapter 982. Zhan Yuankong Boom. Yuankong's eyes shone with an intense sharpness that could not be looked at directly. A terrifying aura surged out from his body and swept out. It turned into a raging river that surged and surged. Moreover, this aura was getting denser and denser, fiercer and fiercer. It was like a snowy mountain that had exploded, surging and rolling like an arrow leaving the bow, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, like a fierce tiger that had left the mountain. Rows of high, wall-like waves whistled and roared with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. It looked extremely terrifying and frightening. What a terrifying aura! Yuankong's cultivation has definitely reached the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Just his aura alone is so terrifying. His true battle prowess must be even more terrifying. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they saw Yuankong's long hair fluttering in the wind. The aura that Yuankong displayed was truly terrifying. It was even more terrifying than a peak Golden Exalt. It was very likely that Yuankong had already touched the barrier to the Heavenly Exalt realm. Given time, Yuankong should be able to break through to the Heavenly Exalt realm very quickly, and it definitely wouldn't take too long. Yuankong looked down at Zhuowen indifferently and said coldly, "You're very talented and have great potential. However, you show off too much, so I'm going to teach you a little lesson and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is? Do I need you to tell me what to do? I just want to ask you, are we very familiar with each other? Zhuowen asked indifferently. Yuan Kong's face stiffened. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Don't think that you're so full of yourself just because the dean has promoted you. There are many cultivators here who are stronger than you. You're not even on the same level as them. With that, Yuan Kong stomped his foot and instantly flew towards Zhuowen. He extended his right hand, and a huge claw that was several dozen meters long appeared. It flickered with a cold light as it slammed down, wanting to rip Zhuowen apart. Azura blood spear. A sea of blood gushed out from the void behind Zhuowen. The sound of blood flowing filled the entire space. Then, Zhuowen swung his long spear. The sea of blood swirled and formed a gigantic blood vortex, which swallowed the gigantic claw. To everyone's surprise, Yuan Kong's terrifying claws did not last long in the whirlpool of blood before they were completely corroded by the energy of the blood sea. Boom! Zhuowen took a step in the air and swept up the boundless sea of blood. He swept towards Yuan Kong like a hot knife through butter. His long hair fluttered in the wind, accompanied by the surging sea of blood. His heroic spirit was indescribable. General momentum of heaven and earth? This kid's natural talent is really extraordinary. He actually comprehended the force of the heavens and the earth at the sovereign realm. However, this kid's spear force isn't very perfect, and it's full of mistakes. It still needs to be improved. Looking at Zhuowen surrounded by the sea of blood, the dean raised an eyebrow. He was a little surprised that Zhuowen could grasp the spear force of the heavens and the earth at such a young age. His talent was indeed not bad. However, the dean was a mid-level great emperor after all. His eyesight was much sharper than the average person. He could see that Zhuowen's spear force had many flaws. If an unpolished jade wanted to become a fine jade, it must be polished repeatedly. The dean knew that if Zhuowen successfully entered the academy, he would definitely become perfect. His strength would also grow rapidly, and he might even have the opportunity to enter the inner courtyard. General momentum of heaven and earth? Everyone could also see that the sea of blood energy Zhuowen used was extraordinary. They also recognized that it was a level higher than the power of concept, the general momentum of heaven and earth. In the valley, there were many who had comprehended the power of concept, but there weren't many who had grasped the power of the heavens and the earth. Currently, they knew that the myriad sword sex genius, Pom Pom, had grasped the sword force, but Yun Zhongyang had not. As for Yuan Zhao, he had hidden it too deeply. It was possible that he had grasped the general momentum of heaven and earth. It's actually the general momentum of heaven and earth. It seems like passing the Empyrean Iron Man grotto wasn't a fluke. Pom Pom's gaze was sharp as he muttered to himself in astonishment. Yun Zhongyang's eyes flickered as he stared at Zhuowen's blood spear. He was very familiar with this blood spear. Back then, the demonic youth had used this blood spear to cut off his right arm. That demonic youth is this guy. Bastard, the myriad beast grotto won't let you off easily this time. Yun Zhongyang's eyes were filled with dread. At the same time, there was a trace of resentment. He had to avenge his lost arm. However, if Zhuowen was really the demonic youth, he knew that he wasn't his opponent. He needed to plan his revenge carefully. At this moment, the sea of blood whirlpool had already arrived in front of Yuan Kong. The latter's pupils shrank, and he coldly snorted. He clawed at the void again, and a terrifying Yuan power poured out. It turned into surging waves of energy that enveloped the sea of blood whirlpool like a sponge. CI. A strange sound rang out. The sponge-like energy completely enveloped the sea of blood whirlpool, causing it to freeze in the air. Explode! Yuan Kong spat out a single word. Then, the sponge-like energy directly exploded. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the sea of blood actually collapsed under this energy. Whoosh! The moment the sea of blood whirlpool collapsed, a figure suddenly shot out. A blood-red light rushed out from the countless explosions and instantly arrived in front of Yuan Kong. The blood-red light emitted from the tip of the spear was like a venomous snake at this moment. The angle of attack was extremely tricky. Sky Origin's expression changed drastically. With a flick of his finger, a bead that emitted a fiery, red aura shot out. This bead was very strange. There were actually traces of purplish-black gas on the surface of the fiery red bead. Boom! A terrifying flame rushed out from the bead like a python and entangled Zhou blood spear, causing it to freeze in the air. At the same time, the purple-black qi on the surface of the bead shot out with a swish, heading towards Zhou, who was at the end of the spear. It wanted to completely devour Zhou. Zhou Wen's eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the purplish-black gas. He could sense that the purplish-black gas was extremely dangerous. Be careful! The purple-black qi contains extremely potent poison. Although your body is very tough right now, it will still be extremely troublesome if you come into contact with it. Xiao Hei's stern voice rang out in Zhou head. Zhou also knew how terrifying the purple-black qi was with that, so he did not plan on provoking it. With a stomp of his foot, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the purple-black qi. You want to escape? Not a chance. Yuan Kong snorted coldly. His right hand rapidly formed a seal as he tapped the bead in his palm. The purple-black qi instantly turned into a huge purple-black python. It opened its huge fangs and pounced toward Zhou like a bolt of black lightning. Its speed was actually not any slower than Zhou with his 3 pairs of lightning wings. Zhou was startled. The coldness in his eyes grew thicker. He tapped his forehead with his right hand and summoned the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. A dragon's roar rang out and a dragon's might shot out. Its several hundred feet long body blotted out the sun and instantly devoured the huge purple-black python. Swish! After the dragon's might devoured the huge black python, it swung its tail and instantly charged towards Yuan Kong, who held the fiery red bead. Its huge body came crashing down like a mountain, wanting to completely crush Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong's face darkened. He summoned the bead in his right hand. Immediately, his surroundings were enveloped by a sea of fire. The sea of fire then turned into countless flaming hands that grabbed the dragon's might. Rip! Countless flaming hands tore, and a terrifying power erupted. The dragon's might was unable to resist and was directly torn to pieces. Let's see what other tricks you have. Burn! Yuan Kong snorted coldly. With a thought, countless flaming hands shot out and rushed towards Zhou from all directions. Raising his head slightly, Zhou calmly looked at the countless flaming hands that swooped down. His right hand held the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, while his left hand slapped the base of the cauldron. Immediately, a dragon's roar gushed out again. Subsequently, a total of 81 dragons might flew out and intertwined with each other. It was a terrifying sight. Boom! 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 The dragons might collided with the flaming hands, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Zhou instantly rushed out, bypassing the explosion, and arrived above Yuan Kong's head. He raised the blood spear above his head and ruthlessly swung it down. Bang! 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 The blood spear whistled through the air as it rubbed against the air. The power of the blood spear was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Yuan Kong didn't expect Zhou to suddenly rush over at this moment and was caught off guard. He raised his hands, and the Yuan power in his body surged out, forming a protective shield. Crack! Unfortunately, this protective shield was too weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. It instantly shattered, and Yuan Kong spat out a mouthful of blood under this attack and fell down. This guy. After falling 100 meters, Yuan Kong twisted his waist and barely stabilized his body. He gritted his teeth and cursed. He raised his head to look for Zhuowen's figure, only to discover that the place where Zhuowen was just now was empty. "Where are you looking?" An indifferent voice sounded from Yuan Kong's back, causing the latter's hair to stand on end. Just as he was about to turn around, a blood spear heavily smashed into his chest like a whip. "Pucci!" Yuan Kong spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't even see Zhuowen's figure behind him before he fell down again, without any strength to resist. Rumble! A deep pit formed at the bottom of the myriad beast grotto. Yuan Kong lay in the center of the pit, constantly coughing and struggling as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The spectators all fell into a strange silence. Their gazes were focused on Yuan Kong in the pit below, their faces filled with disbelief. Sky Origin was a martialist at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm. It was understandable that a Yuan sage had been defeated by Zhuowen, but even Sky Origin had been defeated. Everyone finally believed that Zhuo, when indeed had the combat strength of a heavenly venerate. What a freak! He's clearly only a sovereign, but he can beat the peak golden exalt Yuan Kong into such a state. This kid already has the strength of an Empyrean. It looks like passing the Empyrean Iron Man grotto wasn't a fluke.